again as we talk about the International Homeschool Program. But what I was saying, the title of this evening's program, that clearly showing you now that a pastor, as I was saying a moment ago, we need to adjust the title. I will adjust the title in a moment. It should really be TBN. TBN, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, TBN Pastor. TBN Pastor specifically calls Haile Selassie a prophet. Now, as I was saying just a moment ago, referring to the King of Kings as a prophet, that's small talk. But as I said, not even just a pastor, TBN pastor, refer to the King of Kings as a prophet. And also in the title, you see it said there that, and says that he was quoted in the Bible. Now that one is really off the wall. He is quoted in the Bible. How could that be? Who are these pastors that are making these remarks that Haile Selassie is quoted in the Bible? Which human being in this modern day and time is quoted in the Bible? Who is quoted in the Bible? God is quoted in the Bible. And this pastor is saying, I kid you not, this pastor is saying, now not just any old pastor, pastor of renown. In fact, pastors of renown. How many of you were with us previous strong for the Tiger's Nest radio program when we were highlighting the interview that Prince Hermes did with the TBN pastors, Matt and Laurie Crouch? How many of you were present there? Of course. Now, if you were, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, remember we basically went through half of that interview, so we had a lot of points that we had to deal with. But there were some key points that I want to highlight tonight as it relates to, as I just mentioned, and even the title, pastor refers to Haile Selassie as a prophet. No, you need to hear the context that this was said. I'm not playing with words. This is what was said. You will hear for yourself if you were not listening, or if you would not have seen the interview for yourself, which it is on YouTube. You can check it for yourself. Prince Hermes and the TBN crew. And then the other pastor, his wife, is saying that, well, your father is quoted in the Bible. I don't know what got into her when she said that. If you don't believe me, just hold on. This lady just jumped up and said, yeah, your father is quoted in the Bible. Your father is quoted in the Bible. Those were not her exact words, but you will hear for yourself. Now, we're going to touch upon that and much more. This interview that was done, it was about 2 years ago with Prince Hermes as it relates to the exile that he would have gone through personally from Ethiopia in 1974. And he would have been asked about his grandfather, Haile Selassie's, heart of forgiveness that he has. In fact, the interview itself was really balanced around the whole conversation of Haile Selassie's level of forgiveness, which was really compared to none. In fact, Haile Selassie himself was portrayed, from my perspective, as somewhat of a Christ figure from their perspective. I tell you, the people call him a prophet, and one even said that he was quoted in the Bible. Wow. So we're going to take time this evening to touch upon that and give thanks for those who are coming in, those who are here from Jump Street, and even those who will be watching this on the rerun. Just pardon me there for that little moment of silence. Sometimes you need a moment of silence, don't you? Yeah, there was silence in the heaven. Yeah, give thanks, Rastafari. All right, family, just humble yourself. We have a good vibration to bring to you this evening. Great.
What is the story behind the Queen of Sheba? What is the truth behind her visit to the great King Solomon? The Ark of the Covenant and the Kebron of Gas. Prepare for an intriguing look at the true history of the Kingdom of Aksum, Lalibela, and the Ark of the Covenant. Join us on the afternoon of Sunday, the 24th day of March, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean Time, for the very timely lecture entitled Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Admission to this lecture only $20. $15 before the 13th of March. To register and get your online ticket, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Be there.
Yes, definitely be there. We're talking about, it's next Sunday now, not this Sunday. Today, this Sunday itself was hey, let me make sure my mic is on there. Okay, good, perfect. Yes, yes, I give thanks. We're talking about Sunday, the 24th day of, what month are we in here? March. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Yes, give thanks to Brother Saifa Selassie. How many of you were with us previous evening? I'm telling you, give thanks to Ras Saifa Selassie. Trust me, the name is very fitting. As far as ciphering out many of these things, cipher doesn't mean cipher out really. It really means the sort of, all due respect for, to what the name really means. But I mean, when the brother comes in, I know sometimes I'm positive that it would go over the head or go under the feet, whatever the right term is, of many. But take it from me. The program previous night, the king dropped some serious bomb. This ain't no joke. If you really understand the whole geometric levels of the esoteric, man, what he was talking about, man, master occultists would be drooling to hear that kind of level of information. I'm telling you, that was touching for me personally. I don't know about anyone else. Give thanks, Brother Rasai for Selassie, for that one there. And I mean, the information the king brings. Of course, we have to get information and knowledge and, facts from different places, but it's obvious that it's his own brainstorming that really come together and cipher out. Yeah, to use that term, a lot of what the good brother usually brings to the table. So yeah, I'm very thankful for that one previous evening. Those who did not see that program, I would advise you to watch that one again, especially as we enter into the reasoning on Sunday, as we speak about Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Being, of course, the Ark of the Covenant, but it's going to be a little more than even that as we go into that one. And of course, that is Sunday, the 24th day of March. Admission is only $20. Well, it was $15 before, I think the ad did say 13, but we still gave it to the 15 because the poster said 15. Pardon me for that. But whatever the case is, everyone is happy. Everyone is happy, those who would have already purchased their ticket. And of course, all you have to do to register is to contact us. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or you could email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and get your ticket. It's going to be a very serious webinar, very scholastic, and I'm telling you something you're going to be definitely happy that you took the time to come in. Those who are subscribers to the radio program, The Tiger's Nest, definitely pay no fee whatsoever to come to these events, so you can prep yourself. All right. So now, what we want to talk. Before I go there. No, hold on. You gotta wait on that. Give thanks. Give thanks for those who partook of the International Homeschool Program. And I have to say this because remember now, you have up until midnight this evening for the specific special offer. Well, we had special offers today. I'm inviting everyone to go and check out the enrollment party. It was definitely put on the YouTube. Enough respect to the full family, the young prince and the young princess for their presentation today. Yes, man, royal family. Give thanks to the Honorable Empress Naya, of course, sailing and steering the ship. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Atvar, for even coming in and blessing us and your royal family and the fullness of your daughters and the fullness of the Holy Family and the Empress and, yes, everyone that is accompanying your household. Give thanks for your presence. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. I'm talking about the International Homeschool Enrollment Party. Give thanks for all those who would have enrolled already today, those who took advantage, and for those who are listening who may not know what I'm talking about. I mean, I cannot, I have to give you justice so you could be clear of what I'm speaking of. Again, you could go and check the International Homeschool video itself. It is the video before this. But of course, we highlighted that we have the three sections of our international homeschool program. Number one, we have our African history and astronomy. These are two specific subjects. And of course, these classes come to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Now, the African history and the astronomy program, these specific programs, no more than 15 to 20 minutes each day, designed to keep the attention of the youth. And when we say African history, we mean serious African history. When we say astronomy, we're not talking twinkle, twinkle, little star. We're talking real astronomy. But as I always explain to the family, yet still, put in a way that is palatable for the young ones, and those who were with us today would have witnessed for yourself, the power of the International Homeschool Program and what it can provide for you. So that program, remember, this is an academic yearly program. So it's approximately 10 months. Every day you're getting the astronomy and the African history. I want you to understand this for the young ones. And that total program, which also includes your daily worksheet, it also includes the ebooks that come with that program, plus live one-on-one classes once per month. This is very serious. And that whole package is only $199. That's not on sale. That's no special offer. That's what it is. So already, just meditate. Already, the value of it, you can see for sure. You are definitely the price as such balanced with what you're getting. You can see, and every month it's $35 a month if you think you cannot, for whatever reason, handle the yearly cost. Now, obviously, you can see the value in paying for the yearly cost. Then now we have the biology, and the total cost of that is the very same thing, $199. And just like the African history and astronomy, you get this every day in class format. I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. You get the ebooks that go with it. You get the daily worksheet. You get the live one-on-one classes once per month. Yet still, for a 10-month period, the child will be, or yourself, will be getting the daily, every day, the classes would be delivered to you. Then now we have the early childhood educational program, which are short videos, quick, very excited videos to catch the attention of the young budding little baby, the young crawling ones, the ones that are teething and looking to learn to speak, and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. They should be on this early childhood educational program. And of course, again, this is a daily event that every day the lessons come to you, but this is in short video form, 110 for the 10-month period, and that at a monthly cost is only $20 per month. Now, that total package, if an individual decides to take the total package is only $297. That's the total package, for the full semester, for the full school year then. academic year. This is all the courses that I just highlighted put together. So you're getting astronomy, African history, you're getting the biology, plus you're getting the early childhood education program every single day, and that is the cost of the year's package, or you could pay a monthly cost of only $50. Now that is serious. When you understand, this is not only just the education of the young one. As I was saying today in the International Homeschool Enrollment Party, this has gone beyond education. This is dealing with the psychology of the little ones, because as they say, which they are correct, you need to make sure that you guide them in the right direction, at least until they're 7 years old. Then you need to catch them on another level and hold them at least until they're 12 years old. If you have not instilled into your young ones the culture and the morality that you desire, at least until they're 12, man, there's problems after that. This is very serious. I want you to understand this, family. Most of us are coming out of a realm where no one taught us consciousness. We were the ones that had to wake up and look and find it for ourselves. Now that we have brought young ones into the world, we can't just leave them astray and expect them to find it for themselves. As I said today, we do not reside in a community. Most of us live in an apartment or in a one-away house. Even if we have a community, a faith community, but we do not live in a community. Most of us send our children to the very same school that we know has been designed to poison them. This is very serious. So it is a miracle, really, to be honest, you know. You know for self, let me take away the miracle part. You know, even when you train the young ones in the way that they should go, it's not that they will not depart from it, you know. It will not depart from them. Read the scripture good. So even though they depart from it, it will always be there. Anyone that goes astray, always remember what mommy and daddy taught them. Anyone, you know that for sure, you know. But you see, because we do not have a community, we do not have a structure, we do not have a strong family structure, community structure wherever we are. Our children are easy prey, even with all the teaching, even with all the preaching and praying and guiding. Yeah. So as much as you can do, especially at a very young age, especially when we are sending them wandering to these killing fields called schools, you have to have a supplementary program at least to debrief them and brief them before they go. If you send them there for whatever reason that you may do such. This is very serious. So I'm just trying to show you that when you understand the value of this, and I must say, I must give thanks to those who were there today, who took the time, number one, to register, because we've been saying this for a while. Those who value the education of the children, especially their children and just children in general, I applaud you. Yeah. Even those who jumped onto the stream and stayed on the stream, enough respect to you as well. And all of those who would have already enrolled their young ones and took advantage of what we're offering. Now, this is not what we're offering today. No, this is the regular offering. This was no special offering. This was the regular offering. The special offering for today, listen, the special offering for today was that full package, that 10-month package of every single program that's available now for only $100. But you had to have been there live, because it would have come to an end when the program came to an end, which came to an end. But you still have up until midnight after the party, which is now, before midnight, which is still now, you can get the full total package, not for $297, but for $130. And that includes a free educational book. Now, I just explained the packages. If you were with us, you would have seen basically the packages in motion right before your eyes. You would have understood what is available. You know, as you could obviously see, those who were with us when we went through the Kiswahili, when we went through, hey, listen, let me give you a little of the Kiswahili. Give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life, and give thanks continually as we cut and clear and move all obstacles out of our way. This is an example, a quick example of the early childhood educational program. As I said, these short videos sent out every day. So you literally would have them in your own archives that you could utilize at your disposal as well. And your young little ones learning their mathematics, learning their Kiswahili, learning whatever they need to learn every single day, plus videos that they can repeat by the time they're ready to talk, by the time they're ready to walk, by the time they're ready to sing. They'll be telling you about metamorphic rocks. They'll be telling you about photosynthesis, because it has been designed in such a way to be palatable again for the young mind. Kiswahili.
How to know if someone speaks Swahili? Do you speak Swahili? Je, unazungumza Kiswahili? Do you speak Swahili? Je, unazungumza Kiswahili? Ndio. That's the Swahili word for yes. Ndio. Hapana. This is the Kiswahili word for no. Hapana. Kidogo, which means a little in Swahili. Kidogo. Kidogo tu. This is the Swahili word for just a little. Kidogo tu. To be more polite, you can say samahani, which means excuse me. Samahani.
All right, samahani. Excuse me. Beautiful. So family, just giving you a quick idea again. So this is just for the interest for those who take this seriously, those who have a strong interest in the education of their youth and youth in general. Definitely, as I said, at midnight, we will seal off the offer from the enrollment party, where you get the full package, everything you just heard me speak about for only $130. So all you have to do is to visit the website. You know how to get there, priestisaacinstitute.com. That's priestisaacinstitute.com. Or, of course, you can email us if you have any issues. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Beautiful, beautiful. And again, I show enough appreciation for all those who would have already taken advantage of the special offer that was given today. Now, as I said, the previous strong, we did a program as it relates to the international, still saying international homeschool program, I'm telling you, as it relates to the good brother, Prince Hermes. Yes, I'm quite fond of Prince Hermes, I must say. And he was being interviewed by the TBN crew. Now, let me just say here, for those who may not be too au fait with who TBN is, which I think everyone would be, TBN is the Trinity Broadcasting Network. The Trinity Broadcasting Network. And the Trinity Broadcasting Network, is in, where am I, by the way? Where am I? Yeah, let me see. Give thanks. The Trinity Broadcasting Network is the Trinity Broadcasting Network of Jesus, the one to be Christ. Now, I myself, I am quite acquainted with this network. I would have mentioned this in the Tiger's Nest. My good mother was very close to this network. I mean, all the way here in the Caribbean, in Antigua. My good mother, she would have been a strong supporter of the Trinity Broadcasting Network. As a young lad, I would sit in the living room and watch all of these stalwarts of this Trinity Broadcasting Network and watch them hoop and holler and do all kind of tricks and trades. And these individuals, my mother, for sure, give thanks, bless her forevermore, she would have constantly contributed to the TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, as they continually do their fundraising projects. They ain't selling nobody nothing. No, man, they thrive on you planting a seed, and the more you send them the seed, you will get the fruits, and they would always send a little trinket, some kind of, maybe a mug or something of the sort, a little thing to put on the door, so when you wrap the door, pop, 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 with the sign of the cross and the Trinity Broadcasting Network sign. So, we did a whole program once on Benny Hinn. And as I mentioned, I remember a time that one of them fellas there, they were right there on the television looking in the camera saying, the Lord just spoke to him. I can never forget this, just sitting on the carpet watching this. The Lord just spoke to him, and the Lord said, there are 10 people out there that's supposed to send him $10,000 right now. Write the check and do it. Obey the Lord. Now, I mean, the stadium that he was in had to have over 50,000 people. That's the stadium alone, plus how many people watching on TV. And people in the stadium fainting and falling, and everybody lining up just to touch the hem of his pants. He knows that more than 10 people are going to send him that $10,000 and much more. He knows that. So I'm just highlighting who the Trinity Broadcasting Network is, and what I'm speaking of is first-hand experience. I'm not just jumping on nobody's business. I'm speaking of first-hand experience. In fact, I'm not even speaking. Believe me, I'm not even speaking. In fact, there was a time, it didn't make international news, but there was a time that that whole TBN epidemic was the talk in the Caribbean. How many people would have given away their land and houses, all sorts of things people give to TBN. So I'm not even speaking. I just didn't want to get too deep into that, because that's not the subject. But believe me, I can do a whole program on that. And anyone, especially in Antigua, of my age as such, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, so these are the individuals that are doing the interview with Prince Hermes. They're not Rasta people or anything of the sort. They're just who they are. The representative of Jesus, yes. Now, the interview documentary, to me, is quite okay, at least, especially for the first half. There's some nice flicks of the King of Kings, and they're basically just telling the truth. And again, as I said earlier, those who are doing the interview, they necessarily didn't have anything bad to say about the emperor, differently than the assassination stuff that they keep mentioning. But outside of that, they refer to him as this sweet gentleman, and they speak of his faith, and they speak of his heart of forgiveness unlike any other, and so many kind words. And I have to say it like that. I'm going to tell you why. Because here again, I have to refer back to my youth. Now, nowhere in the realms of the Christian world would you believe to hear anything nice about Haile Selassie. Even in the Orthodox Christian world, they're very, nothing to say about him. When I was younger as such, yeah, you can't mention Haile Selassie nowhere. In fact, Haile Selassie was like, I don't even want to use these terms, speaking of my King of Kings, but you know what I'm talking about. Now, I would admit that today, they have become a bit more passive. I hear all sorts of people say, yes, Selassie is one of the great kings. Selassie is one of those great heroes in Africa. But when I was young, I never hear that. I never hear that. Only Rasta I would hear say that. I never hear that. In fact, some of the people that are saying so now were some of the same people that were dissing him then. How times have changed. I mean, they're still dissing him, but it's a different level of the language now than, let's say, the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. So in other words, to hear a pastor from TBN referring to the King of Kings as being prophetic, no man, you wouldn't expect that. Haile Selassie. You see how Pastor Jennings was acting in that uncivilized manner? That is coming from the old school, the ignorant school. A black man, Pastor Jennings, my brother I talking about, speaking so wickedly about Negus and Nagas. And then now you're going to have the Crouch pastors, daughters of Paul Crouch, one of the stalwarts again, son of Paul Crouch, pardon me, and Laurie Crouch, his wife. And they will be interviewing Haile Selassie. Now I'm going to only be expressing a short part, small excerpts, short excerpts, I should say, of this interview for obvious reasons. But as I said, when you visit Radio Anu, in fact, after this program this evening, I'm going to go to Radio Anu and I will literally replay the full interview or the full Tiger's Nest that I would have done. But what I want you to do is to listen to this.
Action and indifference inevitably set in motion the most devastating conflict in human history.
So in 1936, a warning, a prophecy was given by your grandfather at the League of Nations, and no one listened. The prophecy was concerning fascism. The prophecy was ultimately World War II was a result of not heeding that warning. Is that kind of the...
Absolutely.
Okay, no, that's it. Now he mentioned prophecy 3 times. Your grandfather, I think he said prophesied first. And then the prophecy, no one heeded the prophecy. And then World War II was the result of the prophecy. So who are we talking about here? Sounds like a prophet.
So in 1936, a warning, a prophecy was given by your grandfather at the League of Nations, and no one listened. The prophecy was concerning fascism. The prophecy was ultimately World War II was a result of not heeding that warning. Is that kind of the...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And what...
And yes, and of course, the response of the good prince is very important. But, as I said, you could even visit Radio Anu after this program, and I will give you the full interview, at least the interview with the commentary that we gave on the Tiger's Nest. But I just want to highlight, I want to kind of just concentrate on what has been said here. Now, remember, this is why I took time. I'm not long-winded. I took time to explain who is saying these things first. I could have easily just gone straight here and say, well, listen to what these people here say. But I had to make sure I built it up so you understood who they are, what they represent. Now, TBN to me is not just the top Christian broadcasting station. To me, TBN, at least when I was young, was the Christian broadcasting station or network. And Mr. Crouch, who just asked the question, is not no young pastor just, catching his breath. He is a second, maybe third generational pastor. He grew up in this stuff here. He grew up in TBN, basically. So you have to be careful, when you're talking about, mixing people up in the realms of that of Jesus Christ. All right. So we continue. Just put that in your pocket for the moment. I just want to highlight some of the key points and then I will speak a bit more about them.
Because it's completely beyond us at times.
Yeah. What I love is that your sweet grandfather was the billboard of forgiveness back in the day when...
No, hold on. No, hear that. Your sweet grandfather. Again, I would never expect, hey, listen, any one of you that in this thing for a while, you don't even have to have been in this thing. You have just been around for a while. And to hear your sweet grandfather, remember when we were young, this was a tyrant from all angles, a despot. Go and listen to all those old videos made about the King of Kings. Yeah, despotic ruler and this and that and how terrible he is. But now in this modern time, again, not just any old preacher here, I have to reinforce my points. Not just any old body, as we say here in Antigua, but the Crouches. Pardon me if that sound away. But the Crouches, highlighting the divinity of Negus Nagas. Let's listen to this.
Beyond us at times.
Yeah. What I love is that your sweet grandfather was the billboard of forgiveness back in the day when he was going through all the trials. But then he had to teach your mom and dad to how to forgive. And then thus they taught you how to forgive. And that is a generational thing, because I think so many times nowadays we see such hatred being passed down from generation to generation. And you had this love and forgiveness passed down to you. Can you tell us a story of, so you were a young teenager.
Yeah.
When it first happened. Can you tell us a little bit about that time in your life?
Okay, now, as I said, after this program, I will be rebroadcasting the full program that we did. So you will hear all of those answers if you really want to get more on that. That will be on radio. And now, what I'm saying is this. So your grandfather, the billboard of forgiveness, not your grandfather, pardon, your sweet grandfather was the billboard. You know what's a billboard, don't you? All right. Not a poster, not a flyer, a billboard. He was the billboard of forgiveness. And just to show you how strong that is, that the Honorable Prince Hermes mentioned in this same interview that he is friends with the ex-royal family of Rome, because you know that Italy had a throne, and Italy's throne came to nothing when they attacked Ethiopia. The last emperor was King Emmanuel III. And when Italy and Mussolini came in trying to disrupt the monarchy of Haile Selassie. Their monarchy, like many of the kingdoms in Europe, fell between World War I and World War II. And I beheld until all the thrones were cast down, the great book says. And then the Ancient of Days did sit. Yeah, give thanks, but to go into the depths of that. But the point is now, what the good Prince Hermes was saying is that, listen, he would have spoken to the ex-royal family of Italy. He's good with them. And he, Prince Hermes, was saying that Haile Selassie would have forgiven them. And he spoke of the visit. In fact, I think that's the answer he's going to give here. He spoke of the visit when Haile Selassie visited the Pope in the 1970s, which was an act of full forgiveness. Then he also speaks of always wondering why is it that Italy never issued an apology for what they would have done to Ethiopia. Then he went on to say that Italy, the same ex-royal family, I believe specifically, would have issued an apology to the Jews for what was done to them in World War II. And he, in his diplomatic way, of course, with full diplomacy, said in the interview that he is comforted and hopeful that since they would have apologized to the Jews, he's hopeful that one day they will apologize to Ethiopia for what they would have done. But what I am saying about that is this: Italy didn't do the Jews anything, and Italy apologized to the Jews. Now get me my statement in context now. I mean, if Italy is partnering with Hitler and he's assisting Hitler and Hitler assisting him, I mean, it's all in the same, you know. But it is Hitler. Hitler is the one that have the beef with the Jews. Whether Italy is with him or not, Hitler is the one that have the beef with the Jews. You know that. Mussolini is the one that attacked Ethiopia. Italy attacked Ethiopia. Italy is not known for persecuting the Jews as such. If you find a page in history that says, yeah, Italy put in a hand, okay, all right. But with Ethiopia, they put in more than a hand. The whole nation came in. So my point is that if they could apologize to the Jews, who they didn't do nothing to no Jews, and they didn't have anything to say to Ethiopia up to a day like today, I could understand, even in a diplomatic way, how the prince feels about that. That's serious. That they can tell the Jews that they're sorry and have nothing, no apology up to now for the Ethiopian people. I mean, I'm not a person that thrives on sorry, you know, but just the principle of it, you know what I mean? Just the principle of it. All right, give thanks anyway. So you basically get where we are going here. So Haile Selassie is seen as the billboard again of forgiveness. And they speak of that throughout this interview documentary, of just that human loving nature and again the divine nature of Haile Selassie the first. Okay, now here, this one, I think this one takes the cake.
I think there's a certain wisdom about letting go and forgetting, because
Hold on, I think
others
had
grapple more with it.
your grandfather.
Listen to this. Listen, everyone. I want you to pay keen attention to this.
Others grapple more with it.
Your grandfather, Haile Selassie, had so many beautiful quotes and so many things that he said on an international level that were quoted in magazines and papers and headlines.
Could have been in the Bible. Written in the Bible.
And I just, his strength.
no, I mean, I even said, let me put on the closed caption so I could be sure what she said. Because the first time I heard it, I said, no, that's not what she said. I think she said, something else I was trying to put in. But then I said to myself, okay, he said, Haile Selassie I has been quoted. And then he started to outline the different places where Haile Selassie has been quoted. Magazines, somewhere else. And then she jumps in, even in the Bible. And she says it twice. And I mean, I'm going to be straight here because I don't want to, because that to me is just like way off. Like, wow, what you saying there? What spirit came inside of you to say this? So I'm going to do it justice. If you listen good, it sounds somewhat as if she's saying, it could have been in the Bible. That's what it kind of sounds like. But even if it's that, what statement are you making? It could have been in the Bible. What you saying there? Even in the Bible, what do you say? You mean to say Haile Selassie is quoted in the Bible? How did Haile Selassie get quoted in the Bible? What I'm saying is that the superiors or the elders that would be watching this in the same way that I pick it up, because anyone who is a staunch believer in this stuff, I don't think they would be pleased with that statement. Now, you can tell me if I'm taking it too far. Maybe I would prefer to act as if I didn't hear, but the woman said that he is quoted in the Bible. How you work that out? Who is he that he's quoted in the Bible?
Grapple more with it.
Your grandfather, Haile Selassie, had so many beautiful quotes and so many things that he said on an international level that were quoted in magazines and papers and headlines.
Could have been in the Bible. Written in the Bible.
And his strength was unique to be able to deal with this situation in a way that brought glory to God. You had interactions with Haile Selassie, your grandfather. Look, take us to one of those moments where something positive happened. You learned something from your grandfather.
Well, I remember how even during times, you can just imagine a man, how many responsibility he has as the head of state. Yet, he would find time to spend in nature, to spend time with animals, to spend time with his grandchildren, the love of family. I remember distinctly when we were sick, he'd come into the room and converse with us. So that touch of his humanity and his ability also to commune with nature truly makes him human, despite all the strengths he has.
Thanks. All right, give thanks to the words there of the good Prince Hermes. But family, now, as I said, I don't want to make much ado about nothing. And, whether these people say this or say that, not. It's not as if I want to make, how it is with me, these little simple things. But this is simple, but it's big. Again, it's just understanding where it's coming from. It's just comprehending, as I said before, the tradition that they represent, which is the tradition of, from my perspective, keeping up that religious that religious philosophy that has been designed to keep the slave enslaved and to entertain the enslaver and the descendants of the former slave master. They're just entertaining themselves with Christianity. Yeah, just like a club. But we, the black people, we're the ones that believe in this life and death. Yeah, I'm serious. So yeah, reality. So when I see them now, because for the first half of this, I don't hear nothing about Jesus, but I hear about the sweet grandfather who is the billboard of forgiveness. And hear what she said now. She is explaining that, and this is a very important point. She's saying that Haile Selassie would have taught the art of forgiveness to the prince's father and mother, and down to the prince, and and you could see it carried on, which is a very important point, because she actually coupled that point with another point as it relates to seeing generational hatred passed down, which has eroded many families. But yet still, in the emperor's case, we have generational forgiveness, generational patience. I mean, if you observe even Prince Hermes, after going through what he has gone through, anyone who has met him, who know him, or even just observe him in the YouTube, I would have met him here in Antigua as well as in Barbados, albeit it would have been some time ago. That's the same time I was coming into the Rastafari faith. Yes, but even then you could see, his grace and his patience and his humility, which is obviously something that would have passed down. So that is something she highlighted. I'm talking about Laurie Crouch. She highlighted that the forgiveness is generational with his family. And she already highlighted that Haile Selassie is the billboard of forgiveness. You could quote these people and put this in a book, The billboard, your sweet grandfather is the billboard of forgiveness. Max said he prophesied in 1936, and no one heeded his prophecy, and his prophecy brought forth World War II. Well, must be a prophet. Must be a prophet. Yeah, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, I think they are, I don't know if they're still deliberating over making Haile Selassie a saint. I'm not sure. Is he a saint yet in the church? I'm not sure. But TBN done label him a prophet though. So what we do? Yeah. And then to put the cherry on top of the cake, he's quoted in the Bible. I'm still trying to figure that one out. I know that well. But coming from that angle now, what they're really saying, where is he quoted in the Bible? I should have been there. I say, hey, hold on. What are you saying? He's quoted where? Which quoted for me? Let me hear. Dog. Which part in the Bible is he quoted? TBN. Right. Not Pastor Jennings, the Crouches, generational pastors, the top television network for Jesus, the wannabe Christ. Yeah. And again, I think maybe what you would have to do is either watch the interview or listen to the program that I will be sending you to listen to in a moment, where you hear the interview maybe a bit more in length to pick up the essence of what I'm passing on. Maybe if I would have been hearing this just on the wayside, somebody saying it, I wouldn't even bother you this evening with this discussion. But just to show you not the shift in consciousness. I don't think there's no shift in consciousness. It's just the reality that has to be spoken. They know that. They know that all the time. If not them, it's generational knowledge they're talking there, but they just had to say it now. They just have to utter it. It must come out. It must come out that is the billboard of forgiveness. It must come out that he is the sweet himself, your sweet grandfather. It must come out that he prophesied World War II before the League of Nations. It must come out of even the demon mouth. Yeah, that he is quoted in the Bible. Yeah. Give thanks. Life given the keep of life. Holy Emmanuel eyes. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, family, let me just remind you of something here, give thanks again. I think even those of you who will not be joining us on Radio Anu, I will invite you to go and watch the International Homeschool Enrollment Party. What a beautiful, I think I myself might go and take it in again. It was very beautiful. Give thanks again to the Honorable youths, Prince and Princess, Prince Almas and Princess Acacia Menin, brought you the Kiswahili. We spoke about the planets. We spoke about the rocks. We went through Abu Simbel. We did so many beautiful things. We watched several videos. We interacted with our priests in South Africa. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So again, family, bring your little ones. If your little ones are still up before they go to sleep, if they have to go to that school in the morning, you should make them watch this tonight. At least, shake them up a little bit like, wow, and they're going to have a nice time. It was designed for the young mind. So bring them and let them observe the enrollment party. Take a look at it tonight. But remember, family, for those who are interested, the offer ends at midnight. 12 midnight tonight, Eastern Caribbean time, so you still have a chance. I just explained to the whole crew exactly what we have to offer. Our international homeschool program is just that, an online international homeschool program with courses. They're basically courses, online courses. And of course, in addition, I always like when I say that, of course, with the courses, in addition, you have once per month classes with the astronomy, history, and the biology. And remember, we already showed you how the packages are broken down. Definitely extremely economical for the value of what you're getting, and yet still you can get the total package for only $297. Now, this is what's available. This is the package that we have in general. But I'm saying now today, we had a special today where you could get that whole $297 package, which is already an offer for only $100. But that was during the enrollment celebration there. But I'm showing you that we still have an offer that is available until midnight tonight. You get me? That's the after party before midnight offer. So the total package, not $297, not $100 anymore. It's $130. If you were there today, you could have got it for the $100. But I'm sorry, that's how it goes sometimes. But it's $130 still, and that's until midnight. Anything after midnight, it returns back to $297, which is still a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful offer. $297. So don't let the $297. That's a very, very, very good offer. Remember, that's 3 different programs. The first program is $199, the second $199, the third $110. Just do the addition, and even that itself is a very good offer for these programs already. Family, as I said, we need to be serious as it relates to the mind frame of our young ones. And if we can't do this for our little babies, we are in problem. You see, family, this is why it has to be like this. Because at the same time, we have to do something to get the results that we want as well. So that's why I would even come as far as bringing it down to as little as it can go, just to show you that, listen, family, what are you going to do now? Come on, man. You need to bring the young ones into the light. Those of you who are there today, you see what we have to offer. Trust me, no child is getting away when you lock them in to our international homeschool program. Plus, the program is growing, so we're going to always be coming with information and innovative ways of edifying them. We're going to be coming with chemistry soon. Just wait on us. We're coming with physics soon. Just wait on us. But still, remember, in the early childhood program, we have general knowledge, so we do cover chemistry. We do cover astronomy and physics as well. And remember, family, you can visit our website. Listen, don't run go anywhere yet. You can visit our website and visit the area entitled Youth Corner, PriestIsaacInstitute.com Youth Corner. The link is in the description. Well, I didn't put the link in the description yet, but the link, well, maybe the Honorable Empress would have put the link in the description. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. That takes you straight to the website. Now, on the website, let me show you this. You have videos. We will be soon putting up some mathematical and scientific games. So those of you who are not on the International Homeschool Program, those of you, for whatever reason, you can visit the website. You can take in some of the lessons that we have uploaded on the website, no charge whatsoever. Some of the short videos that to entertain the young little ones, no charge whatsoever. And other things that we are adding to the Youth Corner on the website. So at least visit the Youth Corner, let the young ones, entertain themselves while they edify themselves with what we have to offer. And that's at no charge, no cost whatsoever, family. This is about edifying the young ones. This is something that we got to do. Royal family, I'm inviting everyone to join me on Radio Anu right now. We will basically continue this discussion, really, because what we will be doing, we will be going basically into the whole aspect of that full interview, really, as it relates to Prince Hermes and, of course, the Prince Hermes and, of course, the individuals there from TBN. So give thanks, Royal Family, for the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks for joy, happiness. Of course, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Radio Anu, PriestIsaacInstitute.com. Join me there right now. Blessed love. Yeah.
Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To
To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
This is this one. This is this one. Right now. Oh, that's the yes. That's this one. Right. This is the one I'm dealing with here. Right. This is the one.
This is definitely not for the faint at heart, eh?
Yeah. So what this one gives us is the two sides of the triangle. Now this one, if we had them together, it gives us 1360. And now the let me get that. The difference on the right, let's get that up again. The distance along here is 100. This is along here, you see, this is 100 centimeters, right? This is 72.5. This is 96. This is 70. This is 100. So if we add that 100, if we add the 100 to the 1360, we get 1460, which is the length of the Sussex cycle, right?
That's it, clear.
Right, so we get the length of, we get the length of the Sussex cycle. Now, if we multiply, because we're dealing with two halves of a circle, right? If we multiply that 1360 by 2, we get 2,720. Now, 2,720 is when they say that the Ethiopian calendar began, 2,700 BC. So we have the date of the beginning of the Ethiopian calendar here, 2,270, right?
That's my number there.
Now also, with those numbers, with these numbers, if we multiply them together, this 5,600 and 6,960, we get 38,976, 38,976,000. But we know that one day is 1,000 years with the Lord. So if we divide that by 1,000, we bring it down into terrestrial time, which gives us 38,976 years. That 38,976 years is 26,000 approximately and half, 1.5 times. So this is the length of a time and a half. When they're talking in the time of Daniel, times and times and times and a half, a time and a half is the time and a half of a great year. Is 38,976,000. 38,976 if it is divided by 1,000. That's how we've got it. So this is how we're getting all of these measurements, which come from, which are used in the science of the Bible and the science of the cycles, because we know that the lunar cycle takes 19 years, right? The lunar cycle takes 19 years. Well, we find here, right, that if we take, right, so, okay, let's go back again. So we've got 38,976 is a time and a half. That is 26,000 years approximately and 13,000 years, because we're just under 39,000 years, right? We're just 14 off of 39,000, yeah? So now if we divide that by the power of the Trinity, because we're dealing with the power of the Trinity, dealing with this Shabaka stone, if we divide that by the power of the Trinity, it gives us 12,992. So we've got a time and a half being 3 equal divisions of 12,992. So that is a time and a half. So now if we're going to bring that now to a great year, that would be two measures of the 12,902. It gives us 25,984. 25,984 divided by 4, because we've got 4 quarters of the earth, gives us 6,496. Now, this is just where it's giving us the times of the great year. So if we take 25,984, which we got, that's 2 times, 2 halves of this, of 2/3, 2/3 of that gives us 25,984. If we then divide 25,984 by the 1,360, because that's the 2 halves there, it gives us 19.1 cycles. Well, that is what is called in ancient Kemet, you'll read about the Henna cycle, the Henny or the Henna cycle. You can read about it in the Gerald Massey. He would tell you about the Henny cycle. It's a 19.1 year cycle, and it is a lunar cycle. That is how long the moon takes to do before it repeats its cycle again. 19.1 years. And then there's the Metonic cycle, which is the Greeks, where the Greeks say that their length of this cycle, and they say it is 19.458. Well, it is 0.458, but it's longer, isn't it? If it's 0.458 and this is 19.1, it's like it's 300.358 larger than this cycle, this accurate cycle of the Ethiopians. So that's just the basis of it. But I don't want to go too deep into it, but I just want to show you now how
too deep. You don't go deep, man.
Well, I don't want to make it too long. I don't want to make it too long. If I make it too deep, it's too long. So I'm trying to break down the length of it. So with these things now, we have another measurement on this. We have another measurement on here on the Shabaka stone, which I'm going to show you. There's another measurement, which is what is the mastaba in Kemet. You know what Imhotep, what he built was the mastaba, right? Let me show you the picture of the mastaba.
And for what I see, those people in the chat, I mean, we could have a little more thumbs up than that. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, but you see here now. Here is, look, this is an oblong. This is a triangle, and this is an oblong. Here, look, there's a line going across there, a line coming down there, a line coming down there, and it would go up there too. That is a mastaba. What was in the complex at Saqqara, in what Imhotep built, right, is a mastaba. And I just want to show you, I've got a picture of it in the book, which I brought out. Right, okay. You see, look, this is the mastaba. You see this? This is a mastaba. This is the pyramid, right? This is the pyramid here, the step pyramid of the Saqqara complex, and this is, you see, this is offset. They've measured it there. You see, it's 11 degrees offset, right? This is north, south, and this is 11 degrees offset, as you can see here, right? Because this is a mastaba. Well, if we look back at the picture of what I just showed you, it is offset the same way. Like we've actually identified the same thing. You see the mastaba, that is offset there, look, see? And here we have it offset here. It's the same thing. This is the measurement of that. So that is the triangle, and that is the mastaba, which is in the Saqqara complex. Now, this is the Shabaka stone, which is giving us this information. I'm not making it up. This is the Shabaka stone, which I've put into geometry, and I'm bringing these numbers out of it. So I
see it, man. I see it clearly. I see it.
But I want to show you. I just want to show you something else.
And let me say this too. I must say that in the chat we have Archie Parana, and he actually put up like a glyph, emoji. I don't know, a picture similar. If you can see your chat, you see he put up the picture, and he says,
I can't see the chat.
Okay, he says spirit and flesh, and even Brother Ras Psalms Midnight Chime says Tuado meaning mixture. I don't know if that, but that's his. But he said Christ is fully human and is fully God, both in equal measure. Why I thought to bring in that is because what I'm getting from the chat here with that is similar to what you're saying, the balance of spirit and physical, and then the other brother is speaking about fully human and fully God. And interesting, what's his name here? Archie Parana put up a literal picture, like what you have there on the obelisk, like the square looking thing, like the mastaba.
Yes.
And the triangle that looks like the angle on top, you know. So the point is, those who are listening obviously are understanding what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. And you see this now. I've made this smaller, but you see now that is the mastaba, and you see this is 11 degrees here. You see they've got 11 degrees. It's offset 11 degrees. The mastaba.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yes, positive.
Right. Well, this is 2650 BC, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the Shabaka stone is much older than that. So the Shabaka stone has turned this whole thing around by 90 degrees. It's because it's further back in time. So this 11 degrees is turning round to the 90 degrees. And here it is. Look, this is the Shabaka stone. See the 11 degrees? Let me make it a bit bigger. Right?
Yeah, right.
You see, let me make this bigger.
Yeah, back in there.
Right, you see that's 11 degrees?
I see anyhow you had it a while ago. Side clear, you're not easy.
Yeah. Okay, so we've actually recreated Shabaka's, you know.
But that's deep. So that's deep. And so you're showing it on the Shabaka stone, plus you're showing it on the Saqqara.
Yes, the Saqqara
complex. And then because the max itself.
Because what the Saqqara complex is a measurement of the sidereal movements and the solar movements of the sun. You know, that's the measurements of the stars and the moon, the stars and the sun. You know, this is not the measurement of the moon and the stars. This is the measurement of the stars and the sun, right? So you see, so I'm getting the same measurements to what they've got here. This is who they call Imhotep. You know, the brother who's done this work here is Imhotep, and we've got the same work here as Imhotep. But this is way back in time. This is much earlier in time than Imhotep. That's why it is 90 degrees round. You see that 11 degrees is on the vertical, and this on the horizontal. Yeah, on the vertical, and this is on the horizontal because it's 90 degrees before. You know, this is the power of the Trinity. This is before the quadrennial measurements. And then on this side of this here is 12 degrees. This one is 12 degrees. You see, that's 11 degrees, that's 12 degrees, because it is when Babylon are working these things out, they make everything symmetrical, but it's not symmetrical. You know, that 1 degree is the Christ. You know, that 1 degree difference is the measurement of God, you know, the 72 degrees, you see? Or the 72 years, I should say. You know, 1 degree is 72 years. So 1 degree difference here is 72 years, you know? So
Wow.
this is
Hold on. You see, you not easy. This is it. So this is not a straight line.
no, it's not a straight line. This is 11 degrees, right?
Yes. But,
And this is 12 degrees.
of course,
One is 12.
yeah. But you know, just give you the straight. So when you said one is 12 and one is 11, my first thought was, how is that possible? But then it's not a straight line. It's like slices, angles, pardon me.
Yeah, because don't forget, I've measured the Shabaka stone. You see? I'm not just doing it, I'm measuring each arm of the Shabaka stone, which has given me this. You see, this is like I call this the temple of this is the temple, you know, this one. This is the temple. You see this in the middle of let me show you what the temple is. Hold on. Let me show you what the temple is. The temple in the Shabaka stone, right, is
Pastor Jennings need to talk to you, man.
the temple, my brethren, is this. This is the temple. You see this here? This is the temple of Isis, you know, right? This here is in the so that measurement I've just showed you there, this is the temple of Isis. That is the actual temple of Isis, what I've just shown you, you know.
Yes, yeah, man.
It's come from this measurement here, right? And this temple of Isis, you see now in Lalibela, they've got 11 churches plus the female church, right?
Yes.
The nunnery. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and the church and the female church.
Wow.
You see? That's the one in the middle. You see, so this is the Shabaka stone, but the Shabaka stone is the Jerusalem or brought down from heaven, right? So this is the measurements of the Ark of the Covenant, right? So I just want to say that generally, I mean, I could take you in a much deeper and give you a much bigger understanding of it, but I want to I want to concentrate on showing you how in the Ethiopian praise of worship, how this is relevant, right? And how His Majesty has used it. This is what I really want to come forward and show the item, that His Majesty has taken this, because this is much deeper. I can go into a lot more mathematics. As you can see, I've got it all written there. And what I will say, that Shabaka stone goes to 17,300 BC. Let me tell you how I've got to 17,300 BC. Circle 2, the angles between the ribs 1 and 3, right? So we're dealing with the power of the Trinity. Now we've got of that mastaba, we've got 84 degrees, 84 length, and we've got 116 degrees, right? And we've got 3 121s. We've got it is 360 degrees divided by 3 gives you 120. But as they are points of beginning, they always have a +1. Why they have a +1 is like when you're born. You're not one until you've been on the earth for 12 months and before you come 1 year.
Yeah.
So this is the same principle. Yes. So when you've got a beginning, a 0 point, it will add 1. So 120 will become 121, because it is a point of beginning. So there with the mathematics, right? We've got the height of 84 units, and we've got 116 degrees, but we've also got the 121. So if we multiply 116 by 21, we get 14,036, right? And then we've got the width, the bottom distance, right? That is the height of the mastaba. Let me show you the mastaba. This is the mastaba measurement, right? So let me just show you again so we're clear. Right, we're dealing with the mastaba. Okay, this is what we're dealing with here, right? This is the mastaba here, which is what Imhotep has given us, right? So these are the measurements. So it is 84 units. This length here is 84, right? And the measurement of the degrees here is 116 degrees. If we measure, you know, each of these angles here, you see I've measured all the angles, they're 116 degrees. But we know from the top to the bottom, or, you know, from this 120 to the next 120, right, is 121. So we've done the multiplication and I've put them together, and then I've measured this one is 51 degrees by 64. So do you see there's 51 by 64? I add them together, multiply them together, and then add them together, and it gives us 17,300, right? So this is 17,300 BC. Now, to prove that I'm correct in my mathematics, right, I can take you to this chart, which I made for the, right, now this is the zodiac, this is the 12 zodiac, right? You've seen that before, Priest Isaac. You remember I've showed you that before when I did a presentation. But here is the table. Right, this is the table. Now we've said, I've just showed you we've got 17,300 BC. Is it relevant? Is it correct? Can we cross check it? Yes, we can. Because here, look, 17,309 BC. This is the male Sirius star, which is called Sopdet. This is the female Sirius star. These are the measurements that I've taken of them, you know, and it all adds up to 26,033 years, the elder birth, 26,142 years. You know, I can't explain it to you now, family, but believe me, this is absolutely accurate. You know, this is scientifically accurate stuff, which has come from this Shabaka stone and the Ark of the Covenant, right? So, as I can say, 17,309, right? And we got 17,300. Now, when Manetho, the Egyptian at the time of the Ptolemies, when they came into Egypt, Manetho, who the Western people say he's talking mythology and he's talking about mythological kings, etc. He said in 300 BC, when he was teaching in the time of when the Ptolemies, after Alexander the Great, went into Egypt, he said that the Egyptian kings went back 17,000 years from when he was there in 300 BC. So 17,000, he was there at 300 BC, 17,000 years back is perfect. Look, here we are, scientifically perfect. Manetho was right. Manetho was a priest astronomer who taught the Greeks, right? So we've got it perfect here. And also, you'll see it's number 11 and 12, line 11 and 12. Well, you see there at 12 and 13, look, you've got 72 degrees, 72. You see, we've got that 1 degree. You see that 1 degree movement there? It's there in the science. So this stuff is, I'll bring anybody to challenge this, you know, I mean, it's just perfect mathematics. So I'll leave that there because that's enough just to give you a background, because now I want to now talk about the Ethiopian theology in the church, where they say, right, there's a book that I have, I'm going to put this down. There's a book that I have.
We're coming back to the Stilla, right?
Sorry?
We coming back to the Stilla?
Well, the Stella is the foundation of this, right? The Stella is the foundation of this Sabaka stone. I mean, I think I've demonstrated that triangle and this mathematics is to do with the Shabaka stone, right?
But with the Ark of the Covenant. So what is the Ark? The portrayal or the actual stone Or is it the Shabaka stone that is the ark?
The ark is that triangle. This is the golden triangle.
Okay.
You see the golden triangle? You hear them talk about a golden triangle? This is it.
Okay.
This is the ark of the covenant.
So it's not the fallen obelisk itself that's the ark then. I just want to be clear for even the audience.
Well, it is the depiction on the fallen obelisk, the depiction of that. Do you want me to bring it back up?
Yeah, please, because we have people that are just joining and everything.
Yeah. Okay, well, the depiction of this ark, this depiction
right
of the ark, you can see it's an ark. Look, it's a ship. You can see that's like a ship of Noah. You see, it's an ark, right? This ark, this golden triangle is the knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant. This is the hidden knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant. This, because as I said, the Ethiopian church has got three positions of power. There's the Makdas, which is the Holy of Holies, which is this triangle. The knowledge of this triangle. We can come through. We don't have to come through the door of the church. We can come in the roof. Right? We don't have to come through the east gate, west gate, south gate, or north gate. We can come through the roof because God's given I and I this knowledge. This is the Ark of the Covenant. This is the measurement of the Ark of the Covenant. And I don't know if the item can really grasp what I'm saying. This is the knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant. This is the triangle, the golden triangle.
The golden triangle and the mastaba.
And the mastaba, because the mastaba is 12. The mastaba is, why is the mastaba there? That is Imhotep. We're translating Imhotep's work, Imhotep, the ancient great architect of the world. We're actually interpreting his work, So what I was saying about this, as the foundation of the Church of Ethiopia, they have the Makdas, which is the Holy of Holies. Then they have the Kidist, right, which is the inner circle, where the inner sanctification, where they give only the priest can go here. In the inner sanctuary, in the Kidist, the people that can't go there they only come there where they come on the outside of it, which is called the Keni Mahalet, which is the Keni is the knowledge. Keni is higher knowledge, in the Ethiopian language. Kene is a higher knowledge of the language, a higher meaning of language, nuance, nuance in language. And this is called the Kene Mahalet. And the outer, that is where the people stand in the churchyard. And then they come up to the Kidist and they take the sacrament, right? Where they give them they give them the Eucharist, the body and the blood of Christ. And then the outer wall is called the Ketera. See, so we've got here we've got the dimensions of the church. We've got the formation of what the churches are, how they're building them, even though they're building them round. It's like squaring a circle. This is the idea of squaring a circle, because this golden triangle is the Ark of the Covenant. This is the knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant. I can prove now that His Majesty.
But before you go too far, I see what is you speak of it being a mastaba, and this actually looks like the Zoja literal pyramid, which is a mastaba on top of a smaller mastaba on top of a smaller mastaba. Just put that in.
A step pyramid. It's a step pyramid, right?
Step pyramid. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. But please continue. Continue. Just wanted to highlight, just for clarity for the audience. I wanted to highlight.
Yes, sir. So this is
very deep vibes.
Yeah. So that is what we're talking about here. This is the mathematics of that. This is the decipherment of the Shabaka stone, which has given us the mastaba and that Ark of the Covenant. The measurements, and I said it's given us 17,300 BC. Well, what is it? It's giving us a solar eclipse. This is actually a solar eclipse of the sun, right? At 17,300 BC. This is what it is giving us, because where they come. Okay, let me show you have I got another picture? I haven't put up the picture, but what this is, family, is what I haven't got. I didn't bring the picture. I didn't bring the picture out, and if I try and bring it out now, you know, I don't want to try. But if you can imagine that this now, why I say it's a total eclipse of the sun, because when you see the sign of the Pisces, you know, the Pisca, whatever it is, you know, that name where you've got the measurement across the measurement across the vertical, the horizon, you will see that there will be a difference in the line of, you know, if you've got two things together, there will be the brightness of the sun actually shines through on the north, on the west east axis. You know, there'll be a little shining of light either side, if you could imagine. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't bring it out, but what it is, this is the elliptic. You know, the difference in the two circles is in the elliptic, not in the horizon. It's in the actual elliptic. You'll see that it's actually two wheels together. I'm sorry that I didn't bring it out to show you, but this gives you the idea of it. Even this little arrow that I'm putting here, it gives you the idea that elliptic, you know, the difference of the two circles is in this elliptic measurement, not in the ecliptic measurement. You know, in this bit here, it's actually in the elliptic measurement, because it is a total eclipse of the sun. That is actually what it is, you know. And I've got so much more I can tell you about that, even to bring it up to the Battle of Adwa. I can show you the eclipses, how it even why Babylon went against Menelik on the date that they went, in the year that they went. I can show you mathematically why they did it through this, but you know, I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I know that would be for next time. But what you said, so there was an eclipse on the Battle of Adwa, though?
Well, there was one in 1668, right? There was one in 1668. And if you do the mathematics with this 19,000 years, you know, this, where I've said it's a 19,000 year cycle, a 19-year cycle, and in an order of magnitude, it's 19,000 years, you know, like a 19-year cycle of the moon. And then there's a 19,000 year cycle, right? Well, then the 19,000 year is just an order of magnitude of the 19. You know, because these things are all uniform.
But then the moon is 19.1, so would that magnitude be 19,100?
Yes, but we can actually, it would be 19,100, yes, but Meton, the Greeks say it's 19,458. Well, then from 2020, you remember when I came on your program, Russ, and I said there was a solar eclipse at Lalibela?
Yes,
when there was a solar eclipse at Lalibela in 2020, that actually gave us the perfect measurement of this one at 17,300 to the one at 19,320. And it actually gave us a measurement of 19,320 years, I think. You know what I mean? It sort of was perfectly balanced between the 19.1 of this African measurement and the 19.58 of the 458 of the Greek measurement, the European measurement. So we actually found we found the what would we call it? The central of the two measurements. You know, we found the center of it, you know, physically, because we could measure it from 19,000, it worked out to be 19,320 years. But yeah, it's fantastic, actually. It's really big stuff. But what I want to show you now, I want to go into now the idea of the Ethiopian calendar, right? Because I can show you now, if we go back to the King's List, and go back to Ori, right? When we go back to King Ori, this now comes into the real nitty-gritty of the church, right? What they're telling us. Not to say that they're wrong, but we're just saying we know what you're talking about. And if you're telling us that Haile Selassie, Kadamawi Haile Selassie is not the Almighty, I think we give you a question about that, because we got this as well. This is what they have in the church, and this is what I have also. So I want to come now with the story of this book here, Finding of the True Cross and Epiphany. This is the most powerful book I've ever had in my life. This is all of the machinations of the work of the church, how it works, right? Now, if you see here, this tribe of Ori, you'll see the year of the world. Let me make it a bit bigger, right? You'll see the year of the world. The year of the world is 1030. You see that? This is the time of Ori at 4470, right? And he was on the throne for 60 years. So he was on the throne from 4530 BC, right? But this 1030 years here, year of the world, that means before Ori came on the throne, there was 1030 years of unknown kingship. Right? But somehow they've measured this 1030 years, which gives us 5,500. You know, if we add 1030 to 4,470, it gives us 5,500, right? But actually, if we was actually to measure this properly, it would be 5,530, because he actually reigned for 60 years. Well, just so now they say, I'm going to read you out of this book. Right, this book here is the heart of the knowledge of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, or the Ethiopian Tewahedo Church, right? And it's talking about a time of the meta feeder, right? And the beginning, the creation of the world. This is in the Ethiopian book here. The creation of the world, which is how they say the year of the world and the creation of the world. They called it Tineta Alem, right? Is 5,500 BC, as I was saying here, right? Which up to 2000 of the Ethiopian calendar is 7,750 years. That's what he's saying, you know. So when it was the millennium that we all went to Ethiopia to celebrate, the Ethiopian millennium, it was 7,750 years in 2000, in the year 2000 of the Ethiopian calendar. Right, which was 2008 of the Babylon calendar. Now, this claim, this is what this book says, this claim is supported by the genealogical accounts of the Bible, commencing from the first date of creation of the world, which is believed to be on Sunday, Megabit 29. Megabit is the month of March, right? Megabit 29. Megabit 29 would be about the 20th of March, which would actually be what? The spring equinox, right? To the sixth date, right? So it said to believe to be on Sunday, Megabit the 29th, to the sixth date in which Adam was created. Since the Redeemer Christ was not born, the entire 5,500 years are called years of misery, which are a metafida kunanani. However, the years after the birth of the Lord are known as years of mercy, a meta meheret. Now, don't forget, you know, His Majesty's Church in Ejersa is called what? Kidani Meheret, the covenant of mercy, right? So it's depicting God's mercy to all human races through the deeds and grace of Jesus Christus. This is according to the Ethiopian book of the church. So we've got the 5,500 years. We're not playing with this thing here. It's the church is telling us. It's saying up until before the time of Christ, it was called the time of misery. And then Christ came and set everything straight at 5,500 years after the creation of the world, which gives us 0 BC, right? Which gives us 1 BC to 1 AD gives us zero, right. So here we are now. We've come to 5,000 500 years, right?
Because that zero you're talking about now, that one beat,
Yeah.
that one
Yeah.
AD, you chip up that in certain.
Yeah. Now you see, yeah. So you see here what we have here is 5,500. You see, before Christ, Bazen. This is who was on the throne over the zero. You know, 1 BC to 1 AD. This brother, the king Bazen, was on the throne. He was on the throne for 17 years totally. He was on there 8 years before Christ, and 8 years before allegedly Christ was born, and 9 years after Christ was born. So that is 5,509 years, right? Now, if we go back to the science of what I was teaching about the science of the Shabaka stone, I'm going to run through it quickly because have we got time, Russ? Are we doing good for time?
Yeah, well, honestly, maybe the next 10 minutes.
Right, 10 minutes. Okay, okay.
You go ahead, don't worry.
Well, if I can tell you that doing the mathematics of, I'm just going to talk this, I'm not going to show it because I haven't got time, but doing the mathematics of the Shabaka stone, which is 11 ribs, I'm going to show it up as I talk to it, is 11 ribs, which takes 26,000 years approximately to make a cycle. Where's my Shabaka stone? All right, it's on this book, right? Right. Let's go back to the Shabaka stone. I'm going to just do it. I'm not going to write, you know, I'm going to just do this as quick as I can because we've only got 10 minutes, right? So there is the Shabaka stone. It's got 11 ribs. That takes 26,000 years to make a cycle. Now, 26,000 divided by 11 comes to 20, there's 2,363 length of a month. If these are months in a great year, there's 11 of them in 26,000. So 2,363 comes to 25,993. It's just 7 short. It's 7 years short of 26,000. It's 25,993. That there is 25,993. Now, so each month is 2,363 years. So 2 months, and why did 2 months together give us 4,732 years? Why I say that is because 2 months that stay together is the month of Ptah and Atum. Ptah and Atum must stay together at all times because they share the houses. Because why they share the houses of the zodiac is because if he was going to change them into the 12, why they share them is because if it was 12 into 360 gives you 30 degrees. Well, the length of the atom, the Leo, the lion, is greater than, look, here's the lion. Look how big the lion is. Look, you see, here's the lion, and this is Cancer. This is Atom. This one is Atom, this one here, and this one is the Leo. Well, they are sharing 2 sections of you know, they're both sharing 2 sections. This is why when they say that God the Father and God the Son were together before the creation of the world, this is where they're together, because they're sharing the same houses. There's 2 houses into one, which is the Atum, Ptah and Atum. They are together because Ptah is the creation man, and these are together, Ptah and Atum. So this is why they're together all the time. This is the idea of God the Father and God the Son. This is why they tell you Christ was with God before him come to earth and him.
And the lion Leo represent Ptah, right? You were saying.
Yes. No. Ptah is the Cancer. Ptah is Cancer. Atum is the Leo. Atum is Leo, and Ptah is Cancer. So these two are together. This is father and son. The father is Ptah, the creator, and the son is Atum. So these are together at all times. So that will give us 4,732. Now, the number of the Great Sphinx, right, is called, you know, Riharakta or Riharakata, however you want to pronounce it, Riharakata or Raharakata. He is known as the 363. The reason he's known as the 363 is because if you take 363 from 4,732, you get 4,363. 4,363 is the number of panels which are built around the wall of the Saqqara complex by Imhotep.
Yes.
So this is why we've got the 4363.
Wow.
Because that, so the 363 is the pearl, is the seed, is the number of the divinity. 363. So if we've got 25,930, if we've got 25,993, take away 4363 gives us 21,630. Now that is what is the what we have there is the number of the 10, you know, before, like the number of Atlantis, you know, there was the 10 islands of Atlantis, there's the 10 lost tribes of Israel. This is the lost knowledge, it's the knowledge of the 10, because how it becomes 10 is because where I've just told you that mathematics, 21,630 divided by 10, we're talking about orders of magnitude in this science, gives us 20, it gives us 2,163. 21,630 reduced by the magnitude of 10 gives us 2,163. So we've got the length of the age being 2,163 years of the 10 paradigm, because how it becomes 10, this is the idea of Adam giving a rib to Eve. Because if you imagine this now, they're using the 12 zodiac, right? How would you get this to be a 12 zodiac? You would take you would repeat this stone, right? Let's make another stone, which is the other tablet of Moses, right? Now we've got 2 tablets of Moses. We take one of the ribs, so we've got 2 tablets of Moses, both having 11, right? We take one of the ribs from this 10, from this 11, and we give it to this one here and make 12, right? So there's 12 ribs now, which belongs to the quadrennial reckoning. So as we've given one of the ribs from Adam to Eve, which is the lunar reckoning, this has only got 10 now because we've taken one and given it to make 12. You always what I'm saying? So we've got 10. So we've found the lost knowledge. We've got the 12 zodiac and we've got the 10 zodiac, right? Because we've taken one of these ribs of Adam, the male, and given it to the female. The solar to the lunar. We've given them a rib, right? So this is the story in the Bible, family. I tell you, right? So, and I will just show you this. I will just show you just some. I just hope I've got time to do this, my brethren.
The clock.
Yeah, I just want to show you the 10 ribs. Right, I want to show you. Where's that book here? Right, let me just tell you what page is that.
And while you're looking for that, let me encourage everyone again to register for, remember, tomorrow, the 17th of March, is our International Homeschool Enrollment Party. So now is your chance, yourself and your young ones. It's going to be a blast. We're actually here preparing for that. So we're looking forward to everyone. Yes, my brother. Pardon me.
Yes, beloved. Yes, I'm going to just show you this. I just must show you this. This is coming out of Gerald Massey, right? Because don't forget, I've showed you now, we've taken one rib from Adam and we've given it to Eve, right? We've taken one from the solar system and given it to the lunar system.
Which book is this, Genesis? Which book is this?
This is from the Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1. The Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, right? And this is right, 15, right, yeah, right, okay. Listen to this. This comes from this. Let me make this a bit smaller. This comes from the Book of the Beginnings by Gerald Massey. This is exactly what we found here, family, right? Listen to this. The Egyptian paradise of Hetep is mapped out in 10 divisions, in 10 divine domains, which correspond to the heaven in 10 divisions. These 10 divisions were lost or superseded like the 10 islands of the lost Atlantis when the zodiac of 12 signs was finally established. And naturally, there would be 10 populations lost, as in the Assyrian deluge. It follows that the 10 tribes of Israel who preceded the 12 were lost at the same time and in the same way, the legend being one as astronomical, wheresoever met in the margin. Wheresoever met with in the margin. There is a tradition that they will be found again in the Aru Hatep, or Jerusalem above, the promised land, which they attained at last. In the Ethiopic conflict of Matthew, it is said that the 10 tribes feed on honey and drink of the dew. The water we drink is not from springs, but from the leaves of the trees growing in the garden. These were they who passed in death like all the rest across the waters into a farther country where mankind never dwelt, because it was in the spirit world. This is from 2 Ezra chapter 13 verse 40 to 42, right? So family, we have found the lost knowledge of heaven. This is why we don't have to die to go to heaven. We just have to live in Kadamari Haile Selassie's power, because we've found this. We've found the 10 tribes. We've found the 10 tribes of Israel, and it's in the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Ark of the Covenant we're dealing with. You know, see it. So we've found the promised land. So we just have to now just follow Kadamari Haile Selassie. You know, it's done, because we've got this. This knowledge is it. This is what Babylon is killing one another for. We have it. Rastafari, Kadamari Haile Selassie has given I this knowledge. You know, we've found the 10 tribes. We found it Jerusalem above. And when it says that they will feed on the tree and the honey and drink of the dew, what we're dealing with there is the tree of life. We're dealing with the pole of the earth. Them say Christ was hung on a tree. They put him on a cross, but if you read in the Acts of Apostles, he was hung on a tree. This is the tree they're talking about. This tree here, which gives us honey and drink of the dew. The water we drink is not from springs, but from the leaves of the trees growing in the garden. The garden of what? This is Zion, you know. This is it. So I have found it. And this idea of Adam and giving the rib and all of those things, it's the science of the wheel, these 2 tablets of Moses. You know, see it. So have I got a chance, Russ, just to go on and just show you how the 5,500 has been used by His Majesty? The 5,500 years? Do I have time?
Yes, King, yes. Go through.
Yeah, well, the 5,500 years, as I showed the item, from the beginning of the world, right, until the time of Christos, is a specific value. You know, it's called a metapheda, right? Well, as I showed the item, I used the Shabaka stone and I divided it by 11, and it gave us 2,363 years per 1 month. 11 months of 2,363 years. If we divide that 2,363 years by 5, it gives us 787.
You still have the same thing showing on the screen. I don't know if that's what you wanted to show.
Do you want me to show it?
Well,
am I
I'm just telling you, I'm not too sure.
sorry, what did you say, Russ?
No, you're showing the very same article that you had with the Egyptian paradise of Hetep.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I'm only talking there. I'm not really trying to
Okay,
show.
fair enough, fair
But
enough.
I can show. I can. 787. Okay. Let me show you. 787. I've got it written down. But anyway, those 787 years. Do you remember when I was showing you the steps going down into King from 1959 to King Lalibela, then 1959?
Yes.
From King Lalibela, it was another 787 years down to the 4th century when Christianity was allegedly given to Ethiopia. And then you spread another 787 years and you go back to when just before Alexander the Great came to Ethiopia, to Egypt. You remember that, Russ, when I was showing you? Yeah, well, that's 787 years, right? If we multiply 787 by 7, it gives us 5,509, right? 787 is 5,509, exactly the same value there, Russ. What is from the beginning of the creation of the world to the King Bazen, right? I'll show the eye again, right? 5,509 years. You know, see it? See him here? This is from him to his reign over Christ to when it ended, 5,509 years. That is 787 times 7. Them 7 steps, right? And they're the 7 mountains. They're the set, you know, oh man, there's just so much in it. You know, there's so many things that can be shown. But if we just go back to now, when His Majesty brought the church from under the Coptic church and brought it to be autocephalous, which it, with the item, if they don't know what I'm talking about, if you go to the program that I was with the Honourable Priest where we spoke about Johannes, is he a villain or is Johannes a villain?
Yeah, the previous one.
Yeah, and the previous one. And the last 20 minutes of it, roughly, I'm talking about when His Majesty made the church autocephalous and gave the church the victory cross, and the Abuna was talking to His Majesty like he was the Almighty himself. Well, that is 1959, you know, when His Majesty signed the final document. Now, if we measure 5,509 years from 1959, when His Majesty made the church fully autocephalous, when he'd given them the cross of victory, when they got temporal and spiritual well-being for the first time in the Ethiopian history, according to the Abuna, when His Majesty did that. If we measure back 5,509 years from then, right, 1959, it takes us back to, let me get this out of the way. It takes us back to, in the Ethiopian king list, oh, come on, get out of the way. Right. It takes us back in the Ethiopian king list to it takes us back to 3,500 BC. Right? And in the time of 3,000, look, we've gone back. See this here? This brother here, Hogeb, is the only king in the Ethiopian king list who's ruled for 100 years. Everybody's got shorter reigns, got 30 reigns, 40 reigns, 50, 60, 3 days, all that. The only one with 100 is this Hogeb, right? Now, this is where, if we measure back 5,509 years from when His Majesty made the church autocephalous, it comes back to this brother's reign here, King Hogeb, right?
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Well, look. And before he reigned was 72 years.
Oh, I see.
Let me just bring up the triangle. So you can see what I'm dealing with.
Some different vibes here.
Let me just bring up the triangle. Right. Before right, we've got 100 across here. The hypotenuse of the triangle is 100. Yes, the only 100 years in this Ethiopian king list is King Hogeb, right? 100 years.
Yes.
The one before him reigned for 72 years. Oh, look what we got here. 72 years.
72 years.
And one reigned after him reigned 70 years. Look what we got here. 70 years.
Yeah, man, you can lock down, you can just shut down the whole show right there, man. That's a knockout. Anybody that battling you, they can throw in the towel. The referee can stop the match, right?
Rastafari lives, my brethren. Rastafari lives. His Majesty has wielded 5,509 years. Now, who is Hogeb? Well, if we go now to the Egyptian Enid, right? Because Ho is like a Ho. In the Hebrew, and Ho is an actual. My brethren actually told me what it means, but I can't remember. Ho has got a special meaning, you know. Ho, and Geb is the earth god, right?
Yeah, of course.
Because here we have the earth god, and then after him, look, just a couple 100 years after him now, where we've got the golden triangle, we've got Solomon, right? Yeah, see him here? Solomon. You see, this is 3,000, when he came off of the throne, 3,244 BC, right? So here we have the knowledge of the power of, this is Solomon's temple, right? Here's the ark of power here, and here is Solomon, right? So how we work that out, family, I don't know. When I say I don't know how we work it out, I'm just showing the item of science. But how the story fits into this thing, I don't know, brethren. You know, because I've got an idea. I know how, you know, Solomon, how the Queen of Sheba in 1000 BC became linked to him is because it's 2000, you know, like 1000 BC, like we've got an age between them, you see. She was born 1013, and we've got 2000, just over 2000 years, 2100 and odd years between them. You see what I mean?
Of course.
And His Majesty built 2,100 churches during his reign, by the way. You know, we're dealing with science, brethren, you know. So well, I think I've done enough to show the idea. I mean, I've got so much more, you know, even like the bandlet of righteousness, you know, the Ethiopian book of, the book of life, the Ethiopian book of life, the bandlet of righteousness. I'll bust that up as well, brethren, may I tell you. You know, I brought all the age science out of it, you know.
So you're telling me somehow this Soliman mystically is linked to the Soliman that Makeda would have touched base with?
Well, because Russ, it's the spiritual marriage. It's not a physical something, you know, brethren. It's a spiritual marriage, brethren. You know, like how in Africa, where how the kings are married to the deity, it's the same thing. You know?
Yeah,
that's my take on it, Russ. You know, I mean, this is just, I mean, look at the triangle, and there we've got the golden triangle there with Ho-Geb, and Geb is the earth god. And if I show you the Enid, let me explain it to the eye then. Let me just explain to you about the earth god. Where's the Enid? See it there? See this here? Right. Let me make this bigger.
Sure.
How do I make it big? Oh, that's big anyway. Oh, what about that?
The wrong thing. It was there by the way.
Yeah, I've took it off.
You guys had it done at different company. But yeah, you're showing the Enid of
of Kemet. All right, so near, look, we've got Atum. Atum is at the top. Well, where is Ptah? We know Ptah is the creator, right?
Yeah.
But he's one with the creator, so they don't have to show him. Right? You see Shu and Tefnut?
Yeah.
This is the Menfes Kedush, you know. This is the Holy Spirit, male and female. This is the Holy Spirit. So because what we've got is the three men of the Trinity. We've got Ptah, the creator, Atum, the son, and then we've got the son of Atum, which is Geb. You see, you see him have the bird on his head? This is the Holy Spirit, you know, because he's received the Holy Spirit from these. Shu Tefnut is the Menfes Kedush. This is the Holy Spirit. This is the male and female spirit. These are not actually bodies. Like this is a body, this is a body. So these are the three men of the Trinity, right here. There's Ptah, Atum, and Geb, which is Hogeb in the Ethiopian king list. You see, and this is the Menfes Kedus, the Shu Tefnut. And if you know what Shu Tefnut means, Shu is the air, Tef is the seed, and Nut is the water. What if we get the air, the seed, and the water? What does it make from Tef? Injera, the bread of heaven. Injera is Ethiopian bread. This is it, man. You know, see it, the spiritual bread, the manna from heaven. This is it. Shu Tef Nut. Tef. Tef is a god. You go, if you look into ancient Kemet, Tef is the god. He's the god of grain. Tef is the most beautiful grain in the world. The most, full of iron and everything. The most powerful grain that you can use. That's what the Ethiopian people live. You think Ethiopian women have menstrual problems like people in the West here? They don't, you know, because of the Tef. I tell you. So here is Shu Tefnut, there is Injera. This is the bread of heaven, the spiritual loaf, you know, the manna. And here is there's Ptah, Atum, and Geb. So now we've got the three males of the Trinity, because this is the Aya Evan. And then through the woman now, this is Mariam, is passed down into the four corners of the earth. You see? And then there is again another younger Horus. This is the elder Horus. This is the elder Horus, you know. Geb is the elder Horus. This is the younger Horus. I tell you. This is Jesus Christus. This is the original God. You know, this is the original Christ. This one here, Geb. And you see him in the Ethiopian king list. So we're now ramp. So here he is. Ho Geb. That's him. See him there? The only one with 100 years. And if I show you back to the triangle, right, I'll just show you that it's proof. How that is proof of the Enid, what we just showed you there, is the Enid. What did I just say I'm going to prove to you? Oh, right, yes.
The triangle, the Enid.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah. So the 100, you know, is to do with the female, is split into four. So it's the 4 quarters. The 425s are in this 100. You see, this 100 is the 425s, which gives us the 4 beings under Geb. You see the 4, you know, that is Isis, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and the other one. I can't think of the other female name with Seth.
Nefti.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you know what I'm talking. But you know, like this is the origin of all religion, my family. You know, so whatever they're going to tell you is not that we're trying to make it that it's not true, but like this is the root of it, because we've found the Ark of the Covenant. You know, yes. This is the Ark of the Covenant, and I think if anybody wants to dispute that, make we draw our swords and make we fight.
Well, my Lord, give thanks. You know.
Yes, family.
It was a very serious, heavy one, without a doubt. Of course, just true, we have to prepare for another session there, but I'm telling you, I give thanks to this one for sure. And, you know, I think it was definitely clear. It's something you'd have to review, especially those who came in late. It's not something that you could say. You can make me the host again also, brother. You know, okay. Who would have come in late is not something that you could say, oh, well, I missed it. You don't miss it. It's right here. You could go and revisit it from the beginning, because, I mean, it's definitely a lot of mathematics and some geometry and again, the whole aspect of the Shabaka stone, and even how the good brother began with the fallen Abilik, the fallen phallic of Geb, fallen phallic of Osiris, the fallen phallic of Osar. So, yes, my Lord, I give thanks again for such a meditation. And you don't know, Sunday the 24th, we definitely will be doing this on a next level. And, you know, I would have to surely review what I have here. even before I make my presentation. Well, any sealing words you want to leave with the family?
Family, well, what I would just love to see with is that we're in the fast now of the Great Lent fast, which began on the 11th of March in the Ethiopian Tewahedo of Faith. The 11th of March was the 10th of March was which was one megabit. The first megabit, the month of 1 megabit was a new moon. So the fast began just after the new moon, like the day after the new moon it began. And the fast is going to finish on the 5th of May, which is going to be Fasika, when they're going to say, Jesus Christus has risen. You know, when they say in the church, they Christ has risen, you know, as the Christians say, Christ has risen. Well, on that day, on the 5th of May, is His Majesty's Victory Day. When His Majesty came back to Addis Ababa and gave the people them the maskal, you know, the victory maskal and the speech of victory of His return. So there we have a conjunction of Pasika and His Majesty's Victory Day and a lunar eclipse on the same day. So is a trinity of power on that day. And when the story of Jesus Christus, we can now put Him to bed, because now His Majesty is rising in the victory with the power of Jesus Christus. This is the rising, you know. So family, I spread the power and love of Kadamawi Haile Selassie and Empress Mene, perfect balance. And I pray the item can begin to grasp this higher knowledge, because it's time, and it's time for I and I to really get together, gather I and I together, turn our back on Babylon system, work together in agriculture, work together in all forms of progress as I and I, because it's just time. Time is the master, and time will be disaster if you don't care. Haile Selassie, Jah.
Yes,
Right. Yes.
Give thanks. Time is the master, and time will be disaster. Yeah, I like that one. Blessed love, eh? Yes, my Lord. Give thanks, Brother Cypher Selassie, and of course, family, just reminding you, I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about the 17th of March. Make sure that you register now. The link is in the description below the video. Registration is free. And of course, your young ones, it's going to be a beautiful session. We're going to have live activities. This is going to be a day that they will remember, and we will be encouraging you and hoping that you will enroll also into the International Homeschool Program when that time comes. But family, give thanks again for your presence. Give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life. Of course, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, it takes some realize the real lies that are amongst us. Rastafari lives forevermore. Give thanks. Jah Rastafari.
What is the story behind the Queen of Sheba? What is the truth behind her visit to the great King Solomon? The Ark of the Covenant and the Kebron of Gas. Prepare for an intriguing look at the true history of the Kingdom of Aksum, Lalibela, and the Ark of the Covenant. Join us on the afternoon of Sunday, the 24th day of March, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean Time, for the very timely lecture entitled Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Admission to this lecture only $20. $15 before the 13th of March. To register and get your online ticket, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Be there. Blessed love to all our international homeschool scholars and all who desire to be a part of this wonderful program.
We are having a massive international homeschool enrollment party on Sunday, the 17th of March from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time.
We will have special guests, live activities, free gifts for all who enroll, and a free education package for all who register.
To register for free, visit our website at priestisaacinstitute.com or send us an email at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The International Homeschool Enrollment Party. See you.
And as I said, it was Rasquamai who set out that subject area. It sounds to me like he might be coming in soon. So I'll be looking out for that. That's the impression I was getting there a moment ago in the background. But King Cyprus Selassie, I would like to hear. I know you'd have much to say, but even within that, something that was said a moment ago. So King Anko Madrid was highlighted, interestingly, even for everyone, that most of those top-notch councils were held in Turkey. He gave a list of them. And I think, you could argue that a lot of the known Christendom theology, and I would believe the Bible to some degree, was formed and shaped during that time. Now, if I'm wrong, one could correct me. So if that is so, because then we'd have to again look back at the Ethiopian stance. We understand that Ethiopia would have made its separation from a lot of these council fathers because of disagreement over theology as well. So I myself, as a scholar, I would like to even home in, if possible, on that period of time, all of these councils and conferences that are taking place in Turkey and other places. Where is Ethiopia's stance? And back to its manuscript, because I wouldn't even want to stray away from its personal manuscript to the Ethiopian manuscript. And when I made mention earlier, its origin, because it's unique. It doesn't look like anybody else's own. But its origin, it really almost remains a mystery to us as far as
what I want to say, what I feel I have to say too, is that from one understand and one studying and thing, it have a divergence from it have a divergence between the historical archaeological record of Ethiopia and the traditional legendary version of Ethiopia history. You understand? Because Izan and these.
Which one is the legendary?
All right. The semi-legendary one is the narration where it's saying where Queen of Sheba went to Solomon and certain vibes like that, right? And that within the same, that within like textual, scriptural kind of vibes. But if you're talking about Izana and these people, they used to have different deities pre-conversion. So in a way, this way I want to ask Ras Iadonis too, because I want to know when is the first origin of Judaism in Ethiopia because it seemed like if they get Christianity first and then have a Judaic element infused inside it, because they get Christianity, same thing from Frumentius. When Frumentius, he come up and thing, and then he went to Alexandria, where Alexandria was a main center of Coptic Christianity, right? And the monophysite version. because even from them time they in the 300s and whatnot, that's what them same councils was trying to straighten out. And it has some churches pull on one side and they have this certain doctrine and the other one have the other doctrine. So even as Rasta and even as Ethiopian Orthodox people and things, there's enough of them to really understand that the Orthodox and the Catholic Church back in the day was the same church. You understand? It's just they have certain schism. So the Ethiopian Pull Square at the council of Chalcedon in 451. That is when the Ethiopian and them, what I believe is, it must be the 451. You understand? So when they get the reports from the Ecumenical Council about what will take place and things, they Pull Square and they remain the Oriental. Today you call the Oriental Orthodox. Right? The Oriental Orthodox is the same the Coptic, the Ethiopian, I believe like the certain Syriac one and India and certain place, something like that. You know? So
But before you come in, Master Adonis, if you could, and you want King Cyber Selassie to throw up himself with a response and everything else. Everything that we said, I know you wanted to say a thing there. And then I come over to the end, a response to this audio. Yes. Yes, King.
Yes, Father. Give thanks. Wow. Yes.
Representing King Kwame coming in Rasaizen. I think so.
You have a really busy time. You're having a really busy time.
This is show you here today. When you from wrong, I like when man flip his stone and run.
Actually, it wasn't him on the phone as you were suggesting.
Oh, man,
really.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon me for that, though.
No, that's cool, man.
Yes, King Cypher.
Yes, well, there's two places where I want to go. I just want to go quickly to Rasanko Madrid, where he spoke about the different councils being in Turkey and what, and I just want to say why they were in Turkey, because what had come when the Council of Chalcedon was around, where the Ethiopian Church and the Catholics or the Pope became, like you said, they were one. That's where they split up after 120 years, 120 something years. They split up. It was supposed to be 130 years, but it's 120 something. Anyway, the reason they split up is because the Roman Empire, being run by the Roman emperors, it was becoming to an end. And the Pope then claimed his primacy. So the Ethiopians would not accept the Pope as the head, because he was not, he was a priest. He wasn't but this priest of Christ, they didn't have him as infallible. They wouldn't accept that. That was where the schism came in. And then it was over the nature of Christ, whether he had 2 births or 3 births. Ulikidet Soslidet in Ethiopia, Ulikidet Soslidet doctrine. I won't go into it at all, actually. But there are different doctrines in Ethiopia. I want the IDM to understand that. And this is from that period. But that was the period so that was where the Pope became, head. But it was in Constantinople and it was in the Byzantine Empire. That turned into the Byzantine Empire. So the Byzantine Empire is where Africa came around in the 2nd century. With the time of Saint Anthony in the church, his period, he's become a saint from Saint Anthony's time. So Africa, in North Africa, which was Tunisia and Algeria, I think it was Tunisia and Algeria, or Tunisia and Morocco. I'm not sure which, but that was that period, that place in that area was Africa. That's where the name Africa came in. That piece of land there, of the Byzantine Empire. Well, the Byzantine Empire was where the Pope sat. So then they came up in the Byzantine Empire in the 8th century. They had a thing called iconoclasm, where they took all of the images out of the church. They weren't allowed to have any images, no icons or anything like that. It just bare walls with the same idea what the Muslims have. So this is where you'll find that people claim there is a link between Christianity and Muslim. It's the same religion, you know, but just had him coming out of Constantinople. You know, this is, I'm not saying it, but there is certain people who would say that the Muslim religion and the Christian religion was one. And even then, going into Ethiopian history, it's even believed that some of the people who were supposed to be the Abuna in the church in Alexandria were actually undercover Muslims. You know, there's a book called the Ethiopians and the Jewish people in Israel. Can't remember, something like that. Anyway, in that book there, this brother is talking about ancient Ethiopia. He's quite a historian, and that's what he was saying. He put that information forward that some Muslim Abunas were undercover Muslims who were not promoting the Orthodox faith or the Orthodox churches, you know, not really expanding it. So it says in there. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just some reported history about it. So yes, that's the situation in that side when they received Christianity and all of those things. I don't really want. It's too deep to go into really about when Ethiopia accepted Christianity. But I want to jump to Mesopotamia, the northern region, what we call Northeast Africa, because that up until 21 BC, 2100 BC. So we have to jump into the timelines. When we're talking about now, are we talking about Africa? We know that the name Africa, let's get this straight. We know the name Africa came around in that 2nd century there, in that period from the Byzantine Empire, right? We know that. So let's not worry about the word Africa. That's only the word. But let's talk about the continent and how the continent was an empire, a Kushite empire that extended over the earth. You know, this is where we have to come from, not looking, because the European interpretation of history is their giving of everything. Is their giving of everything. Is their interpretation of everything. So that means even when we're opposing what they're saying, we're still opposing what they're saying, agreeing with their timelines, etc. It happened, like they're saying. We're going to say, oh, yeah, it happened, but this is our version of it. But I want to look at where this thing come in, how it got into the Bible. And so let's go back into the 2nd century BC at the end of it, and the end of the 3rd dynasty of Ur in Mesopotamia. Them people there were called the Blackheads. They were African people. If you read their names, Lugul Banda, Ezana. You know, these are names of different kings in different dynasties in that empire. They're African names. Lugul Banda. Where's the Banda Empire? Uganda. Okay, all right. Who says it's that? You know, linguistically, who says it's that? Well, that's what their names sound like to me, as a person who understands a little bit of African linguistics. African sounds then, even sounds. Let me just say African sounds, not linguistics. I don't know African linguistics, but I know African sounds. And them names sound African to me. And then the name of the goddess, Ainana, the Queen of Heaven in Mesopotamia. That's how it's spelled I-N-A-N-N-A, Ainana. And the Enki and the different names of the different deities that they have there. But Ainana is the Queen of Heaven. Like in the Igbo people, her name is Essi. Like in Ethiopia, her name is now Mariam. Then Sheba, the Queen of Heaven. And before that in Kemet, her name was Seshat. different names for this same entity, the Queen of Heaven, Mother Earth, who gives birth to creation, you know. So all of these things are in Mesopotamia. They're African. So, but where can we find the name Inanna? Well, the I, even though they say Inanna, Inanna is not really Inanna, you know, we're talking English, but if we were thinking in African phonetics, Inanna, well then if we go now to Nigeria, the name of the king of the rivers of Nigeria was called Nana, N-A-N-N-A, because they're married to the Queen of Heaven, as in the kingship system where you can read about in Mesopotamia. The king was married to the Queen of Heaven. He's married to Mother Earth. He's married to and she's got three aspects. She's a mother, she's a daughter, and she's a wife. Because we're dealing with a trinity in different aspects. So all of these things that we find in religion, the Christianity story, we can find a basis for it. You know, like the three women, when you see three women at the cross of Christ, Mary, the mother of Christ, Mary Magdalene, and Mary, the sister of Martha. Three of them. Why three? Because we're dealing with the same thing, you know, it's the same concept, it's with a different cultural expression. So it's in all of these ancient things. So from 2100 BC, which is the end of the third dynasty of Ur, who were the Blackheads, who used to go to Melhala, which is Egypt. And these places, they've got names in there which are translated as, oh, it's probably Egypt and Ethiopia. That's where they're going, because that's where they come from. Even their names are in there. Ezana, the same Ezana. You'll see Ezana in Ethiopia in the 3rd and 4th century. End of the 3rd and 4th century. You will see Etana in the Ethiopian king list in the BC. Etana. It doesn't have the S in it. But we're seeing the same, the founding of a dynasty. We're seeing the same Etana. I know there's an S in it from the Ethiopian one. It's not, it's TS, Etana, ETS, or EZ, but it can be TS, Etana. So, and you've got Etana in Mesopotamia. So we're at the beginning of a change of a dynasty. So we're seeing the same correlation there with my man Esana in Ethiopia in the 4th century and Etana in the BC. I say the correlation is that they are the founders of something new. You know, and so he allegedly is the founder of something new, Etana. But one thing I do say, I'll leave it there, but one thing I just want to say about Esana, when I've done a little bit of research on his son, if he was the one who accepted Roman Christianity as an underling, as if to say, now, you're above us, you know, we're taking it from you, you're giving it to us. When you read the history of Esana, he expanded the Ethiopian Empire. He went down into Meroe. I think that's when they got the they got the Epidemic crown from him. I think he went down there and conquered down there in the south. He went over into Arabia, you know, the Arabian Peninsula. Right? Then there's a controversy whether it happened in the 3rd century or did it happen in the 5th century. There's a 200-year, but they've taken it was in their Catholic encyclopedia. They've taken it out of it now. You can't find it if you look for it. But I've read it in the encyclopedia of this Catholic thing, and they said that there was a 200-year discrepancy whether Ezana and Caleb was the same person, because Caleb went and invaded it supposedly in the 5th, 6th century. He went and invaded Arabian Peninsula, what's it called? Across the Red Sea. Saba, you know, what?
Is Yemen you want to say?
Yemen, sorry, Yemen. Yemen. So these things, there's a controversy in the chronology. I can tell you, my brethren, it's something that I've actually, it's too much deep to talk about it here, but there's something going on there, man, because we're all taking we're taking European interpretation of history, lock, stock and barrel. History and theology, we're taking it lock, stock and barrel. This is how it goes. And anything that doesn't fit into their pattern, they're saying, oh, that's myth. That's myth. You know, like Manetho. They say Manetho's talking 17,000 years prior to his time, 17,300 BC. They said, oh, Manetho, no, he's talking right up to around about 2,000 or 3,000, on and all the rest of it is mythological. As in, it's not, you know, it's not in the region of life. It's in the region of the gods. What? It's mythology. Nah, man, it's real. That's their interpretation of it. And they're giving us their interpretation of everything. So we're taking it as given and then arguing over their givens when we can challenge their givens because it don't add up. I'll leave it there, brethren and sister, and give thanks.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks. I know I see things when you want to ask a question there, but let me give Rasai Donis the floor to answer the question that was put to him. And
give thanks.
We give thanks.
Hearing many things, one thing I just want to point out to Ras Sefer Selassie is that when you say Azana and we say Yazania, etymologically there's a kind of an interesting, as I was listening and looking at the linguistics, Azan, Izin, Ozen in like the Hebrew and the Ge'ez, it refers to the ear in the sense of hearing, in the sense of weighing and testing. Like people have 2 ears, so therefore with the 2 ears you hear, but you can also weigh and test. So I just noticed that right there, that there's a connection linguistically with, Azana and Ras Sefer Selassie's the connection that he pointed to in the name Yazania, Yazania, that the root in there is Azan. Azan, Ozen is ear, and also refers to hearing, but also the sense of weighing. As we weigh things with our ears, we hear so we can weigh with the 2 ears, Just so that was an interesting connection as I was listening to his point. To Ankoma Jed's point concerning when Ethiopian or the connection of Judaism or the Yehudi and Hebrew or Judaic cultures in Ethiopia, as I was beginning to respond to that, in my thought and listening to what our brother Ras Sefer Selassie presented, I thought of the connection of the region. We talk about out of Africa. The first thing I was thinking is that it's like hip-hop, in a sense. You say hip-hop, for example, comes from black people, but we see it in all different forms. We see Chinese people breaking and locking and popping and all these different cultures kind of picking up on this, but not really doing it the way we indigenously do it, but getting an inspiration and the effect of out of Africa, this biblical kind of culture, so to speak, coming out of Africa, but because of where Ethiopia and East Africa and Arabia sits and their own ancient history, reminded me of like the Caribbean and the East Coast. In the East Coast of America, there's a lot of, there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of, because it's right there on the coast and people travel. Like even the Caribbean, there's a lot of influx of different kind of peoples kind of coming, enjoying this culture and taking pieces of this and going forward. But then we have the heartland of America. In the heartland, they're not as affected by interaction of trade or tourism, because like when we look in the heartland of what we call Africa today, some cultures, as Brother Ross Isern said, we can get that really African, undiluted, mixed with, because they're not on the coast. They're not in a region of the world where there's a lot of trade and communication and, for example, there's the Red Sea, there's the Gulf of Aden. In the Bible, we talk about Eden. Etymologically, the Gulf of Aden or Aden is the same as Eden. So this kind of points to that if we take the Bible in its presentation, there was always this connection between those who were on the coast, to say like East Africa, east of the River Nile, and Arabia. The movement, it was like almost like just jumping in a boat and going from this side of the land to that side of the land. So there's always this interaction that was moving about. Next thing I thought about was in not doctor, he doesn't use the term doctor, Archbishop Yitzhak's book, Ethiopian Tewahedo Church and Integrally African Church. It's a hard book to get, but I would basically highly recommend we need to get that book in circulation. The one who His Majesty sent to the West to introduce the authentic African church, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, he wrote a book. And in that book, he goes through history, traditional and otherwise history of Ethiopia, going pretty far back to the Queen of Sheba and to the time of the Israelites, or at least according to legendary history of the Israelites and the Hebrews. And the thing that caught my attention was that just as when Islam rose up around 600 AD and began to make incursions into like East Africa and other areas of the continent, was the same way, no doubt, that this Jewish or Hebrew or Israelite thing also started to make incursions. In other words, the Islamic, I would say invasion at first, it was more cultural. It became more political later on. But Islam coming from Arabia into Africa, or back and forth, the inspiration. Bilal was said to be one who called the gathering of the Muslims to worship. And he was said to come from Ethiopia, and there was this whole Ethiopian connection of Islam, because the regions are close. And maybe what we don't recognize in other parts of Africa, they don't have that interaction with this whole other culture. So when do we get Judaism or the Judaic influence in Ethiopia? What's the earliest times that we can say recordedly? Well, based on the Ethiopians' testimony themselves, this would have probably been very early on, roughly 1,000 years BC, 1,000 BC. But it wasn't like people imagine it. It was small. It was cultural. You know what I mean? Okay, look at the Ethiopian eunuch, the official. He is said to be a treasurer of Queen Kentike or Candace of Meroe or Meroe. He is traveling. He goes to travel to Jerusalem to worship. Pause. So this means that this particular Ethiopian, according to the Bible, he lived in the region of Meroe, which is like somewhat of a distance from Aksum. It's in Sudan. Today they'll say Sudan, and Ethiopia is the next border country. But, it's a very small travel. People can travel back and forth. You know what I mean? We get this idea that people just sat down and then move around. There's water, there's a Red Sea there, there's Arabia there, there's oil, there's incense, there's all these products, there's gold on this side, there's incense on that side. So people did travel. So the earliest recordings that we kind of get that we can rely on kind of do go back to the times that the Ethiopians testify. I'm talking about from their written literature and other cultural, we have peoples that were identifiable to believe these things. That means if people were there, then this influence was there, but it was not like an influence like they came into Africa to say, we are going to run things. No, you get people living and meeting people, and like the Ethiopian eunuch. The Ethiopian eunuch, he went to Jerusalem to worship, and then he came back, and he must have bought a book. He bought a scroll. He bought the scroll or got the scroll of Isaiah. So he's coming back. He went to worship. He didn't go to do business, in a sense. He didn't go to do trade and commerce, to go to the Trade and Commerce Conference. He went there to worship. So this means that among Queen Kendeke in Sudan, if this story is to believe that's true, that means that there was religious freedom. That Queen Kendeke or Candace, she had a treasurer who was a Jew or believed in the Hebrew, belief. He went to worship. When he went to worship, he returned and he's reading a book of Isaiah, the prophet. Now this makes perfect sense with another document. I want to bring the document forward. It was written by Haile Haptu. It's a college professor or a student professor who wrote a thing about Ethiopian history. I have a PDF of it. I scanned the book, and we have the book out there. In this document, he is seeking to make the connections possible between Ethiopia's Judaic Hebraic tradition and Guttas and Ethiopic. And he presents a document that after the Babylonian captivity of Judahites, right, when they returned after 70 years, that Ezra and Nehemiah, they had the books of the prophets. The books of the prophets are the later books of the Bible that actually were spoken out in like Babylon and, where the Israelites and Jews were captive. But after they returned, they didn't have all the books of the Old Testament from the time of Solomon and before. They didn't have these scripts. And so they knew that there was Ethiopians or people in the region of East Africa who were either Ethiopians and were Jews, and they wrote to this king. I think his name was, I'll get his name, Arma, something to that effect, but it's all written down in Ethiopian kind of writing. And basically what happened was that the Ethiopians who had the Old Testament up to the time of Solomon, they had heard of the prophets like Isaiah and Ezekiel and the rest of them, because these prophets spoke out in Babylon. Many of them did speak, some spoke in the captivity, away from Jerusalem, away from the Levant, but they spoke out in Babylon. And so there was an exchange of books. Basically, the Ethiopians said that we can give you the books up to the time of Solomon, because of the Queen of Sheba and the son and all of that. But we don't have the books of Isaiah. We don't have the books of Ezekiel. We don't have the 12 minor prophets. We heard all about this, but we don't have anything. So what happened was that there was an exchange of books. The Ethiopians testified to this in one of their manuscripts, where the Ethiopians sent the scrolls they had up to Solomon's time. Basically, maybe the books of like Song of Songs, maybe up to like Proverbs, or up to the time of what they call it, what's the other book, Ecclesiastes. And the Israelites or the Jews, like Ezra and Nehemiah, it names Ezra and Nehemiah as the point people. They sent scrolls of the Old Testament, such as the prophets. But then they said this writer said this Ethiopian writer, Haile Haptu, he said that the proof of this is that when you go to the Judaic history, they say that it was during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah where they started to doubt certain pointing of the Hebrew. And if you look in some Hebrew manuscripts, there are kind of like, I don't say double vowels, but there are kind of points, if you could interpret it, there are points where alternative pointing of a word, like Ya Azania or Ye Azania. Ya, is it Ya Azania or Ye Azania? Little pointings like that. And the Ethiopian writer, scholar in this document says that this was only be true if the Ethiopian story was true. That obviously what he received was written in like Ethiopian script, and therefore there was some doubt as they were now rewriting certain Hebrew scrolls based on scrolls they had got from Ethiopians. I'll point that out right there because that document there points to some linguistic or literary tradition. The Ethiopians say that they communicated with Ezra and Nehemiah. And Ezra and Nehemiah wanted the books of Torah and the books of the Old Testament that they didn't have reliable copies of coming out of Babylon. And the Ethiopians said, we'll send you what we got, but we want to get the books of the prophets. So these are older traditional Ethiopian manuscripts that are outside of what Azana and what what they call it, the Nine Saints translated. These are older scripts. I've actually seen these scripts, and they are different than the traditional, what they call Septuagint into scripts of the 4th century. So there is a, you know, we often think, for example, I heard the mention of the Septuagint. The interesting thing about the Septuagint, if you actually read the Septuagint, you'll find out that the strangest thing, the Septuagint is Greek, right? But if you read it written like somebody was translating from Hebrew into Greek, the word order of the Septuagint is Hebrew. So yes, it is an old Greek document, but strange thing, it's not written in the Greek sense as far as the structure, the syntax. It's actually written.
I see all kind of things that I see on the internet, right? So it have a man, I see an interaction, a debate between a man who is an atheist and a man who is a Satanist. You understand? But here we know. The both of them are PhD, and one is a PhD in Greek and one is a PhD in Hebrew, right? And the man them, the one who is the Satanist is the Greek one, right? He come and say now how the original, due to his expertise in Greek and his linguistic analysis and whatnot, that he could say that how the Septuagint is a Greek document by this and that true linguistic whatnot. And the next one now, who's the atheist, who's the Hebrew specialist, he disagreed vehemently and said no, it had certain thing and thing, Semitisms and thing what could only explain that is a Hebrew text. So was saying it a debate about them thing going on in the world of the academia and whatnot.
I never checked that. I'd like to please send a link to that. I'd love to check that out. But I actually have some documents. Actually, even a document that goes into the same thing with certain Ethiopian documents. It's a research paper where they look at the some older Ethiopian manuscripts and notice the same thing, that this manuscript could not have been translated directly from a Greek, because certain word orders and word usage, it doesn't appear in the Greek. You know what I mean? So one thing this all kind of shows is that the linguistic tapestry wasn't as simple as, you know, like we're led to believe it today. That the linguistic, that Ethiopian obviously spoke Greek, like we speak English. I think we need to get this in our mind. We may say, oh, look, the Ethiopian translated from Greek. Well, what we're doing is speaking English, right? We understand the importance of English as a world kind of a language today. And it shows that those people in that region were highly cultured and were linked to regions beyond Africa. You know what I'm saying? In other words, some of our people were in Africa, like when we go west, you know what I mean? And they didn't have much access, you know, like in Central and other parts of Africa to the east. Well, we had those who were, oh yes, in the east. So I just want to make the point that we had those who were in the east, like in East Africa, Ethiopia, Sudan, even ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was on the continent of Africa, but because of where they were situated, they were in communication with the Mediterranean. They were in communication with Asia Minor or Turkey, which was the land of the Hittites. And the Hittites biblically came from the Canaanites. And according to the Bible, those people, all that would have been African territory, according to the Bible. Because if home of the black man, and Canaan is related to him. The Hittites were later on became those in Turkey. So all these regions were like more in contact with certain parts of Africa. So in our African tradition is very rich. We have parts of Africa that almost have very little communication with the outside world. So traditions many times can be, quote, purer, so to speak. But then we have other areas of the continent where the people were highly kind of like, in communication with the outside world. India, Ethiopia and China, or Egypt and Sudan and other places. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we have to look at the geography a little bit differently and notice that in Africa we have we're blessed. We have parts of Africa where our cultures stay the same because there's little communication, like the heartland. Like we say in America, the heartland. The heartland's like Texas and the Midland states. Which one communicates more with the outside world? California? You know what I mean? California or Texas or New York or Texas. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we have to look at geography, how geography plays a role in parts of Africa having other flavors. You know what I mean? Because it's close to other things going on. You know what I mean? So it shouldn't surprise us that Zana and others spoke Greek or controlled the sea lanes. Because they were trading with India. This is their part of the world. This is their lane. So yes, I yield right there. But
Justified. Good times. But Ross, I sir, and they wanted to give a word there. I have a few things I wanted to ask now, but let me just make it as good. Don't worry. You speak. You speak.
You're muted, I son. You're muted, I.
I son.
That's the power I give thanks. Yeah, it was from a while back, since
yeah, what's good,
Ras Cypher. Then imagine, the man can imagine I in a Rastafari at some future time having ecumenical council meeting and disputing whether His Majesty have a human nature or not.
Nah, not I. It's redundant.
Yeah, could we imagine? Well, I don't think so, because we all know that His Majesty the Almighty. I don't think that is disputable amongst I and I, because where the Christian religion came in with this different thing, it was because they wanted to take away the African root out of it. That's personally what I believe. They wanted to take the African root and wanted to make this separated God, because in the African tradition, they see the divinity in the king is a fact. The king is divine. So
you see, I was pointing to something.
Sorry, go on.
I was pointing to something here. It's a kind of irony, right? Because okay, let's go with what's acceptable, traditionally acceptable. That there was a historical Jesus, right? Isn't it ironic that they will be having ecumenical council meeting to decide whether you have a human nature or not? If there was one.
Well, not if there was one, because it's just, I think that's the theft of the African tradition, and the suppression of the African tradition, that what I was saying about the kings then, So I think that where they're separated is Christ in heaven, and there ain't no link between man, because in the Ethiopian thing, in the Ethiopian, not only in the north of Ethiopia, or what is Ethiopia now, but down into the southern regions, especially, the divinity of the kings was was and is a tradition coming out of those lands.
The
And
reason,
is,
sorry,
am I losing it?
you want to continue?
No. Go on.
I want to interject there, Ross Ison, because I don't think the human nature of Christ was what was under debate. You know, it was whether like it have two persons in one, or whether it's one person in a hypostatic union and different. You know what I mean? It's not the human part that what was under debate as far as.
Can I just say this? But the part that actually,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I'll just say quick, just to clarify in the Tewahedo, the part where the human becomes divine is in the baptism. You know, so they have the three natures: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. In the baptism, the manifest Kiddush is the divinity given to man, which is in the king. You know, so we can see the king as divine. Yes, Bridget.
No. Just to say this is a very good question, because of those councils and ecumenical questions and debates, they come in about 200, maybe 300 years after the so-called historical testimony. It reminds me of like the academics. It's almost like the people accepted whatever they accepted of the historical Jesus. You know what I mean? But coming to like 200, 300 years, there was all these councils where they wanted to debate and set. It's like another people coming in and questioning what they received, and or wanting to remake even that, what we're talking about, the African, the original thing. That amongst us is not that reason to the human nature, whether Haile Selassie had a human nature, we had divine nature. That's not a question amongst us, as it wasn't a question in the so-called biblical, so-called narrative of the early Christianity. But this question speaks to another group of people kind of debating this idea. It reminds me of the academics in a sense. It's almost like the academics now questioning what maybe people believe for thousands of years. You know, and questioning whether, you know, the people who wrote those things thousands of years ago, whether they really witnessed what they wrote. You know what I mean? It became the same. In other words, I'm comparing the academic discussion about some things to be similar to the ecumenical discussion. But prior to...
I see your point.
You know, there wasn't... People understood. Sorry.
I'll give you my take, though. Let's go on the basis that there were no historical Jesus. Right? That we were theologically creating him. So we had we had query even down to even creating an image of this entity in iconoclasm. You see, they were creating him because the process started from Serapis, from Ptolemy I, the one Sota, which means savior. You see, they start theologically creating it. The first to speak to your comment, Ankomo, the first opposition against the Serapis, right, icon, came from the same Arius, right? And Arius is the one that say from the onset that he do not accept no human nature for the icon.
Yes, that's right, Richard. Yeah, man.
The human nature was something that they were theologically implementing.
May I say this? Arius, from the Ethiopian perspective, Arius is not looked at highly. He's not looked at very highly. Neither is Nestorius. And it's interesting because the Ethiopians would withdraw from all that foolishness at a certain point in time. I'm just pointing out that the Bay, I see the Bay as being others seeking to reinvent, like you're saying, invent a Jesus or another Jesus idea that it seems others understood what they were believing. And the Ethiopians backing away from that, I believe, is demonstration. And Arius, when you mentioned Arius, I remember said, wait, man, the Ethiopians, you know, they basically dissed the shit out of Arius from their view. Their view is that Arius is like
the heretic.
Yeah, Arius is a dog. This clown. You know what I mean? I'm saying that this is the Ethiopian view, and then the Ethiopians would refrain from it. Because I think that what Ethiopians understood is that the ideas, the true ideas are African. But other people now want to debate and want to kind of bring in something more comfortable to their particular points of view. For example, like Arius. You know what I mean? So that means that either they created them all of a sudden, but the Ethiopian testimony testifies in others that this was already going on. In other words, people were already believing what they were believing. Now we're all called, imagine we all as Rastafari are called to a conference to decide the divinity of His Majesty.
So King, I said, you get your point out, and I think you get, I want to make sure you...
Yeah. You see?
Well, yeah, we're going to get it. So I'm going to get it here. We'll get it, but I'm going to get it. So I'm going to feel and get it out here.
They were theologically creating the icon. The process started with Serapis.
Yes, we'll get it.
The arguments and dispute actually started. The first person that put up an opposition was actually Arius. Now, I don't know how late down the line that Ethiopian position that was put forth there by Juras Iodanis came, right? But part of the opposition and resistance from Arius had to do with the fact that the invaders, who were the Greeks, actually got a small subset of the ecclesiastic community to go along with them in creating the icon Serapis. So their theological opposition and resistance to that, it wasn't just purely theology. You see, the Ethiopian position, it would seem like it's purely theological. But Arius was actually resisting the Greeks who came and conquered Egypt now, and now they find out that it is in the ecclesiastical society that hold all the knowledge about building pyramids and setting up the civilization. They wanted to get into that society. You see? And they threatened the priests and them to create an icon, a religious icon in Serapis. That they could use that icon to govern what now became the Greek Empire, which included in Egypt at that point.
Hold on, Bridgman. Excuse me, Bridgman, Rasai, sir, because I'm getting very confused here, because you're talking about the Ptolemy the First, right? So you're talking about the 3rd century BC. Yeah, he's in the 3rd century. So we've got 0 to 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 300, right? So with 3rd century BC, we've got 200 and I think he's about 290 something. The first Ptolemy, right? BC. You're talking about BC, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we get to Arius? Because Arius is in the 4th century AD. 5th century AD. Arius. 451. You know, them time they're up in the Council of Chalcedon, which is 451 AD. So we're talking about 800 years difference in the period from Ptolemy to him.
Yeah, but that's when they start having the discussions. Prior to that, there were no discussions. There were persecution going on.
Oh, what?
Again, you see, the ecclesiastical society in Egypt was a big group. They were going around and trying to get themselves inducted from Alexander into that society that they can get close to the knowledge that these guys had, because it was these spiritual guys who intuit the knowledge of mathematics and all these things, why
Right.
they could make pyramids and so forth.
Okay, Bridget, can I come in? Sorry. Can I just, well, sorry, do you need to continue or can I come in?
Okay, go. You're asking.
What I wanted to say, because I've got, you know, how I say the item of me say, listen, this thing is coming out of Africa. It's no way coming into Africa from the north. It's coming out of Africa to the north, right? Well, I want to give you a scenario based on Ethiopian history and the Ethiopian king list. And the one called Shabaka. Is Shabaka in the Bible? I can't remember. Is the king Shabaka in the Bible, or is it Tahak?
Shishak.
Right.
Shishak, right? So Shabaka ain't in there, right?
No,
but in the Ethiopian king list, if we're looking about now, because we're talking about the book of Isaiah, right? The book of Isaiah is supposed to be 8th century BC. Is it? Can you correct me with Matt? Is that right, Ras Adonis or or Priest Isaac?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the connection. I'm just trying to get the connection with the discussion. Like
oh yeah, no, but I was just trying to get the dates, you know, of the dating of Isaiah. Right. I think is about 8th century BC.
Yeah, I think so, roughly.
I think, you know, generally. Why I want to bring that in is because the Ethiopian eunuch was reading the book of Isaiah. And because I want to bring it out, I want to bring an Ethiopian root down into Christianity from the 8th century, the time of the book of Isaiah. And when we go into the Ethiopian king list, we go to King Shabaka II, Niga Shabaka II. He ruled from 750 to 740 BC. The Western people say they found his Shabaka stone. They have found the Shabaka stone. They date it to 715 BC. But the Ethiopian king list says it's 752 to 742 to 730. That's the reign of King Shabaka, so the second. Why I mention him? One of is the man who commissioned the Shabaka stone, which is in the British Museum. But taking that away, he's now the father of the Kandake queens. After his reign, 730, when he finished Kandake's reign, when Shabaka finished his reign, his daughter now came on the throne. The first Kandake queen, Kandake the First, 730 BC. And then the Kandake queens was ruling right the way through up until the fifth, Kandake the Fifth came to was 50 BC. I think she was from 50 to 32 BC, Kandake the Fifth. Well, 725. She was from 750 to 725, from 50 to 25 BC. She was there on the throne, the fifth. Don't forget the Ethiopian eunuch was with Kandake Queen. He was the minister. So what I'm bringing you now is from 750 BC, which is the time of Isaiah, a people who the Ethiopian eunuch, who was practicing Hebrew, he was a practicing Hebrew because he'd gone to Jerusalem to give praises at Jerusalem because he was a practicing Hebrew, was the minister for the Kandake people. So if he was a minister for the Kandake people, the Kandake line, which comes from Shabaka, Isn't that telling us that Hebrew, these people are already Hebrew? Because why is that? Why is our man reading the book of Isaiah and he ain't a Hebrew? If that's written in Hebrew. Do you get my logic? The line has come through from 750 or 742 BC with Shabaka. His descendants, his prosperity ends up with the Kandake queens down into the time of Christ, where they speak, where he's the minister for the Kandake queen, and he's reading the book of Isaiah. Are they saying then do we have to presume now that the person who they've hired to be their minister is now a clever Jew instead of a black African? You know, are we making a distinction, or do you think he was one of a minister out of their land and out of their people? Because that's what I know. That's what it is. I can see the African root coming through there. I don't care what the Bible says. This is the Ethiopian king list, and this is the timing where it says in the Acts of the Apostles, without giving any date timelines. You know, because the Kandake queen, who they say now is Kandake the Sixth, who is supposed to be the one who, Kandake the Sixth is who the eunuch is supposed to have been working for. But I'm saying, what if it was Kandake the Fifth and she was there before Christ, BC, just before BC? Because there's a book called Did Jesus Live 100 Years BC, written by Mead, G.R.S. Mead. Did Christ live Did he live 100 BC? That's 100 years before he could have been born. And they're saying he was born. This comes into Ras Isa and saying this mythological figure at around 0. But is he a real figure? Is he a living personality of an African? Because he was a priest also, because he would have been a priest of the Kandakes. The Kandake queens who were ruling the African throne had a priesthood, the Melchizedek priesthood. And Jesus Christus, who they call Jesus Christus, Yeshua, is a living being who was crucified according to the books of G.R.S. Mead, but the timelines don't add up. So we have to try and make the timelines add up, right? So my man now, who came through into the Kandake time, Kandake the Fifth. Now this Jesus Christus, or Yeshua, could have been a priest.
It's the Summer Solstice Extravaganza, a festival unlike any other in the world. Join us for 5 days and 5 nights in the beautiful Caribbean island of Antigua. Come and full enjoy the pristine, beautiful beaches, the historical sites on the island tour. Indulge in the experience of the cannabis tour. And of course, the sunrise and the sunset hike to Green Castle Hill, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean, amongst the megaliths that align with the stars. Remember that this is an all-inclusive wellness event. To include your plant-based, fully vegan meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Transportation and accommodation will be provided for, plus yoga, meditation, and chalice talk with the Honorable Priest Isaac. Plus meet and greet with family and friends and the whole Rastafari experience Antigua Tea. Join us again from the 19th to the 23rd of June for the Summer Solstice Extravaganza. To reserve your space today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The 19th Psalm of the Bible says that the heavens declare the glory of God. But before the Psalms were written, mankind has been observing the movements of the astronomical clock. From the Adam's calendar to Noctiplier, the Great Pyramid, Giza, Angkor Thom and Angkor Wat, and the Great Green Castle Hill. What is ancient astronomy? Where the stars meet the stones. What is ancient astronomy? The mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Before the Holy Bible, Rig Veda, the Popol Vuh, and even the Medu Neter, the original scroll, the heaven has been declaring the glory of the universe. What is ancient astronomy? Order your copy today.
Oh yes, blessed love, each and everyone give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I, of course, in all good doings and sayings. Welcome you to another edition of the Tiger's Nest right here on Radio Anu, a beautiful evening, talking about the international flavor, the universal spice, Priest Isaac Institute.com. That's priestisaacinstitute.com. And of course, I'm your humble servant for the moment. I'm your humble host, the Honorable Priest Isaac. Yes, it's now is the time. Yes, we are getting close to the spring equinox, but we're highlighting the summer solstice from the 19th to the 23rd of June. You just saw it there a moment ago. I would encourage all of those who have it in their mind, for in fact, you would have had it in your mind for a long time, to come and visit us here in Wadadli in Antigua, to spend a moment with us, 5 days and 5 nights with the Honorable Priest Isaac. We're talking about the full family Rastafari experience, Antigua. Give thanks to the Honorable Prophet Andre Rasdre and of course the full team. And you don't know, double hike the Green Castle Hill, the summer solstice. So family, you know how it is. Every time we do this, you say, man, one of these days I'm going to be there. This is the day for you to be there. So get yourself in order. You still have time. You have at least three more months, ahead of you, where you can prepare yourself, prep yourself, get your time off, and put everything in order for the summer solstice extravaganza. Get a friend to come with you. As you can clearly see, everything is fully legitimate right here with us, Rastafari Experience Antigua. So just contact us, you know what to do. And of course, this is being premiered. At least some part of this program will be premiered on the YouTube. So specifically, the link is in the description below for those who do not know, and those who are on the radio and you are already on the website already. Yeah, so you can definitely make your reservation to join us. I'm talking about for the summer solstice in June, definitely from the 19th to the 23rd. Beautiful. What we're going to do this evening, and I'm going to go straight into it, we're going to be, prepping you for Sunday. And for those who do not know, Sunday is Sheba, Aksu, and the Ark. So we've been doing a series of programs right here on the Tiger's Nest. And those who are not always in tune with the Tiger's Nest, you would have been missing a lot of good information, I must tell you. So this is why I myself, usually it's the engineer's decision, but this evening I decided to premiere at least some part of the program specifically on the YouTube. But as I said, family, you would have to join us on Radio Anu to get the rest of the program this evening. And the link is in the description below, those of you who are watching on the international television. I'm talking about Radio Anu TV. Now, what I want to do this evening is to somewhat concentrate on the Sheba aspect of Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. A touch of the Aksum, but it's more the Sheba aspect of the Ark. And the lecture I want to highlight. And one of the reasons for this lecture, and again, just touching my brethren, Cypher Selassie, as he highlighted the spirit of the Ark the other evening, you know, one of the reasons for this presentation on Sunday, remember it's this Sunday, the 24th. One of the reasons is to really bridge, I want you to hear me good, bridge the legend of the Queen of Sheba and the legend of the Ark with the historical reality. Now, we're not going to be guessing and we're not going to be fantasizing, and you know your brother is not going to get romantic about it. This is why, again, we are thankful for this scholarly presentation, very mystic presentation the other evening from the good brother Cypher Selassie, which honestly, that would have assisted us going into that lecture on Sunday, even highlighting the spirit of the Ark and how it connects to the King's List, etc., etc. It just validates the reality of what is before us. Those who are denying the Ethiopian King's List, wake up. Wake up. I mean, the science has been proven. I'm telling you for sure. I'm on board with that one there. So what we want to do this evening again, we want to just take a look at the Queen of Sheba. Before Sunday, make sure you get your e-ticket for Sunday. And remember, it's only $20. If you are a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest Radio program, you know you do not have to pay to enter. Now, as I said, this evening we want to highlight the Queen of Sheba aspect of it. And sometime in this strong, I am going to also look at the Queen of Sheba in Nigeria. I don't know how much of a key part is going to be in the lecture on Sunday to be square with you, but it's a very important aspect. Anyway, the Queen of Sheba is said to have been, you know, that's where we're going to highlight as well. In fact, according to the Nigerian legend, the Queen of Sheba is buried in Nigeria. How many of you have heard that? We would have talked about that, spoken about that already right here on the Tiger's Nest. In fact, we did a whole program concerning that, the Queen of Sheba's gravesite. In fact, you can go to Nigeria and see the gravesite where the Queen of Sheba, the same Queen of Sheba that visited Solomon, is buried, according to those who uphold that tradition in Nigeria there. So that's somewhat removed from the ancient kingdom of Kush, or the ancient kingdom of Aksum, or the ancient kingdom of Ethiopia, as we know the story of the Queen of Sheba. But anyway, let us concentrate here for the moment. Now, what I want to do first is to look at the whole concept of the kingdom of Kush. Because again, and I always like you know, when my good brother Ankum Majed highlights, you know, the importance of being able to go through history, understanding timeline and geography. You know, he may not have said it like that, but he would bring this up from time to time when it comes to the kingdom of Kush, especially when it comes to trying to decipher, you know, who is the Queen Makeda or Queen Candace that met the Ethiopian official that came, you know, from Jerusalem, according to the book of Acts, and met Philip, the disciple of Christ, and was baptized. He was from the court of Queen Candace. And again, Candace is Kandake, by the way. And again, the brother would bring up a very good point from time to time, that we must understand that the kingdom of Kush, which we will highlight tonight, the kingdom of Kush, when you say Kush, or even Ethiopia, I should say, in the Bible, when it's speaking of Ethiopia, it's actually highlighting the kingdom of Cush. I want you to hear me good. When it's speaking of Ethiopia sometimes, because it's not every single aspect of the Bible where you see Ethiopia means that it has the same boundaries as even the Ethiopia today, or the Ethiopia in the New Testament and the Ethiopia in the Old Testament. There's nothing to be ashamed about with that, you know. Again, no need to be romantic. We just need to be realistic. Fair enough. So again, when we study history, you know, as it relates to the kingdom of Cush, sometimes we just broad brush it over, I guess, Ethiopia and Sudan. And then sometimes we would speak of the whole of Northeast Africa was once Cushan, once Ethiopian, all of this. But we want to put it in context. You know, where the White Nile meets the Blue Nile in Khartoum, in Sudan, the place that most people refer to as Nubia, which some scholars actually denounce that term, you would find the ancient kingdom of Cush. Then you'd have to get into kingdoms like Napata and Merowe and you know, Tar Seti, one of the more ancient of kingdoms, and they would all have been a part of what we would call the ancient kingdom of Cush. Now, again, this kingdom of Cush that most of us refer to was really situated in the region known today as Sudan. Now, the kingdom of Cush, like many other kingdoms, would have expanded as well. And in its expansion, we know of the great 25th dynastic period of Kemet. And at that time, the kingdom of Cush definitely went beyond the borders of modern day Sudan and went into ancient Kemet, going all the way into the Levant. Because, of course, you know, the 25th dynastic period of Kemet is really the Sudanic rulership, as some once referred to it as the Black Pharaohs. But, of course, we know the ancient Kemetic kings, the Nesut Beti, were Africans, without a doubt. We don't even have to try to get into that. So we're looking at a time frame now around 1000 BC, 700 BC, between there, where you have the kingdom of Cush expanding throughout all Northeast Africa. So again, we need to comprehend that there was a time frame where you had the kingdom of Cush, which is again where the White Nile meets the Blue Nile. But then again, we would have spoken about the kingdom of Seba, which is what we would refer to as the kingdom of Sheba. And this is seen in parts of modern day Ethiopia, plus as well as Arabia. Now, the reason why I am mentioning this with understanding is so that we as a family could gather the reality now, that the kingdom of Sheba was not necessarily the kingdom of Cush. The kingdom of Demont, also you would see it as DMT, was not necessarily the kingdom of Cush. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we are very easy to broad brush all of these places as the kingdom of Cush. It's very important. I come to realize that as a student of history, you need to comprehend your dates and you need to comprehend your geography. So maybe in times gone by, the area that is known as Demont or DMT as you see it, maybe that was a part, that area may have been a part of a more ancient kingdom of Cush. You comprehend. The same thing can be said of the kingdom of Aksum. We're in Aksum today. Look at Aksum today. Aksum today is not necessarily the broader, wider kingdom of Aksum, which would have gone again into some parts of Sudan, South Sudan, which is really the official country today, and even engulfing the same Demont, etc., the same Saba, which is Sheba, because Aksum would have gone into Arabia as well. But again, we're looking at time frame. So we're dealing with at least from 3000 BC to the modern time. That's like 5,000 years. You know, kingdoms rise, kingdoms fall, you know, whether you have relationship that went sour amongst ones and brothers, that determines boundaries and borders. So again, we have to comprehend history, comprehend geography with history, especially when we're going to apply timelines and dates to these events and the places. I hope you get and gather and comprehend what I'm saying. And the reason why I'm saying this, you know, so that we can be very scholastic in our conversation. That's how it is with me. So when we just start to talk and say, yeah, man, when you read in the Bible, Ethiopia, you're talking about the kingdom of Cush. And then we just leave it there and that's it and no question. So where is Cush? Yeah, man, Cush is Nubia. You know, Cush is not Ethiopia, but then again, there was a time, you understand, where the people, the Cushite kingdom would have gone into modern day Ethiopia as well. But then again, as I said, you could look at Aksum as being similar because Aksum is not necessarily Cushion, where the kingdom would have expanded and yet still the city of Aksum today, not necessarily a kingdom, is the Aksum of now. So in the next 200, 300 years, when you tell the story of Aksum, how would you tell the story of Aksum? And where would Aksum be at that time in the next 300 years? So anyway, all of this, you know, is just to somewhat, maybe just to shake up the thoughts, you know, because sometimes, you know, we don't want to get lazy in our studying and lazy in our thinking and lazy in our meditation. We want to be sharp and understand the history. So when we have to speak of it, we can speak of it with confidence. Very, very important. Now, again, give thanks for those who would be just coming in. Give thanks. This is the Tiger's Nest. This is Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Let me just remind all of those who are on Radio Anu TV again, which is the YouTube. Remember that, of course, this is the Radio Anu's version of the Tiger's Nest radio program. So we are broadcasting from the Tiger's Nest from PriestIsaacInstitute.com. So at some time throughout this program, this streaming will come to an end on the YouTube. And for you to get the rest of the program, all you have to do is to press the link in the description below the video and come straight to Radio Anu. And it's going to be great, a little more in the program, because we are going to be hearing from, you know, what you would refer to as the professionals for sure. We're going to be hearing from Dr. Solange Ashby, and she is an archaeologist specifying in Nubia. And also we'll be hearing from Dr. Shadaya Taha, and she's also an archaeologist, and she, I think she's a professor, pardon me, at Cambridge University, and she specializes in the Kushite kingdom as well. So this is going to be a very serious vibration this evening, and I want you to hear the information that they have to give us. In fact, let me just tell you this. In fact, we are going to be highlighting them in great detail on Sunday. I'm talking about for the lecture. I'm talking about Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. So make sure that you are there. Now, I want to highlight, at least for now, one of the 8 highlighted Kandakes according to history. Now, this is important, and this is where you will be able to see as well the difference between even the Kushite kingdom and the ancient Ethiopian kingdom as well. Because remember, the Kushite kingdom has its kings list as well. You understand? And there's a list, again, of specific Kandake queens that would have ruled. Now, in the Ethiopian king lists, you have Kandakes too. They're numbered, I think, up to 7. You understand? But when you look at the king's list, or pardon me, the list of the queens, the Kandake of Kush, it is not exactly the same as that of Ethiopia. So you can see that they actually, if you are a scholar, then you will consider that you're looking at two separately sovereign kingdoms. What say you? I hope you understand what I'm saying here, and I hope I'm clear. So I just want to highlight for a moment one Kandake Amarinas, and she was considered to be the one Kandake, and she said to be that great queen which would have defeated the Romans and defended the kingdom of Cush when the Romans came in and defeated a lot of Egypt, took in a lot of ancient Kemet. And it is said that around 22 BCE, when they came into to battle the Cushite kingdom, it was that queen that was on the front line and defeated them, that Kandake, I should say, in all ways, in all decisive ways. And she's gone down as a great tactician, a great general, a great warrior. That's why when you see her even grasping her enemies, and she's seen larger than her enemies, which is also a symbol of royalty and a symbol of wealth. You see her holding her enemies by their hair, and you see her with her sword in one hand, and you see her with her sword in the other hand, ready to slew, because she is a conqueror. So when you hear of the Candace of the Bible, when you hear of the Candace of history that stopped Alexander the Fake when he himself was trying to come into the kingdom of Cush, when you hear of, again, the Makeda, I want you to hear me good, just in case you may not be privy to this knowledge. When you hear about the Makeda of the Bible, Makeda is a Kandake. So the Ethiopians now also speak about the Queen of Sheba, which is referred to as Makeda. But just as Sheba is not her name, she is the queen of the Sheba. Sheba is not her name. Makeda also is not necessarily her name. Makeda is like Mary. Makeda is a title. Makeda is a royal title. That's why in the Bible you have many Marys. So you have, of course, Mary, the mother of Christ. And then you have Mary Magdalene. And then you had the other Mary. And then about 4 Marys came with the original Mary when they went to the tomb of Christ. So Mary, and you have Miriam in the Old Testament, which they all represent water, taken out of water. So the Mariam or Mary is really a symbolic title. Even Yeshua, you sure? I'm very sure. You understand? He came ashore because he was born out of the water. I'm very sure. So that's why you have Joshua, and there's several Joshuas in the Old Testament. It's titles. So Makeda, Candace, where you get Candy and these different names. She's sweet. Candace is really a European form as such of Makeda, which still is another form of the Kandake. So I want you to gather this good. This is just preparation again. For those who may not even be privy to this level of information and saying, yeah, I think I get it now. But there's much more to gather, get, receive, understanding. So just highlighting again these queen mothers, because they stand out in history as fierce warriors, or warriors, if you want to use that term in this case, just like, of course, what is known as the Dahomey warriors is also referred to as the Amazon queens. So again, we have Queen Amarinas, and she really stood out. It is said that she would have ruled now as queen, defending the Cushite kingdom She was queen to her husband, but she ruled for a short time as a sovereign ruler within her own right as such. And that was after his death. And she literally came to the throne, and according to the history, she would have ruled from, listen to this, the end of the 1st century BC to the beginning of the 1st century AD. And this is the time frame given to Queen Amani-Rinas. Now, they would have had, again, several queens, Kandake queens. Some highlight 8, but of course, there are other historians that highlight other queens, especially the fact that the queens would have ruled with a king. But the Nubian queens, the Kushite queens specifically, had their own rights as a woman when it was time for them to take the queenship or the rulership of the throne. You know, even the king, it is said that the king had to be a child of a queen mother, which is a Kandake. So as much kings as you had to have had the similar amount of Kandake queen. Then you have another great queen, Amane Tore, and she herself also, she ruled a bit after Queen Amani-Rinas, but again, for a very short time. Now, what I want to highlight here with the whole concept of the Kandake, and this is where I want to get. In the Ethiopian chronicling of the kings and the queens, the Ethiopian kings list, you also have the Kandake. You have Nikuta Kandake. She was 740 to 730 BCE. You have Nikawala Kandake the second. She was 342 to 332 BCE. You have Akawasis Kandake the third. She was 325 to 315 BCE. You have Nikosis Kandake the fourth. She was 242 to 232 BCE. I don't know if you're taking any notes. And you have Nikoteris Kandake. She was 35 to 25 BCE. And then you have Gersimoth Kandake the sixth, and she was from 40 to 50 BCE. Now, that specific Kandake, Gersimoth Kandake, was considered to be the Kandake that was the queen at the time of the visit of the Ethiopian eunuch to Jerusalem, and when he met, of course, the disciple of Christ, which is Philip. Now, of course, the Ethiopian's kings list is a very extensive kings list. And although you see many aspects of the Kushite kingdom's energy within it, you also get a lot of Kemetic aspects within it. We would have done a whole program. I think we would have done 2 programs specifically on the Ethiopian kings list. It's a kings list that deserves to be studied. I don't think there's anyone right now that can deny the reality of it, especially how the good brother would have unraveled to me. Anyone that denied it, they just didn't understand what the brother brought forward. Believe me, take it from me. I understand how that feels. So again, just highlighting to the family the importance of knowing history. Again, we're just kind of putting this in order because in a few moments now, we're going to go to the professors. We're going to go to the archaeologists. We're going to go first to Sister Ashby, Solange Ashby, and she actually says that Amirinas was the queen that visited that was visited, that whose eunuch, pardon me, was met by the Ethiopian eunuch that was met by the disciple of Christ. That's what she said. You're going to hear it for yourself in a moment. That's interesting because the time frame would not really align. In fact, remember that that queen would have passed in 10 BCE, AD, pardon me. So, or CE. So if she would have passed on in 10 CE, she would have passed on when the Christ child was just that, a child. So, but according to Sister Ashby, she is the expert. She's saying that that was the queen that met the Ethiopian eunuch. Now, I'm showing you clearly that contemporary analysis does not say that. That is for sure. Just take it from me. Contemporary analysis does not say that. Contemporary analysis really gives it to the queen that is seen on the Ethiopian's king's list, which obviously would have made even more sense when you really comprehend that, because the time frame is basically aligned. That's the 6th Kandake Garasima. And let me say here, when you observe the Kandake's queens list, basically, you know, the warrior queens that history would have highlighted actually came to an end basically somewhere around the 4th century. You get that? The 4th century. So that is very important to look into. All right, this is some serious vibration, royal family. This is why, you know, it is good that we have such knowledge and information that we can rely upon. Very good. Now, what I want to do right now, as I said, we are going to be definitely going into an audio, and you will hear for yourself the good archaeologist from Nubia giving us a good understanding now of the warrior queens from Nubia. You're going to hear also Professor Taha from the Cambridge University. She will be speaking. She's a Sudanese, by the way, but she's the professor at Cambridge University. She also will be highlighting the importance of the role of the Kandake in Nubian history, in Kushite history as well. This is very, very important. So as I said, family, all of this is just preparation, you know, for Sunday, the 24th day of March. I am hoping that ones have already, you know, secured their space. Yes, you know, we had a $15 offer for that event on the 24th. Well, the 15th of March would have passed. So now it's only $20. It's going to be a very upful lecture. I'm looking forward for everyone to be in the house. And remember, even if you subscribe to the Tiger's Nest this evening, you understand what I'm saying? You definitely will get your free pass to come in on Sunday. Plus, he'll be getting a month's worth of the Tiger's Nest. I don't know how on earth one could lose from that one there. So I'm just encouraging everyone that is listening. We're going to go deeper now. The Tiger's Nest has just begun. Eh? We just begun. But we're going to seal up the stream on the YouTube right now. So what you need to do is press the link in the description below this video and join us on Radio Anu, PriestIsaacInstitute.com. So again, press the link in the description below the video and join us on Radio Anu, PriestIsaacInstitute.com, and let us continue this beautiful discussion. And we're going to hear from the experts. Give thanks.
What is the story behind the Queen of Sheba? What is the truth behind her visit to the great King Solomon? The Ark of the Covenant and the Kebron of Gas. Prepare for an intriguing look at the true history of the Kingdom of Aksum, Lalibela, and the Ark of the Covenant. Join us on the afternoon of Sunday, the 24th day of March, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean Time, for the very timely lecture entitled Sheba, Action, and the Ark. Admission to this lecture only $20. $15 before the 13th of March. To register and get your online ticket, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Be there.
Bad outlook on money. Trust me, believe it or not, you hate money, you know. You don't even know that. You only go after it because experience has showed you that you need it to survive. That's all you know. You have to understand psychology, you know, but you have been trained. You've never been trained to go for it. You've never been trained to be wise about your finances. You've never been trained to have a wealth mindset. You never learned that in school. No teacher in school. Or maybe you had a good teacher that maybe whispered something good in your ear. Yeah, they do exist. But it was never a part of the silly bus, that silly old bus that they carry you to school on. The school bus is a silly, silly bus. It's not a part of the carry and kill. It means God. The God spirit within you is called carry, kill. They carry you beyond to the west and kill. That's what they did and call it a curriculum. They kill the with their reading and their writing and their arithmetic and say it's 3 R's when it's a W, a A, and a R. War. You're at war through the educational system. Curriculum with their syllabus. You understand? So the syllabus never taught you to thrive, to be economically sound, to create generational wealth. And if you have even one child, your mission should be generational wealth. That's it. The fact that you have a next generation, that's your green light to create generational wealth, not $4 million in. I said generational wealth. You see, this is why we need the evolution workshop. It's free, Rastafari, free. There's nothing you're gonna come here, believe me, you're not gonna leave the workshop worse than you came in. You understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? We're not gonna hypnotize you or brainwash you to leave here and to produce less. So in other words, believe me, there's nothing to lose. We are going to, again, the mindset. So you need to erase that mindset that has been given to us, even though you think you would have conquered it, it's somewhere there. That is why, you know, we tend to be okay with a mediocre, average sort of living, because we do not understand our purpose. We do not understand why we are here. And we touched a lot upon this in the Royal Business webinar. Of course, even in the workshop, many people may be at the workshop that was not at the Royal Business webinar, and they will still need that pep. But we are really going to be concentrating on techniques, promotion and marketing, techniques and sales. So I'm inviting you, family, to not just to come along. Bring your business partner. You know, bring your employers or employer and your employees. Yes, your employer, your bosses, the CEO of where you work. Trust me, they will be happy. You may even get a raise just for inviting the supervisor, the head of human resource, to this workshop. But more so, family, those of you who are opening a business, those of you who have a startup, if you have a brethren or a sister that you are doing some level of business with, no matter the business, it's all right. I know you maybe say, well, hey, I have a beauty salon, the priest. No, I want to get whatever business you have, This is what I'm talking about. It's not necessarily what you do, it's how to do what you do. So I'm encouraging you, don't worry. Register now. Register for free. It's a free workshop. It's no strings. We ain't coming to sell you a thing. This is all from the heart. It is something that we know we can impart. You understand? And we know for sure for those who, this is how you express. There's certain things you just don't come on the YouTube and talk. You don't just come on the radio and talk. There's certain things of value that you have to keep in a certain niche. Now, if you notice, we didn't say $10 to come, so if you don't have the $10, you can't come. Or 20 or 100, even if it's worth 1,000, it's for free. So everyone that's listening here right now, all of you can get that information on Thursday, the 29th of February. No one listening has to be left out. It's your decision now to email me and ask for your pass for the workshop. So no one can say, oh, he's having a workshop and he's having it in a special corner. Every corner is a special corner. This is a special corner. The YouTube is a special corner. Instagram is a special corner. It's just if you decide to come to that corner to get the information. So this is an online workshop. And you have to register. But it doesn't cost you anything. And you'll be learning techniques. You'll be learning strategies to get motivated, stay motivated, market, promote, and sell. Hey, listen, man, this is going to be deep. Now, family, again, if you have a business and you have a business partner, whether they listen to me or not, get them on board. Trust me, it will be definitely beneficial to you, your partner, your family. Bring the youths and the full company. Hey family, this is the Tiger's Nest radio program. This is Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Let your friend know, let your family know, let everybody know that you are listening to the Tiger's Nest. Royal family, are you an entrepreneur? Are you a business owner, employer, employee, manager, owner of the business, or you're just an individual who desires to double your income, motivate your staff, follow up efficiently, or close sales effectively? Well, I have an offer for you. Join us on Thursday, the 29th of February for our online Evolution Motivational Workshop. Learn how to get yourself, your business partners, and your staff motivated and keep them motivated, guaranteed. Learn how to increase your cash flow no matter what type of business you are involved in, which will obviously raise the standard of living. Facts. To register yourself or your team for free, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Our online Evolution Motivational Workshop. I will see you there. Have you heard of archaeoastronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of archaeoastronomy. Do you want to learn archaeoastronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit priestisaacinstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Yeah. Yes, family, let us get to this message here. Such Bingi drum sound. Family, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to begin by literally reading the letter here for those who may be just joining us. This is a letter that was sent out from the Shashamane Ethiopia Federal Agents Association. And it says here, Frasberg Selassie, Mr. Clayton M. Bernard EX, President. And it says here, honoring titles of the Ethiopian monarch. Very interesting letter here. And it says, and please listen, the Shashamane Ethiopia Federal Agents Association released the following statement to the press today, September 16, 2023. And there's Amharic within the whole construct of the letter. So, of course, that part of it, I would admit. To all men and women of the Rasta community around the world, I urge you to address the dishonorable practice of using the titles Emperor or Empress in one's names in a personal capacity. The use of these titles as a name is a treasonous act against the Ethiopian monarch. No woman in the United States has sovereign ruler, it says ruler, I think it should be rule, but has no woman in the United States has sovereign ruler. Oh no, I'm corrected, pardon me. No woman in the United States, has sovereign ruler power, not now or since slavery. The African American community has no sovereign ruler power. It is a racial group from Africa. That's the African Americans. I would believe, in extension, they are speaking of blacks in the West. Moreover, all women who use this title in their name display envy and disregard for Empress Menen and her royal position, and this action shall not be tolerated at any time. That's a serious thing there. Big man said, pardon me. The president is saying here that this This action shall not be tolerated at any time. Well, things serious, man. What a joke it is. But Ross says, where do the people them? I urge you to respect and honor the royal family of the Ethiopian monarch, then, now, and forevermore. And then there is some more Amharic writing, and that is really the conclusion of the letter. And I take the letter with the utmost of respect of the association's position. In fact, I could understand, to be honest, I could understand why they would be in that frame of mind. Because, I mean, when you study psychology, you know, some people only just understand what they believe. That's bad. That's a big problem in mankind. Is why you believe you understand. As if you don't check for it, like somehow you don't even get it. And that's really bad. So in other words, obviously I'm not in total agreement with what they're saying, but I understand, I comprehend why they would have that frame of mind, and it's clearly expressed in the letter. Even if they may be a bit harsh in their outlook, from my point of view, you may agree with them. The use of these titles as a name, both emperor and empress, as a name, but I'm sticking more to the empress because we all know, I mean, there are hardly any races that emperor this or emperor that. I know a few races that go by the name of emperor, but it's not something widespread. You know, it's either Ras this or Ja this, Ja Daniel, or Ja Mark, or Ras Marvin, or then of course within the Baba Shandy, the priest and the prophet, or Bongo Charles, or Bongo Williams, and you have these different things, but these are not necessarily, well, Ras is a title. That is an ancient title as well. I don't know what the association would say about that title, the title of Ras, because we use Ras. We all use Ras. All of us are Ras. So, you know, Ras Billy, Ras Wilbur, you know, Ras Chalice, all kind of Ras, we all Ras. And Ras is a royal title too. So I'm not sure, because they would have referred to us as, well, interestingly now, as I'm looking at the letter, to all men and women of the Rasta community. That's exactly what they refer to us as. Now, that alone is disrespect. Rasta community. This is the Rastafari community, not unless the good people here of the association has a problem with using the full name and title, Rastafari. Maybe they do, you understand? Because as I said, I can understand again, comprehend where their vision is coming from and why they are looking at this from that sort of angle. So since we are speaking of respecting people's titles, I mean, Rasta community, for a start, we could be a little more rounded there, you know, Rastafari community. Okay, fair enough. But then I return to the question I was asking. So as it relates to the title of Ras itself, is there any problem with that? Any, you know, discrepancy with us using that title Ras? Which, well, you know, we always learned it meant head or chief. Him, to be fair, different interpretations would have come on the board in recent times. So it goes on to say, the use of these titles as a name is a treacherous act against the Ethiopian monarch. Treacherous, eh? That's not no joke. I mean, treacherous. You're a traitor. You are a traitor. So all the sisters that are empresses, and even those of us who keep up that stuff, we are seen as traitors according to this letter. And I'm saying it in that way because the way that the letter is written, it's not written as if it's a tea party. This will not be tolerated, the writer says. It's as if you have to lock your doors now. Fellas said this will not be tolerated. Then they go as far as to explain no woman in the US, so I assume they are agitated by something coming out of the US. We, of course, we have a good rights Rasta in the US. No woman in the US has sovereign ruler power, not now or since slavery. And I could hear someone, because I can hear things, that someone just said, but how you just say Rasta and you don't want them to say Rasta? No. That's not how it goes. They're bringing an argument to us about respecting him. You understand? Now, this may sound strange, but it's not my duty to be be the guardian of all the little cliches that are around. Because I would use the term, but I know, and I've taught even to this audience, that we are Rastafari. That's our name as an organization. So with the argument that the good people are bringing, it is in their court, the ball is in their court to refer to the people that they are addressing in the correct way. You understand? Okay, it's just like, I definitely don't believe in referring to a next brother as no nigger. Yeah? I'm not into that world at all. And if you hear me use the term, sometimes I'm just reenacting. Some people don't like it, but believe me, I don't mean nothing by it because I would refer to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, not brother is that. But as I said, you must know how to comprehend things. Now a black man will call his brother a nigger. Hey nigga, this nigga, and of course it sounds silly. Of course it sounds silly, but they feel okay referring to each other as that. But then a white man calling any one of them that, they're ready to deal with him. That's actually, against the law in the black world. Who you calling nigga? You can't call us nigga, but we can call one another. You understand? So don't take that simple as it comes here. So a treacherous act. And then they go on to say that the no woman. So you see, they're highlighting the woman, although they said the emperor and the empress, but they're highlighting the woman because no woman in the United States has a sovereign ruler power to be called an empress. That's what he's saying. The African American community has no sovereign ruler power to be called empress or emperor. It's a racial group from Africa. And they go as far as to say, all women, sisters, hear this, all women who use the title of empress in their name display envy and disregard for Empress Menen and her royal position. And this action shall not be tolerated at any time. Well, that part of the conversation, I can't really speak to that. I don't know what they mean by it won't be tolerated, but I can speak to some of the other things that were said. And, we give thanks for all the great mothers. Now, Empress Zadi too, give thanks for all the great queens. As I said, I never met the good president of this association. I never met the good people, but I'm very thankful for whatever works that they're doing in the earth, and I'm sure they're doing some good works for their people. I'm positive. And again, everyone has their own opinion. So I'm going to give you my opinion. You see, as the good president said, the woman in the US went through a terrible time. He didn't really say all of this in detail, but he mentioned from the time of slavery till now. We went through a terrible time as a people. All of us, in the East and in the West. But everyone has a slightly different story to tell. Now, you see, this is why the scripture speaks about that rising of the sun in the west. And I don't want to go too far into detail, but you see the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Let's start there. We got to start there because it is Bongo Eddie he's speaking about. No, he said our Rasta and Rasta community and the United States. No, hold on. Who is the first Rasta man? Yeah, Rasta man. Who is the first Rasta man to refer to the woman as an empress? Let us begin there. That's the best place to start this conversation before we go too far. Because we can't forget the foundation. You see, we like to speak about things today and forget the foundation. Who is the first to refer to the woman as empress? It's the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. When I knew of Rasta, we refer to the woman as daughters. D-A-W-T-A-S, daughters. Meaning that, you know, they were the daughters of Zion. Or they would be referred to as sisters. But within the camp of the Honorable Charles Edwards, Bongo Eddie, King Emmanuel, the mighty Christ put the title of Empress upon our woman. How dare he? Yeah. What kind of move is that now, Almighty One of Israel? For you to place a title on all women, you know, who have not even been crowned in any coronation ceremony or been announced by any edict or whatever as the empress of any nation. You just calling the woman empress. Now, what is that? Now, again, you see, although Black people, African people in general went through the underworld, those that had to get on the ship have a different story to tell than those who we also not only sympathize but empathize with, but didn't get on the ship, stayed on the land. This is why you go to Ghana, you meet Brother Joseph, but Joseph's title is Abache or Nkrumah or even Amun. You go to some other country in Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, you meet Mark or Christopher or Jason, but his title is Nyerere. His title is Mobutu. Why is that? He has half of his name. He has half of his name and he still has his language. He can speak the enemy's language and he can speak his language and he have half of his name. Those of us who went on the ship lost everything. I just want you to get this good. So the psychology is a bit different. I'm speaking for the Black Christ. I'm telling you straight. So in the same way that the Bible has to show us the nurturing love of the Almighty when he takes up the slave that he has to bring back to life, when he takes up the sick that he has to nurture, it is the Almighty that is the Good Samaritan. The story of the Good Samaritan represents the Christ figure. When the man was beaten and robbed and he was left to die, that's us. We were beaten and we were robbed and we were left to die. Do you know the story of the Good Samaritan? I believe you should. Again, as a people, we were robbed. We were spoiled. We were left to die like the story of the man that was on the road. I think it was to Damascus. And he was robbed, beaten, left there. They took all his stuff. I think they left with his donkey and everything, and he was there bleeding. And all the people just passed him. They say the preacher passed him and looked at him and said, "Oh no, help him, Lord." The money man passed him. Beep, beep, beep. He didn't say help, nothing. He just moved on. And all the people passed and they stuck their nose up in the air because he was beginning to stink. But then the Good Samaritan passed and noticed him almost on his last breath. And he took him and he washed him. And I like this part of the scripture. It says, he wrapped his head. I love that. You get it. Yeah, I wouldn't even go into no detail there. But the physician, the great physician, the Samaritan, wrapped the head of the sick man and took him to the innkeeper and said, "Take care of him. And when I return, I will pay you more." That's the Christ who has come to those who have been robbed and spoiled and left to die. You better believe it. And would have brought salvation to us. I want you to understand this. Now you see, like we do in a lecture, not a lecture, pardon me, the workshop, evolution, and we're dealing with motivation. You see, we as a people, we have been deflated. We as a people, we need motivation. We as a people, we don't understand our purpose. Listen to me, good family. We as a people, we don't have enough zeal. We don't have the vision because, again, we've been deflated, robbed and spoiled. We lose our names, not just one of the names and the other names still intact. We lose all of our names, especially in the West. Everything. We lose our mother tongue. I was reading a letter a moment ago from the Shashamani Association. And at least 1/4 of it was in Amharic. I couldn't read it. I wouldn't even know where to start. So those of us who caught that ship, or the ship caught us, we've been severely robbed and spoiled. I want you to get that. And it is us, well, the whole world really, but we don't know where the man come. It is us, the great Samaritan came for and wrapped our heads. I like that part. Taught us the Sabbath and brought us to life. The point I'm making is that when Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards created the priesthood, even amongst I and I, as Rastafari, one's murmur about that. How dare you refer to man and woman as prophet and prophetess? What kind of title is that? Do you know why we say or refer to ourselves as honorable? Marcus Messiah Garvey was the one that told us to honor yourself. I always remember that it is Priest Donovan, the first man I remember first time I go Bubble Hill. And Priest Donovan asked me what my name is, and I tell Priest Donovan my name is Kidemi. And Priest Donovan at the time, he was Prophet Donovan. And he said, "No, my Lord, you are honorable. Honorable Prophet Kidemi. Always honor yourself." You follow me? That's Marcus Messiah Garvey. Marcus Messiah Garvey gave us titles. The Lieutenant General and Supreme Captain. And the whole world looked at Marcus Garvey and, oh, no, who is he? This black gorilla from Africa think he can just come around here. and putting titles on the niggas. This doesn't work. No. Gotta deport him. Yeah, that's it. So placing titles, renowned titles, on the children of the light, the children of the sun, has always been an issue. I wonder if you're with me, family. This is a serious discussion here, no? This is not a joke. Because, just to show again, especially as it relates to the daughters, and when we say the daughters, the empresses, because the scripture clearly shows you again how the Almighty does deal with the daughters of Zion. But I just want to read something here for you. This is taken from the book of Revelation. Revelation chapter 1. And it's speaking of, the revelation of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. Revelation of Yeshua. Yeshua, oh, I'm very sure. I'm very sure. I'm very, very sure. Let me read from verse 5, just quickly. And let me read from verse 4. John, to the 7 churches which are in Asia, grace be unto you, and peace, from him which is, and which was, and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne, telling you, and from Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness. Listen to this, and the first begotten of the dead, Kenteamente, foremost of the Westerners. And, well, the Bible didn't say all that. I'm just adding that. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Song of the Eye. And the prince of the kings of the earth, unto him that loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood. Now here it is. And hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Now, what's my point here? And I'm going to make the point quickly and move on. We're not going to stick here forever. Because of the sacrifice. I don't want to get into his own blood and all I'm talking there right now. Different conversation. So let's stay focused. But we understand that the Christ, the Messiah figure, the sacrifice that the Messiah had to pay, it is because of such redemption, according to the scripture, that he hath made us kings. Who? Kings and priests unto God. Now, I'm wondering if the Shashamani Association there has a problem with the term priest as well. I'm serious, Ras, prince and princess. What about prince and princess? We call our little ones prince and princess. That's a royal title. You have prince and princess 80 plus years old and them still prince and princess. Prince and princess doesn't really mean little people as how we use prince and princess. To us, when you get to an adult, you're not a princess no more. So this prince and princess, prince and empress, and so this is a different thing, than what our good people at the association is speaking about. But let's still engage. So I'm showing us all that the Almighty has made us kings. Let's just use that title. I know they did not mention the word king in the letter, but emperor was mentioned. And again, because emperor sovereign, so a king. A king is a sovereign ruler too, isn't it? King of a kingdom. All right. And this is, all of this is Ethiopian royalty. Haile Selassie was Negus or king before he became emperor. What about people that named Negus? Luciana's son named Negus. I'm just asking. These are even questions to him. So you get a clarity because the letter says that calling us emperor and empresses, well, empresses, this is treacherous, treacherous, he said. That's not a joke, treacherous, you know, man. And then he even went as far as to say, you know, we ain't, you know, it's not going to be tolerated. As like, okay, wow. This is why in the 82nd Psalm, he says, ye are gods. Why did the Almighty have to tell us that we are gods? Because we have forgotten who we are. We have forgotten that we are the universe. This is going to go deeper if you really want to go there. So a people who have forgotten their name, we have forgotten our name. That's why Elijah Muhammad tell his people, just drop the name and put an X. We don't know who we are. He said, put an X till we figure it out. Yeah, so when the Black Christ brought to our woman that them is the mother of creation, what are you going to tell me, Hira? It is Prince Emmanuel that taught us to refer to the woman as an empress. And referring to a woman as an empress, if the Almighty says that we are all gods, well, what is an empress? If she's a goddess, so I guess there must be a problem with that too. I would believe the Shashamane Agent Association might be somewhat tied to Christianity. So you may be dissing the Virgin Mary now to refer to the woman as a goddess, because it's goddess we call our woman, you know, goddess. And them terms ain't no grand terms. Them is German terms, really. But because we are communicating, and you know what we are trying to say, these are goddesses that we have. You understand? So the empresses, they're etege as well, because they represent the mother of creation. So this is why, as I just explained, ye are all gods. This is why the Almighty said, he shall make us kings and priests. So if we take it upon ourselves to accept the blessings and say, yeah, we are kings, we are queens, we are empresses, we are the priests of the Most High, you can't be upset with us. We are the people who have been robbed and spoiled. We left Africa as kings and queens, brother, you forgot. We left Africa as the emperors and the empresses. Come on, remember, it's me, brother. We left Africa as the gods and the goddesses. We left Africa as Kunta Kente. We don't even have the Kente. They take the Kunta and the Kente from us. At least you still have Kente. They take Kunta and give you Jeffrey, but you still have Kente. They took our Kunta and they took our Kente and gave us Toby and Huckleberry. That's a good one. Yeah, you know. So this is why in ancient Kemet, man, the queen mother, the empress, the literal sovereign empress, the real empress, the woman that ruled on the throne, Hatshepsut, the woman that ruled with her king, Nefertari and Nefertiti, Sobek Neferu, all of these empresses, which were their given title, were still seen as the goddesses. This is why, hear me good, all the emperors, all the Nesud Bete of ancient Kemet and Kush were also seen as the God in flesh. I'm sure the president, the good president of the association, knows this history, that the emperor, the king, from ancient times was always seen as the manifestation of the God. You see what I'm saying? So the queen as well was always seen as the manifestation of the goddesses. So the king and the queen were seen as goddesses. The emperor and the empresses were seen as gods and goddesses, pardon me, gods and goddesses. So those of us, my good brother, who have not been, what should I say, who have not been given a coronation ceremony of the standard that you know, but yet still we have come to the conclusion, you must understand, my brother, we are Rastafari. We are Rastafari. We have seen the vision and accepted the true divinity of the same emperor and empress that you are talking about. Now, I don't want to, cross my boundaries because I do not know the standing philosophy of that association. But I know the standing philosophy of Rastafari. And we, in unison, maybe on different levels, but in unison, we have accepted, not the sainthood, we have accepted the divinity of Haile Selassie and Empress Benin. So in the same way that the king and the queen is the god and the goddess, we who accept the king and the queen are kings and priests and empresses unto him, is he says so. In fact, we are gods and goddesses as well. So, I mean, again, I'm not even, because everyone has their opinion, but when you're coming down to say it's treacherous, I mean, I gotta say, wow, you, like what? It's put us on guard there. And then to go as far as to say, what was the last line there? It will not be tolerated. Like when a man say, well, okay, you can see how it go. You just wait. You understand that that language there? We can see how it go. You just wait. Or in another way, you wait and see. You wait and see. You better sleep with one eye open, bro. But that's the way it sounds. So family, I don't know what you think about such. If you believe, what do you think? Do you believe that it is envious? That's another thing that was said in the letter. That it is envious. With some level of envy we have for Empress Benin. I mean, to be honest, when I first read the letter, I said, is this authentic? Because a lot of people play pranks. Is this the real stuff? Because the choice of words, why would you believe that we would be envious? That's an argument there that I wouldn't even run down. But this, if anything, should be a strength to you, my sisters. This should be a strength to everyone that is listening. You are an empress. Just the full definition of the quality of the empress. And from ancient time, the empress has always been signified with the goddess. So we have embodied the energy and the spirit of those who we admire. We have embodied the energy and the spirit of those who we praise. That's why the Bible says when he appears, we shall rejoice because we shall be like him. Robe, turban, everything. We shall rejoice when we see him because we shall be like him. So if the good president, you hear where we are president. No. No. You haven't seen the documentary where they say in Uganda, Holy General Amin is supposed to be called president. That's what the documentary say. Holy Emmanuel Selassie, Jah Rastafari. I tell you, see how serious it gets? All right, don't go anywhere, family.
Let me ask you a question, family. Are you a member of the Tiger's Nest subscription team? If the answer is no, well, you are really missing out. First of all, the Tiger's Nest subscription is only $25 a month. And you will receive, listen to this, each and every episode of our nightly radio program, The Tiger's Nest, information, inspiration, and a lot more. In addition to this, advanced subscription will give you a copy of all of our video documentaries, whether they be full length or short, to include A Penny Maker, The Night of the Black Tiger, and The Santa Claus Massacre, just to name a few, all for free. You will also receive every new upcoming video documentary, again, whether it be full length or short, for only $25 per month as a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. But wait, there is more, much more. All books written by myself, Honorable Priest Isaac, will be given for free to all subscribers, including our upcoming books. All of our subscribers will have free access to all of our special events, lectures, webinars, and conferences that are valued $100 or less. And this access again will be for free. Plus, all of our one-time payment courses, for example, Ancient Astronomy and the Evolution Motivational Business course, will be for half price to all our Tiger's Nest subscribers. Wow! All of this and more for a subscription of only $25 per month. Now listen to this. You could also get a 6-month or an annual subscription plan, which will be much more economical. Family, this is it. For more information, in fact, to sign up and become a subscriber, visit our website, priestisaacInstitute.com, or just send me an email, priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com, and become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. And never miss another episode again, plus much, much, much more. Give thanks once again, Minky Fashion. Give thanks to all the efforts. Yeah, now even in Calypso, reggae, all over, you have Empress this and Empress that. Driving on the road, you see people have on the car, Empress this, Empress that, and they know it close up. You see, Rastafari spread out internationally. Trust me, Rastafari is the creator. That is why those of us who were persecuted for lots
Everybody have locks now. All queer people have locks and things. Some of us were persecuted just for cooking the next pot in the house. Tell me about it. And right now, going vegan and healthy living, that's the part. Let's not even mention the herb, the cannabis. Now everybody wants a taste. Red, gold, and green. Think it's Rasta old reggae? Everything the Rasta bring forward. Everybody talking about cooking in clay pot. Everything the Rasta bring forward. The world has seen the value, although they persecute us for it at first. And still do. Yeah. So it is Rastafari that have all the women them of the world calling themselves empress. Yeah, enough women that have nothing to do, well, I shouldn't say nothing to do, but from first glance then, you may not say Rastafari. Rastafari is really a hard concept too, that's another thing, yeah? So I ain't judging nobody like from no first glance. But what's in the heart must manifest outside, so let's not waste no time now. But yet still, people that you may not think is Rastafari there will tell you, yes, yeah, man, and refer to themselves as empress. And this empress and that empress. And this is my empress and that is my empress. Yeah, you check it? Well, give thanks, man, for King Emmanuel, Lord. And give thanks for King Emmanuel and salvation. Royal family, listen, I can only encourage you at this moment that treat your woman as an empress, Rastafari, as a goddess, and mother, and sister, and daughter. Royal goddess, man, trust me. Hey, family, encouraging you again to join us. Hey, listen, I shouldn't even be encouraging nobody here to join us because everyone here should have already registered for the Evolution Motivational Workshop, especially those who were here at the beginning of the program. Am I correct? No? You haven't registered as yet? You don't need to pull out your Visa or your MasterCard, you know. That's what you're looking for? No American Express needed here. Just email Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com and register for the motivational workshop. It will definitely add to your growth. It is impossible. I don't know. This is how I know we afraid to grow. It's impossible for you to come and sit with us and you don't leave a better person. It's designed for that. Yes, I register the man family. Looking forward to hearing from you and looking forward to seeing you on the 29th. Definitely. Those of you who are not subscribers, subscribe to the Tiger's Nest right away. Those of you who are not on Radio Anno itself, and those of you on YouTube, remember the link is in the description below. Hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, you know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lives that are
Royal family, are you an entrepreneur? Are you a business owner, employer, employee, manager, owner of the business, or you're just an individual who desires to double your income, motivate your staff, follow up efficiently, or close sales effectively? Well, I have an offer for you. Join us on Thursday, the 29th of February for our online Evolution Motivational Workshop. Learn how to get yourself, your business partners, and your staff motivated and keep them motivated, guaranteed. Learn how to increase your cash flow no matter what type of business you are involved in, which will obviously raise the standard of living facts. To register yourself or your team for free, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Our online evolution motivational workshop. I will see you there. Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
It's the Summer Solstice Extravaganza, a festival unlike any other in the world. Join us for 5 days and 5 nights in the beautiful Caribbean island of Antigua. Come and full enjoy the pristine, beautiful beaches, the historical sites on the island tour. Indulge in the experience of the cannabis tour. And of course, the sunrise and the sunset hike to Green Castle Hill, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean, amongst the megaliths that align with the stars. Remember that this is an all-inclusive wellness event. To include your plant-based, fully vegan meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Transportation and accommodation will be provided for, plus yoga, meditation, and chalice talk with the Honorable Priest Isaac. Plus meet and greet with family and friends and the whole Rastafari experience and Tigati. Join us again from the 19th to the 23rd of June for the Summer Solstice Extravaganza. To reserve your space today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
While churches rose to the sky in Europe, in 12th century Africa, they were being carved out of the ground. Christian pilgrims in Ethiopia are on their way to worship at one of them. In these highlands, in the 12th century, Lalibela, a new king from a new dynasty, built a new holy capital. Today, Lalibela's legacy lives on in the physical splendor of the churches and the traditions of their guardian priests.
My blessed people and congregation, churches with no mud, no wood, and no cement. You cannot find anything like this in the rest of the world. You are all blessed because you are here. This place was built by God.
Every year on St. George's Day, pilgrims gather to celebrate a faith that has endured here for 16 centuries. These Christians claimed that God brought the Ark of the Covenant and the tablets of the Ten Commandments to their land. On holy days today, priests carry on their heads replicas of the tablets, wrapped in gilded cloth. The people of Ethiopia have been carving churches out of mountains for more than 1,000 years. But the 11 churches of Lalibela symbolize their achievement to the outside world. Become a legend, his story told by monks even today.
There was a city called Roha, where lived a man who belonged to one of the most noble of families, one of the richest in gold, silver, garments, precious stones, servants and maids. He had a child who became the mysteriously named Lalibela.
In the legend, the king's greatness was recognized at birth. A swarm of bees descended on his cot as if around honey.
His mother named him Lalibela, which means the bee has recognized him as king. But these were not bodily bees, but angels who took bee form in order to announce his reign.
God sent one of his angels to bring Lalibela to heaven to show him the most holy of churches. Lalibela, the story goes, ordered tools to be made to carve temples like those he'd seen in heaven. His craftsmen turned the wild mountainside into a new Jerusalem.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Let us say blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for your presence with us. As always, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I, in all good doings and saying, oh yes, family, we are so thankful for your presence with us. You are in the zone. This is the Tiger's Nest. This is a radio program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the hour of 7 p.m. sharp, talking about Eastern Caribbean time. And where do you get this program? Right here on Radio Anu, which is in the hub of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, priestisaacsinstitute.com. Royal family, give thanks for your presence with us. We definitely intend to have a wonderful program this evening. We are going to be touching upon the ancient African presence. We're going to be definitely going into Uganda. This is going to be a beautiful, beautiful session. We're going to be talking about the so-called pygmies, the Twa people. Yeah, we're going to have a wonderful time this evening. Of course, your humble servant, your humble host, Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. And again, this is a program that comes to you every evening, at least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you are not a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest radio program, that is something that I will encourage you to do for sure at a quick time, at a quick moment. All right, family, as I said this evening, we definitely have a beautiful sit down. This is somewhat in preparation for our lecture on Sunday. I hope you would have already received your pass or your e-ticket for Sunday, the 24th day of March, Sheba, Aksum and the Ark. Again, Sheba, Aksum and the Ark is going to be a wonderful sit down, a wonderful presentation. I mean, definitely the programs that we would have been doing leading up to this program or this lecture, I would say this presentation, you will definitely see the value when you sit in on Sunday. So remember, all of those who are subscribers to the Tiger's Nest radio program, you don't need to purchase no ticket to come in on Sunday, but for sure, as I said, it is only $20, and this is going to be a very in-depth, very scholarly, university type lecture, webinar presentation. So make sure, family, that you are in the house with us on Sunday, 3 p.m.
What is the story behind the Queen of Sheba? What is the truth behind her visit to the great King Solomon? The Ark of the Covenant and the Kebron of Gas. Prepare for an intriguing look at the true history of the Kingdom of Aksum, Lalibela, and the Ark of the Covenant. Join us on the afternoon of Sunday, the 24th day of March, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, for the very timely lecture entitled Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Admission to this lecture only $20. $15 before the 13th of March. To register and get your online ticket, visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Be there.
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm there already. And of course, looking forward to the whole family stepping into the arena with us. As I said, that will be on Sunday. This is Sunday, the 24th, just in a few days from now. Looking forward to each and everyone being in full appearance. Now, this evening, as I said, we are going to be going into the whole aspect of the origin of man. I don't know how long this program is going to take, but it's going to be a nice sit down. We are premiering somewhat of the first part of the program on the YouTube. But of course, when we go into the main event, we will seal up with the YouTube. So all of those who will be watching on the YouTube, definitely, you know, the link is in the description below the video that will take you straight over here to Radio Anu. But I want to begin the program this evening. We'll be hearing from a doctor, a specific doctor, Dr. Kehura in Cuba. Kehura in Cuba. And he will be basically speaking of the creation of mankind. And and his outlook of the creation of mankind is, well, basically that when God created mankind, there was no white people. In fact, he goes on to say that there were no Chinese people, or no Arab, or no anyone. Now, of course, it may sound a little controversial to some, and I mean, that's their business. This is not about controversy. This is just about the truth. And I just decided to begin the program like this. But really, we are going to be going into some, as I said, some scholarly examinations. We're going to be dealing with anthropology and paleontology and archaeology as well, even theology, just so that we can concretize the point. Because, I mean, Marcus Messiah Garvey already told us a people without knowledge of themselves is like a tree without root. So what we're going to do, even before we hear from the good brother, let me just give you a little run-up on who he is. Dr. Kehura Nkuba is a lecturer of classic African history. He is a businessman and financial engineer, the founder of Action on Earth, an organization that brings Black people together to discuss African history. He told, this is someone I think who would be interviewing him, he told Elizabeth Namazi why he regrets having gone to school and what he thinks of the afterlife. So when you hear someone telling you, listen, I regret I ever went to school, you can imagine the frame of mind that he is in. So let us just give him a listen at this early, stage of the Tiger's Nest. And let me say, give thanks for all those who are tuned in internationally, wherever you may be, Finland, Norway, Ghana, Austria, Chicago, Yemen, the whole world, Peru, everyone is in tune to the Tiger's Nest. Give thanks. And of course, again, we are blessing up the YouTube family. We are definitely with them as well, and just encouraging everyone to press the link below the video when it's time to come over here to radio. And let us listen to what Dr. Nkuba has to say.
But I'm here to tell you today, number one, that when God created the world, there were no white people at all. There were no Chinese. There were no Indians. There were no Italians, no Romans, no Germans, no Poles, no Finns, no Swedes, no Goths, no Vandals, no Visigoths, no Vikings. There were only black people. Only black people. They were probably at the time darker than you. So, if you read any sacred text and it says that you are created in the image of God and in the likeness of God, it means God is what color? Black. And anytime anybody gives you a God who doesn't look like you give him that God back. You say, you know what? Yeah, your God looks okay, but just take him. Because at the dawn of time, there were no other people on earth but us. None. And the most interesting story is that story unfolded around this river that passes it through your district. The Nile. That is where humanity began. To the extent that UNESCO, United Nations Educational Scientific Committee Organization, in volume 2, chapter 1, it says, as a result of the work of Professor Like and other subsequent work, it reads as conclude that more than 150,000 years ago, beings morphologically identical with the man of today were living in the area of the Great Lakes, at the foothills of the mountains of the moon, at the source of the Nile, in the land of the gods, and nowhere else. UNESCO, nowhere else. Humanity went through 5 stages. The first stages are known as Australopithecine, black. Where were they living? Where you are living. How old, how long ago 1.5 million years ago. Who was living in Europe at that time? No one. Who was living in Asia at that time? No one. Who was living in America North? None. America South? None. Bismarck Archipelago? No one. Australia? Tonga? None. Haiti? Fiji? Samoa? Who was living there? No one. Humanity was only here. 3.5 million years ago, Homo habilis. Where was he living? Here. Was he living elsewhere? No. 1.5 million years. Humanity at the stage of Homo erectus, the African that walks upright. Where is he living? Here. He lives here to populate the world. He passes through the Gulf of Eden, avoids Saudi Arabia, crosses into India. And then he goes through Kenya, Mijikenda, Tayari in Australia, and populates all the islands in between.
Now, there was an article that I was looking at, and the individual that put that together was referring to this beautiful brother here as a racist. And of course, in this queer, pathetic world, you can only understand and imagine the type of creature that would say something like that. But because we have been trained to think that way, because the brother is standing up for the truth. Yeah, you just say that, quote unquote, God is black. You're a racist. But when God is white, it's okay. And I have proven that many times. Anyone that stands for consciousness knows what I'm talking about, especially when you came out of a world of unconsciousness, when everything that had to do with the truth was of the European standard, and no one had a problem. But when you woke up and said, hey, no, man, this is not how this is supposed to go. Black cake is devil's food cake, and white cake is angel cake, and black male and black wall and black ball and everything black. Hey, listen, Christ is a black man. Oh no, you're racist. Now all of a sudden you're racist. You'll be literally referred to as being racist for saying that the black man is the original man. We're still there, family. Maybe you have forgotten this, but we are still there. Even though all the evidence and the truth and the facts, what we're going to go into tonight, I mean, we're going to be going into the reality that the world already has come to grip with and understand. But yes, racism is still thick. It's not coming from Dr. Nkuba, but it's coming from the system that we are a part of. So I just decided to begin in that manner. Yes, family, give thanks for your presence with us. This is the Tiger's Nest radio program. This is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you are not a subscriber to the program, just contact me, talking about Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, and let us know that you want to be a subscriber. And of course, you know that means you will never miss another episode of the Tiger's Nest again. Now, we're going to hear a bit more from Dr. Nkuba, a bit more in the program. But I want to get into another documentary now as it relates to the discovery of the leakies. And we are going to go into the whole concept of what the good doctor really prepped us with. The original man. Is it just a phrase, or is it a reality? And any which angle you come from, because I know some of us, we're not into no evolution business. Man, even if you're into what you call it, what you consider creation, the point is, any which way you turn, there must have been an original man. This is science of which everyone else filtrated from. And that is the language of science, not my language. In fact, the scientific language is mutation. So this is going to be a very serious discussion, family. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take a short intermission here. And I'm going to ask the royal family, those who are viewing on social media, press the link in the description below. And join us at the hub of information, Radio Anu. That is command post, Radio Anu. YouTube is a different thing by itself. Come over to command post, Radio Anu. Press the link in the description below. And of course, the Tiger's Nest continues.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information.
Don't give us symbol.
Well, now we're going to pull the flag down.
Yeah, family, we definitely give thanks for your presence with us. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And of course, give thanks to this moment. You don't know, this is the moment where we gather together every evening at the hour of 7 p.m. sharp Eastern Caribbean time. Eastern Standard Time is the standard right about now. Welcoming you to the Tiger's Nest. It's a joy, it's an honor, and of course it is a privilege that I can sip and sup with the iDem and keep this meditation going. Family, we have a wonderful program in store for you this evening. Let me repeat, this is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You find it right here on Radio Anu. This is the international flavor. Radio Anu is the universal spice. And to get here, all you got to do, priestIsaacInstitute.com. priestIsaacInstitute.com. But of course, you are here. That's how you're listening to us. But just for those who may be hearing this on a rebroadcast or something else, somewhere else, we just got to make them know that the hub, the place to be, ground 7, some say ground 0, ground 7, or 9, 13 if you want it, is Radio Anu. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. And this evening, we're going to be talking about the Nubians and the connections to the Olmec. You know what we're going to be talking about tonight? The origin of the Olmec people. Yeah, this is going to be a serious presentation here on Radio Anu. So make sure you have everything in order. Make sure you have everything intact. We're going to be carrying this or taking this to another level this evening. But before we begin, let me just remind you, of course, remember that it is Sunday, the 30th of April. That is just a few days from now. Sunday, the 30th of April, we will be having the official launch of our ancient astronomy course. I must say, family, I'm very thankful to all of you who have been showing such, interest in this ancient astronomy course. I know you would have received, just a snippet of it, of course, on the short introduction that you would have seen. Yes, give thanks, but there's so much more. Family, this course, right? Professional. I mean, if we didn't do it ourselves, I would be telling you, I would be selling it to the world, if we didn't do it ourselves. Well done, professionally done, the information precise. And I mean, if you really want to get in tune, not just with knowing some astronomical academics, but if you are spiritually inclined, you would want to make sure you go through this course, because this course is going to lead you to the archaeoastronomy course, which is coming after this. This course, this ancient astronomy course, is going to lead you to the astrotheology course. And astrotheology is not astrology and theology. It's astronomy and theology, ancient astronomy. So family, make sure you're there on Sunday. This is a totally free event. Just, make sure you put it on your calendar of things to do. And we begin at 3 p.m. sharp in the afternoon from 3 to 5. It's a family affair. In fact, the young ones should be there in the house with us, because we will have the official launch of our brand new short film documentary, which is Anu, the ancient city. And by now, I think you all know that this was produced by the Honorable Prince Alamase and, of course, narrated by myself. So you're going to want to see this. Make sure you're in the house for that. And then at the same time, we will also be having the official relaunch of the, I would say, the newly updated, what you call international homeschool program. Newly updated, newly fitted, new aspects of it coming out. So everyone will want to be in the house for that one. And then, as I said, the main event is going to be the launch of the ancient astronomy program. So you know what you got to do. Just send us an email, and we will definitely issue to you your Zoom link. And of course, your Zoom link will definitely get you in the house on that day, on that evening. And as I said, well, it's actually the day, because we're starting at 3 p.m. And what we will be doing, just so you have a good idea of what's happening here, we will be giving you somewhat of a preview as such of what to expect, when you order or when you enroll yourself in the ancient astronomy course. Honestly, family, I don't think there's anything out there like the ancient astronomy course that we are offering, and that's just being honest. And at the same time, because ancient astronomy is not something that's pushed. Astronomy is pushed. Ancient astronomy, although it's the first astronomy, it's like a new thing that we are resurrecting here. Straight up. And I'm honored to be, he that would have resurrected it in this moment and in this time. So really what we have as the course is really the forerunner of many, many great things to come as it relates to that field. So Sunday, family, there's no charge. It is a free event. Just contact us and we send you the Zoom link. We don't have to know who you are. We send you the Zoom link and you will be in the house with us on Sunday, and make sure you bring the young ones. Now, what I would like to get into here, and this is actually before we get into the main subject. The main subject, again, we're going to be talking about the Olmec civilization. The main subject tonight, we're going to be talking about the Nubians. We're going to be talking about El Kabulan. Some deep stuff we're getting into. So make sure that you stay locked for the full hour. Not hour, we're going to be here for more than an hour right here on the Tiger's Nest. But I want to begin with this. Now, many of us, we actually take for granted that the people that we call the Jews or the Jewish people are not the true people of the scripture. Now, I know many of you that are listening. You're not into this and you're not into that. You're not into Bible. You don't believe in this and Jacob and Abraham and all of that. Okay, I get your point, but that's not even the point. The point is, this is a serious case of identity theft. Talking about taking the glory of someone, even if you consider the whole science of Israel, the Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, the Israelites. We are the real lights. And even if you don't think it's a genealogical thing, although the book says so, even if you think it's a spiritual thing and an astronomical thing, the point is we are the ones that radiate the light. The melanated ones is real lights. Good. Now, what I'm saying here, this is not a separation or trying to ostracize anyone from the human family or racism or anything like that. This is just reality and pointing out the fraud. Yeah, those who would have stolen the identity of the children of the Most High. This is as serious as can get. Now, I think we all know that most of the individuals that we refer to as Jewish people today, not the Hebrew Israelites now, the Jewish people, the ones that wish they were the true Jews, refer to themselves as Ashkenazi Jews. And even what I'm saying here, this sort of rhetoric is the sort of rhetoric that they listen for. I mean, you could come on social media and curse your mother out. I'm telling you. But the moment you start to say certain things, like you speak against the Jewish people, you're not even speaking against nobody. You're just speaking the truth. All of a sudden, oh, you're anti-Semitic, and they try all sorts of ways to clamp you out. I'm not asking you. And I'm not telling you what I've heard. You understand? Okay, remember, we are the ones that wrote the book, the true biblical land of Israel. You remember the book, don't you? The truth. It was a theological paper first. The amount of seminaries, Jewish and otherwise, that we would have sent that to, or schools of theology in the case of the Jewish, Christians, and other ones that we would have sent that to, the true biblical land of Israel. That's a threat, because it totally rubbishes, if that's the right term, the whole concept of the Jewish people being the people of the promise, and even their stolen fake promised land to be the divine borders that has been described in the Bible. You think they like that. It's only because we haven't blown up yet, let's put it that way, in the world. Yeah, I know, Priest Isaac, everybody know Priest Isaac. No, everybody don't know. When you see the word really gets around, that is when they say, no, man, this is a serious thing. That is why when it gets too hot, channels get cut off. You get suspended from this and that social media. Even your own radio station, they come and infiltrate because you're saying what they don't want you to say. Everyone knows that the Jewish people, the vast majority of them, are known as Ashkenazi Jews. I think you know that. Don't you know that? They wouldn't deny that. Go and meet any one of them in Washington, New York, or London in the thick black coat and the kind of woolly hat and the locks on the side and ask them, are you an Ashkenazi Jew? They would tell you yes. If they're not Ashkenazi, they may be Parzanian. But these are the two main ethnicity for these people that have taken the identity of Jewish people. You follow me? Because we are to believe that sometime before 1947, going back into ancient history, that these people were the same people promised, by Moses and God and commandments and Isaiah and the prophet Jeremiah. These are the descendants of this incredible story, so we are to believe. So even if you, as a black person, don't think you have anything to do with this biblical narrative, well, that's your own opinion. But for sure, these are the people definitely ain't got nothing to do with the biblical narrative. I know that for sure. Yeah. At least not the part they want to claim. Good. There's all kind of people in the biblical narrative. It's not God alone in the biblical narrative. You have the devil in it too. Good. So I'm not saying they're not in the book, but who they're claiming to be. Okay. Let me read something for you here from the book of Genesis chapter 10. And it says here, now these are the generations of the sons of Noah. Please follow me. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. These are Noah's sons. And unto them were sons born after the flood. Good. The sons of Japheth. So we're going to start with Japheth. So let's get this straight. Noah has three sons, three boys, Japheth and Ham and Shem. Now, many ones say that Ham is the foundation of the black world. It says so right here. Well, it doesn't say that right here, but it says the sons of Ham are Cush and Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. And of course, modern scholarship, and to some degree, all the scholarship, attribute this Cush, C-U-S-H, because you got to be careful. You can't confuse C-U-S-H, Cush, K-U-S-H, Cush, and then you have Cash and Kish, and they're not always the same. And the terms are interchangeable because the same Cush that we call Ethiopia was once called Kish, but they have another Kish somewhere else, which was ruled by Ethiopia too. But depending on what time in history, you see it as a different empire. We got to understand these things. That's why you have Saul in the Bible, the Benjaminite. He was the son of Kish. That's why you have people like Joshua, the son of Nun. We like to say, oh, the Bible is symbolic, and then we throw it under the table. Well, if it's symbolic, let's go through it and pick up the symbolism. Or just say that is an excuse because you don't want to dig into it. No, I'm serious. So here we have the three sons of Noah. Supposedly the black race came from Ham. Well, I totally disagree with that kind of stuff, but that's not the depths of where I'm going now. We've covered this, but I'm not going to go there now. I want to make sure I save the time to make the other point clear. The point is that the children of Shem, according to the scripture, are the children. It is from that lineage, pardon me, that the children of Israel would come from. Shem, because Shem would have been the ancestor of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And of course, we all know Jacob is who had the 12 sons, and you have the 12 tribes of Israel. You know this. Good, fair enough. And this is bloodline we're dealing with. Good. Now, Japheth now, which is the third, or the other son, or maybe the third son. Japheth is who many ones consider the Caucasian race came from. Now, within the midst of this mythology here, straight up, the whole Noah's Ark story is a lot of mythology there. And I know some of us who are not really trained in it going to be upset and say, Ross, I'm upset with you because you say it's not real. I never said that. I said it's mythology. I mean, what's realer than mythology? It may not be as literal as it sounds, but it doesn't mean that it's not true. I mean, come on. This is why we take time to do these programs, I know some people come very late to class, very, very late, and think that they know it all. Because some people don't come to class to learn, People come to class to teach you the teaching. Yeah, they come with their fingers in their ears. Yeah, so some people they're not even grasping what we're saying here. So again, let me repeat. The mythology, straight up, of the story that I'm reading here can also be seen when it crystallizes, not only in history, but in anthropology. You with me? Okay, good. So Japheth now, which is the father, not of the Israelites, but the Gentiles. It says right here, the Gentiles, the isles of the Gentiles were divided amongst Japheth. So it says here, the sons of Japheth are Gomer, and Magog, Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer, and Gomer is the son of Japheth. The sons of Gomer are Ashkenaz. Who? Ashkenaz. Say that again. Ashkenaz. Continue. And Ribhath and Togama. And the sons of Japhan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim, pardon me. And by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands. Now here's where I'm going with this in the family. Everyone after their tongue and after their families and their nations. And this is where I'm going with this family. Now, from what I just read there a moment ago, it is clearly showing you that what we have here is the bloodline of a specific people. Now, and this is why I began by saying those who consider themselves Ashkenazi Jews. What is interesting about them is that they do not deny being Ashkenaz. And the root of Ashkenaz, as you can see here, is biblical. But at the same time, being biblical, these Ashkenaz are clearly considered to be of the Gentile stock. That is why they have been given the isles of the Gentiles. I wonder if you followed me. A Gentile is someone that is not an Israelite or not a Jew. The Israelites, you follow their blood lineage coming from Shem. I know there are those that say, oh, so what you saying, Rasta? Black people bloodline come from Shem. Now, the argument at this moment is not trying to prove to nobody that black people are the true Israelites. That's not the moment now. You know, we pick our fights properly. Eh? That is just going to confuse what we're saying. The point, the argument for this moment, the talk of the hour is that those who say that they are the Israelites definitely are not. That's the argument. You can leave the second round for some other time. But now we're talking about the Ashkenazi Jews, not the Hebrew Israelites. Let's not mix it up so we can score some points. This is not score points. This is bringing the truth to the people. So if you are Ashkenazi, you can't be Jew. Ashkenazi Jew don't go together. It don't work. How did that happen? Not unless your father was a Jew and your mother was an Ashkenaz. Maybe that's what you're saying, but that's not what they're saying. It's not an amalgamation of anything. These are the pure Jews. But somehow they are Ashkenaz because that's where they are. From the isles of the Gentiles, from the back part of Europe, from the hills and cave sides of Europe, as they would say. That is them coming in from the Poland and Czechoslovakia and the Rhineland and Prussia and these places. That's them. And because they were running and looking for a place to stay, they stole a piece of real estate and just created a whole, story around themselves. They borrowed something from the Bible and just said that this is us because they had some power and they were backed by the colonialists of the world. That's all. And still coming around saying they're Ashkenazi Jews. They're devilish angels. They're devilish gods. They don't work together. These things don't work together. Yes, I know they kicked angels out of heaven and Satan was an angel too and all of that. But the point I'm making is that being Ashkenaz and being a Jew, no, it doesn't work. Because as you see right here in Genesis, Ashkenaz is a direct descendant, grandchild of Japheth, the father of the Gentiles. Definitely not the father of the Jews. Eh? Yeah, family, give thanks, for a present. All right. That's just the introduction of tonight's program. Yeah, let us look to get into the literal program now. As I said, family, this is Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Of course, just encouraging you one more time. Make sure you are with us, for the official launch of the ancient astronomy course. And of course, remember that you get it? And of course, the course will be launched on Sunday, the 30th day of April. All right. As I said, let us get into this subject now. But before that, blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its maker has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets,
moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information. Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information.
Oh, blessed love, my family. Give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. I mean, giving thanks continually for being in the land of the ever living. What I'm going to bring to you, my royal family, is an excerpt of the program that we did previous evening, The Tiger's Nest on Radio Anu. Those of you who are listeners to The Tiger's Nest, you would have remembered that I said I would have taken an excerpt of the program and we would have placed it on the YouTube with some specific pictures. Family, this reasoning, this discussion, for those of you who missed it, is going to be a very serious discussion. Well, it's not going to be. We already had the discussion. We already had the reasoning. We were speaking about the 21st day of April again in an astronomical sense, and believe it or not, having to do with the foundation of Rome. And of course, connecting it again to the whole aspect of the celebration, Abraham meet Melchizedek. So family, just get comfortable. And as I said, this is just an excerpt from the Tiger's Nest. Every evening we do the Tiger's Nest at 7 p.m. So join us this evening on Radio Anu, 7 p.m. for the full Tiger's Nest. But I'm going to share with you a small section, I mean, at least 30, 45 minutes of the program. I think the program went to almost 2 hours previous night. Deep discussion, so deep that we have to bring pictures now to literally add to showing you what we were speaking about. So give thanks, and I'm going to continue. This is from previous evenings.
How many bullets we have there? That's about 36 bullets also.
That's me
that
there.
That reach, that hit the spot there.
Wow.
I assume a few miss.
Give thanks.
Wow.
Keep listening. Tiger's Nest.
Just because you were asked to leave the party. Well, I'm not going to say because I don't know what took place, but this happened in Alabama. And here's this now. They haven't found the killers yet. No arrest has been made. I'm not saying that they're not going to make any arrests, but you know how it goes when the Negroes get let down. Oh, just some Negroes. So what? You don't believe nobody said that? No, let's be honest, because I know some of you don't like to hear me say that. It's not me saying that. That's what it is. You're trying to tell me you don't believe that nobody in the investigation team, not regular people, in the investigation team, the police squad, the government officials, you don't think nobody or anybody look at that situation and said, okay, and that's just 4 Negroes that died. That's all right. What about the 32 that got injured? All Negroes? Yeah, it was a nigger party. Oh, that's okay. They're just Negroes. Yeah, no, nobody speaks like that anymore. We're all nice people. So again, it's interesting that they found no one has been arrested for that as yet, and must say it's a touching situation when you see your black loved ones having to go through that. Yes. Anyway, I'm not going to add too much more to that, and who could have done it and who maybe didn't do it and all of that. Let's just go straight into our reasoning this evening. So once again, give thanks for your presence with us, family. And where we're going tonight, we're going to have to concentrate on some archaeoastronomy. As you know, on the 30th day of April, we will be having a wonderful sit down. We will be definitely having an open house right here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are talking about education is the key. This is going to be a beautiful day, because I will be giving a massive, mighty, not too lengthy lecture on that day entitled The Heavens Declare. Now listen, this is something we are just adding to the lineup. So the day may just go a bit longer than planned, but it's all right. I'm sure you don't mind. So listen, family. First of all, the main event is still the official launch of our ancient astronomy program. That is the main event. Our ancient astronomy course certified course, meaning that when you are done the course, you're going to get your certification. We will be launching the course on Sunday, the 30th day of April. That's the main event. And of course, all of this is going to be done via Zoom, not on the YouTube, via Zoom, not even Radio Anu, via Zoom. So make sure you contact us and get your link for the Zoom. It is free, of course. There's no charge whatsoever. Make sure you bring in your family and your loved ones. We're going to be having a mighty, mighty, wonderful day. We're going to be premiering our brand new short documentary film entitled Anu, the Ancient City. Entitled what? Anu, the Ancient City. You definitely need to be in the house for that one. And remember, we will be relaunching, very important event. We will be relaunching the International Homeschool Program, which is for the young ones. Of course, you know, we have been doing the International Homeschool Program for some time now. We have really updated it and taken it to another level all by itself. Trust me, family, you're going to want to see what we would have done to it when you sat in with us on Sunday, the 30th of April. And then, of course, remember that we will be again officially launching the Ancient Astronomy course. And I'm hoping and looking for all my students, especially those of you who, you know, sit into the tiger's nest, whether you're a subscriber or not. And those who do not subscribe too, this is the time to really subscribe to the Ancient Astronomy course. The homeschool too, you know. Yeah, man, for your young ones. You see, family, all that we have to offer here is of the highest quality. I'm not afraid or ashamed to say that. You know, the Ancient Astronomy course that we are launching is of the highest standard. Remember, we have searched through the online courses and what they have to offer. And I'm speaking of my own self, astronomy courses, and things of the sort, dealing with different aspects of astronomy. And what we have put together as the rudiments of ancient astronomy is something that you will definitely appreciate, or as we say, appreciate love. The quality, the graphics, the information, you know, definitely. And it has been created for the mature mind as such. So even teenagers could be a part of this program. Anyone, really. Of course, you know, the young Prince Alamase, all 11 years of age, is the master of the graphics and the videography behind such. I'm sure many of you would have seen the documentary, A Petty Mech. And also on that day, I will be giving a lecture entitled The Heavens Declare. This is going to be astrotheology, you know. Now hear me good, eh? The course that we are launching is an ancient astronomy course. It's not an astrotheology course. That is coming as well. But before that, we have the archaeoastronomy course. So this is some serious stuff. So even to graduate to those other courses, family, it is essential that you take the ancient astronomy course. So contact us to get your space, your Zoom link for that day, and make sure you bring the full family and come and sit in with us. Beautiful. Now, once again, you're definitely tuned to the Tiger's Nest. Those of you who are just coming in, I definitely welcome you. This is, of course, Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. You know, definitely this program comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Of course, what we were speaking about a bit earlier, we were just highlighting, of course, the mass shooting there again in Alabama, and our brothers and sisters that actually lost their lives and those who would have been injured at a party, a birthday party, sweet 16 as it was. All right, now where I would like to go this evening, we are going to Rome. And, well, that may not be where I would like to go, but it just has a matter of word sound. And really, I would like to highlight some information, especially as it deals with even this time of the year. And I'm speaking specifically of the 21st day of April. Now, I would like to read something here for you. Let me just find the information directly dealing with the, I'm just looking for it here, the information concerning Emperor Hadrian and some of his works and his buildings. Okay, here it is. Now, the Emperor Hadrian was one of the greatest builders of Roman history. Let me make sure my mic is good. In particular, he ordered the construction of the world-famous royal estate, today called Villa Adriana. Now, it is these fellas always give their places, they always attribute some feminine names to masculine people. What is that all about? His name is Adrian, or Hadrian. But Adrian now is, and the place is Adriana. Or Adrian, yeah, Adriana. Alexander. Alexandria. What is that? Cecil Rhodes. Rhodesia, you know, somewhat what appears to be a feminine form of a masculine name. But anyway, let me not stay on that point too long. It is known that he was interested in astronomy. Sounds to me like he interested in other things too. His own mausoleum, later transformed by the popes into St. Angelo Castle, is placed in such a way that the midsummer sun was seen to set over it, looking from the Pantheon. So that's an alignment, what we call hierophany. Good. Hadrian actually rebuilt the Pantheon itself as an incomparable masterpiece, which is today the best preserved monument of the imperial period in Rome. It stands over the foundations of the temple originally built by Augustus, which had been destroyed by fire. Hadrian's architects completed the reconstruction in 128 AD.
Listen good.
As a symbol of continuity, the original inscription by Agrippa was affixed to a new facet where it can still be read. The Pantheon has exerted a tremendous influence on architecture since the Renaissance. Yet, in spite of having such a prominent role in history, we know very little about it, said the author. Only the historian Cassius Dio says a few words. My own opinion on the origin of the name is that because it is vaulted roof, it actually resembles the heavens. And that was a quote from Cassius Dio. So we do not really know why the Pantheon was built or how it was used. The Pantheon is a masterpiece, but the builders left nothing in writing. Okay, and sometimes, you know, because word sound is power, you got to be careful what you're reading. He may not know. They may not know how it was built. They may not understand the reason because nothing was left in writing, but nothing was left in writing in the Great Pyramids neither. And we comprehend and understand the mysteries of the pyramid, don't we? Exactly. So you reading what these fellas write, we will never know. And all of that stuff, they will never know. So you, the reader, who, you know, especially when you're already in tune to the higher realms, especially when you know word sound is power. Even when you're reading, you got to be careful, you know. Those of us in the modern time have not yet discovered this and that. You haven't discovered this and that. We know this, that, and the third long time. But anyway, let me continue to. The building consists of a rectangular portico fronting a circular building, a huge hemispherical dome built over a cylinder, which has the same diameter and is high as the radius. Therefore, the ideal completion of the upper hemisphere by the hypothetical lower one touches the central point of the floor directly beneath the circular opening on the top of the door. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to explain everything. You don't have to worry. I know you're saying, wow, okay, where are we going now? Don't worry, I'll take you there. Now, of course, this is Radio Anu, international flavor, the universal spice. And the thing with Radio Anu now, which is different than most radios, is that you're listening to the radio on the website. And of course, as you know, our website is extensive. So I could easily put up pictures of what I'm showing here or saying here, so you have a better understanding. Even to the subscribers, as you know, from time to time, depending on what we're speaking of, we would even send you photographs or pictures of exactly the discussion. So it makes it a bit easier. But for tonight, you're going to have to just bear with me for the moment. And what we would do sometime in the near future, we may create a video around this segment of the Tiger's Nest, just this segment specifically of the Tiger's Nest, and show it in more a video form, what I'm going to explain, what I'm explaining already, and what we're going to explain, because it's extremely deep as it relates to the time of year that we are in. So again, the building consists of a rectangular portico fronting a circular building, a huge hemispherical dome built over a cylinder, which has the same diameter and is as high as the radius. So, very simple. Let us just first picture the building, which is considered the dome. Now, it is those of you who are builders or architects or anything of the sort, or just to know how something looks when you're building it. So you have a building that is somewhat cylindrical in shape. And at the same time, it is topped with a dome. So of course the dome, you know what the dome is. The dome is almost like a half a circle as such, covering as the roof. Now this dome specifically is where the light will pass through. Interesting. Now this is very serious because the dome itself has to penetrate the light, and the light will have to come from the sun, and at the same time the sun will be obviously making its different movements through the zodiac belt as time moves on through the what is known as the annum. All right, very good. So again, picture this. You have the cylindrical building with the dome on top of it. And if you are to enter the building, which you're coming from the north, all of this is very important. When you enter the building, you're going to enter into a rectangular sort of shaped, if you want to say, somewhat of an annex. But you enter into the building through this rectangular, somewhat structure. So as it says again, the building consists of a rectangular portico fronting a circular building. Follow me good. Here it is. A huge hemispherical dome. So just like when you see the picture of the flat earth, you see they have a dome on it, just like that. So a huge hemispherical dome built over a cylinder. Simple. Which, here it is, which has the same diameter and is the height of as the same height and is as high as the radius. So that is very important, because from you start to talk about the radius now, and of course, you know, that's like if you were to draw a straight line from the center of the circumference of a circle or a sphere, that is where you're going to get the radius. So, and this is showing you now, so you just have to imagine that the circle on which the dome is rest down, the geometry is so perfect that if you were to look at it from a side view and draw another circle, which will take in the dome, the circle will come and touch the floor and make a perfect circle from your architectural drawing. So the individual that did the architecture, those of you that are builders or architects, I know you could understand this. Here you have a dome roof on top of a building that is cylindrical in shape. But from a side view, if you were to draw a circle using the circle of the dome and continue, or the half circle of the dome, and continue to draw this imaginary circle, it will touch the floor perfectly. So again, let me read it for you. The building consists of a rectangular portico fronting a circular building, a huge hemispherical dome built over a cylinder, which has, hear this, which has the same diameter. This is the science, geometry, and is as high as the radius. Therefore, the ideal completion of the upper hemisphere by a hypothetical lower one. That's what I'm just saying. The hypothetical lower one, meaning that the lower hemisphere is not there. Follow me good. The upper hemisphere is the dome. That's the upper hemisphere. Look at the globe. You cut the globe in half. You have the upper hemisphere, which is the northern hemisphere, which looks like a dome. So this is saying now, if you were to add a next dome underneath, it would make a perfect ball inside of the building, wherein the top of the bottom of the ball now would perfectly touch the floor. And remember, you know, that is why now he uses the term hypothetical, because it's not really there. But the builders and the architects designed it in such a way as if it was there, it would perfectly touch the floor. Now, all of this is a part of the geometry, you know, so that it can align with the winter solstice, with the summer solstice, and with the equinoxes. This is what I'm going to show you. Follow now. Okay, good. I know we took a little time there, but trust me, it's worth the absorption. Every program is not just let me lay back and listen to what a man's saying. Sometimes you gotta sit up and, cock your ear to the side and listen, put your ears, although you can hear, but there's something about putting your ears close to the speaker and saying, okay, let me listen good. This opening is the only source of direct light. Which opening? Oh, pardon me. The circular opening in the top of the door, as we explained before. This opening is the only source of direct light. Since no direct sunlight can enter from the door throughout the year, owing to the northward orientation of the entrance, which points some 5 degrees west of north. As I said, you would enter this building from the north, but it's just 5 degrees west of north. That's how it's designed. Okay, and it's literally towards Augustus' mausoleum. A curious consequence of this orientation is that the huge facade of the building is always in the dark. One thing is certain. On each sunny day, the attention of the visitors is attracted by the shaft of sunlight entering from the top. So obviously, family, the building is usually dark because there are no electricity, no electrical lights in there, no windows, nothing like that. So it has been perfectly left like that. Well, actually, I don't know if they have lights in there. They purposely keep it off. But it was designed, when they designed it, specifically this way, to be left in the dark at specific times. And the sun, when it comes through on the sunny day, you would see the light of the sun traveling along the wall, day by day, shifting its position. But of course, as you have morning and then it comes evening, you will watch the light walking along the wall through this hole in the roof. But obviously, as the days go by, the position of the light will change. It was designed that way. Follow me good. Right. Again, a curious consequence of this orientation is that the huge facade of the building is always in the dark. Quite optical feature. One thing is certain. On each sunny day, the attention of the visitors is attracted by the shaft of sunlight entering from the top, the shaft. So it looks like a shaft of light. If in there was dusty, it would look like a shaft of light just coming through. So let us study the behavior of the sunlight inside of the Pantheon. Day by day. You with me, family? Good. The general idea was probably, guess in here, the person that's speaking, the general idea was probably inspired by a particular type of Roman sundial, which captured the beam of the sunlight within a shadowy interior. In fact, since the door opens to the north, the shaft of sunlight at noon is always located on an approximate meridian line which passes over the entrance. So a meridian line now, in astronomy, in ancient astronomy, a meridian line is a line that really comes from true north to the observer's position, if you understand what I'm saying. A meridian line is connected to the true north and aligns with the observer's position. So if you're looking for the azimuth then of a star, you would have to find true north first. And the azimuth of the star is basically the angle of the star when you go take a clockwise bearing from true north. Those of you who do landscaping knows exactly what I'm talking about. So true north now, straight to the observer, because you're actually appearing you appear to be in the center of everything. So the true north, the line comes straight to you. That's basically the meridian line in that sense. And so when you understand that now, let's follow what this is saying. The general idea was probably inspired by a particular type of Roman sundial, which captured the beam of sunlight within the shadowy interior. In fact, since the door opens to the north, the shaft of sunlight at noon is always located on an approximate meridian line which passes over the entrance. Good. At the autumn equinox, the sun spot, the sunlight touches the interior spring of the autumn hemisphere, the sunspot. The spot of sunlight, touches the interior spring of the upper hemisphere. All right, let me read that properly. At the autumn equinox, the spot of sunlight touches the interior spring of the upper hemisphere. Then the spot moves up to its maximum height in the roof over the entrance, reached at winter solstice. Thereafter, it starts moving down, again brushing the base of the dome at the spring equinox. In the subsequent days, the sun culminates progressively higher, and so the beam moves further down, illuminating the grill over the entrance, and finally, the arched doorway, the entire opening, which is fully lit around the 21st day of April. Now remember, this happens every year. So you actually see the progression taking place here. You can see, again, it highlights the equinox. At the autumn equinox, the spot of sunlight. So just imagine, and again, we will be sometime in the future creating this in a more visual form so you can follow it. But I'm sure the time that we are taking to express and identify this properly, you will be able to get it. And this is a simple thing to do, you know. Even while I'm speaking to you, and you are to Google's Hadrian, like Adrian with an H, Hadrian's Pantheon.
No need to.
21st day of April. Do that now. Hadrian's Pantheon. 21st day of April, if you are listening to radio, I know, and but at the same time, the way that we will be expressing it to you would give you a good idea of exactly how it goes. So let's go through that again, students, very much important here. So it is showing you, when we're observing the movements from at the autumn equinox, the spot of sunlight touches the interior spring of the upper hemisphere. Then the spot moves up to its maximum height in the roof over the entrance, reached at winter solstice. Now that's its maximum height, and that is reached at winter solstice. Thereafter, it starts moving down, again brushing the base of the dome at the spring equinox. In the subsequent days, the sun culminates progressively higher, and so the beam moves further down, illuminating the grill over the entrance, and finally, arch, and finally the arch doorway and the entering and the entire opening, pardon me, which is fully lit around the 21st day of April. Let me just read this quickly. After that, the beam starts moving across the floor towards the center of the building, which is, however, never reached since, of course, the sun does not cross the zenith at the latitude of Rho. See, all of this is important. And let me do say here, this is why the archaeoastronomy course that we will be doing is very important. But even right now, the ancient astronomy course that we would be launching on the 30th is also very important, because you see, when it comes to understanding the heavens, when it comes to understanding the movements, when it comes to comprehending exactly what is taking place above us, ancient astronomy for sure would really keep us in a better understanding when it comes to really getting it in order. Because, as I said, you are observing. So he's talking about the whole aspect of the heavens. As I said now, the fact that the door is pointing to the north. Again, the meridian coming from true north, basically. Well, of course, the meridian is just like the equator, You have an equator on the earth and you have a celestial equator. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind. So there are those that would draw the meridian basically on the earth. The line comes to you, but you still got to project it celestially. So the meridian going to the zenith is also a celestial thing. So all of this is very important. So what is happening here is that there's certain hierarchy that you get when you're inside of the tropics, Cancer, Capricorn. Remember, the earth has a tilt of 23.5 degrees, what is called obliquity. So that also is the same shift that you have when it comes to the equator, the equator and the lines of Tropic of Cancer, and the line that represents the Tropic of Capricorn, which is again 23.5 degrees north and south. So when you have countries, even Stonehenge in these places that align with equinox and solstices, remember Stonehenge, just like the Pantheon here, is outside of the tropics. You followed me? So the alignment would be different. The azimuth of the sun, and of course even the zenith of the sun, would be different than the zenith of the sun here, at least those who are in the tropics. Good. I'm saying all of that to say, not to confuse you or to make it sound too difficult. I'm saying all that to say now that this building, that is why it being built 5 degrees west of north, is very important. Aligning very close to the meridian, the line coming straight to the view, and even the line above. And then at the same time, you could see, even though it's aligned with the equinoxes, it's aligned with the solstices. And because the equinoxes is equal day and night, where the sun is on the spring equinox, the sun is going to be on the fall equinox, because it's just come back to that. The position of the sun is going to be at the two extremes with the solstices, spring and summer solstice. I hope you comprehend what I'm saying. But if you notice, the 21st day, the 21st day of April, which is not really considered no special day when it comes to the seasons, but is a very key day when it comes to the mystic world. Now, of course, in the next few days, we will be celebrating the 57th anniversary of the visitation of Haile Selassie I to Jamaica. Abraham meet Melchizedek. It's interesting, eh? the 57th anniversary. Those of you who are listening to the program, welcome to the House of Priests, myself and Kes Westmore, that we did on Sunday. Some of that program is on YouTube, not all. Some of the program is on YouTube. But remember, this is a exclusively radio annual program. But interestingly, the bit that was streamed to YouTube was actually 57 minutes and 57 seconds. And it was done about the 57th anniversary of Abraham meet Melchizedek. Yeah, mistake, yeah? That wasn't purposely done, but it was a coincidence because it coincided. Yeah, with the spiritual world, that's what it's all about. So yeah, so the 21st day of April, as you know, have its own energy, its own spirit, talking about the sun really being in the ram. And of course, you know, the mystics of the presence of Haile Selassie I coming to Jamaica at that time, and of course, all we discussed around the visitation and the 31 gold medals given to the 31 heads of Rastafari and the diplomatic rights of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward. So it's a very important day for us. It's a day of celebration. You know, it's a day of remembrance as well. In 2016, His Highness Hermes Selassie would have visited Jamaica for that 50th anniversary of the visitation again of his grandfather, Emperor Haile Selassie I, to the Caribbean in general too, and specifically even to Jamaica at that time. So this year alone, we already saw, we're going to see, even as I'm speaking to you now, you know, the moon is traveling towards Jupiter to make a very unique conjunction with Jupiter very soon in the next couple of hours. And then afterwards, the moon will go straight to the sun within a few hours, like 5 hours after, to bring forward that beautiful eclipse on 420, on 420, as they call it, the day of marijuana. They take away the 420 thing is, there is something, the 420 energy is really a force-up, rush-up thing. If you notice, they have 420 before 421. There's nothing special about 420, but there's something special about 421. 421 is the 21st day of April. Abraham meet Melchizedek, the visitation of Haile Selassie I. Now, what I'm saying, don't get me wrong, there's something special about every day. But you know that we signify that day and the proceedings thereof because of the fulfillment of prophecy. Now, the day before that, you have this day of smoking cannabis. But remember, it was 421, not 420, 421, when the plane landed in Jamaica. And all the Rastas were under the plane even before it stopped. Move. And chalice burning under the plane. Nothing like that ever happened before. It should be 421. But you see, they celebrate the 420, some kind of hippie thing, to take away the glory from 421. When the sun was in the ram, the sacrifice, the sacrificial lamb. Deep vibes, you know, deep vibes, because even when you read the book of Exodus, and they talk about the same ram that the sun is in on 421, astrotheology, it speaks about getting the unblemished lamb and beating it on your door when the father passed over the land of Egypt, of your captivity. When you see the blood of the lamb on the door, you will be saved. Do you know when that happened? 421. What are you talking about, Ras? Read your Bible, you see. It took place on the 21st day of April. In your Bible, when the Lord came over the land of Egypt, not Kemet, you know, the land of your captivity. When he came over the land where you were enslaved. to free you now. He was seeking to see those who had the blood of the Lamb on their doorposts. Remember, it's mythology we're talking about here, which is crystallized into history. Yeah. So, the blood of the Lamb that was on the doorposts, same young ram, because when the emperor passed over the land of Egypt, Jamaica, 421, read the book of Exodus. It said, this shall be the beginning of months, the month for you. Now, everyone know that the 1st of April is what they call April's Fools. You've heard of that. Do you know why they call it April's Fools? All of that is to play with your mind. Now, although we know the 21st of March is the spring equinox, the 1st of April has always been considered by many as, if you deal with the months on that level, the beginning of spring. And in certain alignments, one's considered the April as the beginning of the year, especially those of a Hebrew Israelite persuasion. Well, some of the groups. Now, and it's well aligned. And of course, it really deals with the moon. Those who are very precise with it, it's more on a moon level. So it doesn't always come at that exact time. But the general idea is that April 1st, the beginning of the months, the beginning of the spring. And that is why it's made a mockery day. April Fools, in Antigua we say All Fools Day. But April Fools and all of that foolishness is right. So they're mocking the day that is seen in some realms as a new beginning. Okay, good. So especially if you take this from a Hebrew Israelite perspective, they would say that when the Exodus started, the first day of the month, the first day of the year, was April 1st. I'm sure many of you agree. So if you read the scripture now, it says that when the Lord passed over, because they were supposed to have a feast of unleavened bread, and the Lord is going to pass over, and they're supposed to roast the lamb and eat it with their shoes on, and so many different things were given. And all of this went for 7, 14, 21 days. If you read it good, it says that it's sealed up on the 21st day. So the 21st day of the first month is the 21st day of April, when the Lord passed over Egypt. In the book of Exodus, when the Lord passed over Egypt, the place of our captivity. And when he passed over Egypt, the place of our captivity, he was looking for those who would have committed themselves to the Lamb. I know when you say blood of the Lamb, you kind of, freak some people out, the blood, and okay, good. Maybe, I don't want you to mix it up because we're not catching the biology. But let us look at it on another level. Those who would have accepted the Lamb. Listen, this ain't no joking. Remember when the Rasses visited the emperor in 1961? They had an audience with the emperor on the same 21st day of April. Remember the Abuna Basolis, the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, gave everyone garments, which consisted of, because they were churchly garments, they got priestly garments from the king. All of these things show you that the emperor recognized Rastafari. They didn't come there as Bubba. In fact, the Bubba himself didn't go. The only dreadlocks there was Martin Moplana. And the brethren, the brotherhood, got Ethiopian churchical garments, which consisted of robes and turbans. It's them say so, you know. Oh, not me. Now, remember the emperor visited Jamaica exactly 5 years after they visited him. Exactly. And according to all reports, before they left him in 61, he told them, next time, tell Jamaica send the right people. Now, most ones know this, you know. That's not no bubble thing, you know. That's well known. And like we saying it to try and make no point, that is well known. When the emperor met Douglas Mack and Alvaranga and these brothers, Mortimer Planner and these wonderful ones, he said them next time, tell Jamaica send the right people. Keeping in mind, he give them robe and turban. When he came to Jamaica 5 years, exactly 5 years after, and he gave them gold medals now. The first man that greeted him was the man in the robe and turban, who never get robe and turban from him. I don't want none of this in nobody. The brethren that got the churchical garments from the king, they didn't have it on. If I'm not mistaken, one brethren had on his, but he didn't have on the turban. The rest had on suit, three-piece suit and necktie. When they visited the emperor in 61, he gave them garments. No disrespect to the elders and the ancestors, you know how it is. I'm just showing you the account. Because King Emmanuel wasn't there, didn't get no robe nor turban, but he had on his robe. And he had on his turban, the first to greet the king. I'm sure the king took note of this. What do you think? No? You're right. So the point is, next time, tell them send the right people. And I'm telling you, all of this is around the energy of the 21st day of April. And again, it has to do with the scripture again in Exodus. Remember, even if you never read the Bible, I'm sure you may have seen the movie. The children of Israel were in Egypt, in captivity. Yes, they want to make you feel it's the three-pyramid land Egypt. Egypt is a word in this sense that is symbolic of bondage. Good. That's what it's symbolic of. You can argue about what it means, but I know what it's symbolic of. Bondage. Good. So the children of Israel that were in bondage, according to the scripture, God would have come over bondage, Egypt, in the night. Dark clouds. Kill the firstborn of Egypt. This is the story. I think this was the last plague. And he said, listen, tonight you're going free. And he tell them, hey, listen, I don't want no leavened bread in your house for 7 days or 14 days. So unleavened bread alone you're supposed to eat. That's bread without raisin agent. And I think you're gonna pick the lamb. I think it's on the 7th day and you roast it and eat it. I think it's on the 14th day and it's supposed to last for 7 days. The point is when you do the maths, it's sealed upon the 21st day of this first month, April, the 21st day, when the Lord passed over Egypt. Now, when Haile Selassie come to Jamaica, it's like the same thing. Even just the way he landed, how the clouds got so dark and the rain drought and wash everybody away. Not away like away, but everybody was soaked. Everyone was soaked. Everyone get their hair washed. And when the sun come out, everyone crisp like chips. Then check it, not French fried chips, potato chips. When they say crisp like chips, I don't know if you ever heard that term. Yeah, but anyway. So, yes. And the doves and the rainbow. Enough fulfillment of prophecy. But the point is that when you understand even the diplomatic reason for the visitation, you can see the alignment perfectly again, even with the prophecy, the Lord passing over Egypt. And hear this now, when he passed over Egypt, he was looking for what? The lamb. The lamb. Not just the lamb personally, he was looking for all the people that were associated with the lamb. Now, when the king come down in Jamaica, you know, he not to say, well, he got slew those who not associated with the lamb, you know, but he come to show them, well, listen, associate yourself with the lamb. Even to as Rastafari, organized and centralized. And the government is already there. That's how I'm looking at it. So the day is significant. Family, they're going to have a mighty eclipse this year. Triple crown eclipse, we call it. They call it hybrid. Triple crown eclipse. We're going to have a double night of meteor shower over the constellation that represents Prince Emmanuel, Ophiuchus, the serpent holder, the tall man with the robe and the turban, holding the snake in his hand and standing on the scorpion. All of this is happening during this special time. And we're showing you now in Rome that you can literally see, even from old times, I won't say ancient times, monuments built to not just align with the equinoxes and the solstices, but interestingly, with the 21st day of April. Quite rare. It's a special day. This is why, you know, family, again, I'm actually encouraging you with my heart. Get the Zoom link. It doesn't charge, it doesn't cost you anything. Get the Zoom link and just be with us on Sunday the 30th. You know, so you can really see. So we're going to be showing you different things. I'm going to be previewing some of the course so you can see the quality of this, and I'm sure you're going to want to be a part of it. And of course, the lecture I'm going to do. Just email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, so you can get your link, your Zoom link. And remember, on that day, we're not just launching the ancient astronomy course, but we're relaunching the homeschool course, homeschool program, and we will be premiering brand new video talking about Anu, the ancient city. So make sure that you're part of that, my beautiful family. All right, so let me continue to read this, and you're going to see, as we continue this, you're going to see exactly how important the 21st day of April is to these people here. I hope everyone is Irie. We say Irie. Some say okay. Sometimes I have to wonder who is okay, you know, but okie dokie. Okay, sometimes we have to be careful how we say things. So if you're Irie, let us go forward here on this one now. Some very important information here for you. And remember, if you're not a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest, just subscribe. It's a very simple thing to do. Just email us and let us know, hey, I would like to be a part of the subscription team so you never miss another episode of the Tiger's Nest again. All right, let us continue, family. And it says here, after that, the beam starts moving across the floor towards the center of the building. And as we said before, which is, however, never reached since, of course, the sun does not cross the zenith at the altitude of Rome. So the zenith, again, so in Rome, the sun would never reach the zenith. And the zenith now is when the sun is perfectly above you. That doesn't mean it happens on the equinox. Even if you live on the equator, and it's the equinox, you're not going to get the sun at the zenith. That is when the sun at noon is perfectly above you. It's still going to have a slight angle, even on the equinox. It's days after the equinox that you'll get a perfect zenith above you if you're on the equator. And of course, it will be more days depending on the latitude going up or going northwards, you know. from the equator. Some deep, deep vibes. So Rome now, they'll never get the zenith of the sun because they're too much north from the equator. So the sun, so this is why it's saying here, with our understanding, after that, the beam starts moving across the floor towards the center of the building, which is, however, never reached since, of course, the sun.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information.
From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, Seven, and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the kingdom of Kush, the lion-headed god, a petty man. The conquering lion has to prevail. Oh, blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. And of course, you know, it is a joy that you are here with us in the Tiger's Lair, definitely the Tiger's Nest. And I'm also just reminding you of the International Tigers Nest radio program that is coming to you this evening. It comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So definitely this evening at 7 p.m. sharp on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Make sure you're there for the Tigers Nest radio program. If for one reason or the other you think you have to miss it, well, of course, you know, we have an option where you can be a subscriber. You can join the subscription team, and that means when you miss the program, by the time you spin around, you will find the program in your inbox. We will send it to you via the email every day after the program is sealed up. So you will never, ever miss another episode of the Tigers Nest radio program. Again, once you become a subscriber. Hey, blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know what season we are in right now. Of course, got to remind you that Patreon's Day is right around the corner, as they say, the 3rd of November. I know everyone is geared. Everyone should be prepared for that very, very blessed day. We definitely have a wonderful lineup of guests and visitors who will be coming and speaking to us and enlightening us and strengthening us in all good things. We definitely have, the good brother, Dr. Ras Wayne Rose. Yes, he will be with us. And of course, we will be conversing on all things African and cultural and justice and judgment for sure. We definitely have Brother Kemet Shockley. He will be with us throughout the day as well. And of course, you know, that good brother is talking about the whole aspect of, the war, the psychological, economical, and cultural war that is amongst our people or on our people, and in fact, in many cases, we have some friendly fire to it, where we shoot in our own selves. So we're very thankful for that brother as well, who will definitely be with us. We have some other guests, some to be confirmed, that will definitely be in the house and will be sharing their knowledge and their expertise on many different aspects, because it's going to be a wonderful day of knowledge. It's going to be a day of education. It's going to be a day of culture. It's going to be a day of so many different things. And remember, it's a day of giving back as well. It's a day where you yourself can come into the Institute's website and make purchases and leave with much more than you may even expect. And of course, on that day, we're going to have some, what I would like to call climax specials. Them climax specials only take place at a certain time of the day, so you really got to be in tune, and it's going to be a very excited and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. And of course, the telethon. Remember, our target this year is $12,000. That is our target. That is the budget for this upcoming African History Month's essay competition. And of course, this evening on the Tiger's Nest, I'll be taking some time to go a little more into some detail as it relates to the upcoming telethon, the essay competition, just kind of reviving the audience as it relates to the importance of this venture. But of course, as I always say, the most important thing is that you are on Radio Anu on the 3rd day of November. That's all. That's not all, but that's the main thing. That on the morning of November 3rd, you are up. Well, depending on where you are now, because this is international, so you got to follow up with the time that I'm running on here, which is Eastern Caribbean time. Okay, good. So 5 in the a.m., 4 in the a.m., man, 3 o'clock, we'll be burning our chalice and going to Nyabingi session. And believe me, 5 a.m., we're going to have a meditation. 6 a.m., we're ready to hit the road and